Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Infinity Void Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Yokohama City contains a large Chinatown with hundreds of Chinese restaurants and shops. Also, the Cosmo Clock 21 in Cosmo Land. It's a great place for dates or hang out with friends. It's very beautiful at night with all the city lights. On any normal night, citizens would walk around and enjoy the sights and get something to eat. But not on this night. In one of the factories, a vigilante had his hands full with one of the most famous unknown heroes, Eraserhead. Eraserhead is one of the best underground heroes with his quirk, Erasure, the ability to erase someone's quirk just by staring at them. The only drawback is that it gives him dry eyes, and he can't blink or look away from his target, or else his quirk stops working. One of the main reasons he's unknown is that he doesn't look like the stereotypical hero or a sidekick. He looks more like a hobo with long scruffy black hair, unkempt facial hair, and the eyes of a dead person or a college student cramming for a test. His costume isn't much either. Only a black long-sleeve shirt with matching pants and boots. The only thing that isn't black is a utility belt, his capture scarf, and special yellow goggles to prevent sand or dust from getting in his eyes. "This is the last time we're doing this, Jack Rabbit," Eraserhead exclaimed. "You keep saying that, yet it feels like we do this once a week," the vigilante said using my voice modifier. The voice modifier is one of the few gadgets and weapons of Jack Rabbit's arsenal. The others being a grappling hook, a detachable staff that becomes two batons that extend with a push of a button, smoke pellets, and his secret weapon pocket sand. This time will be different. "Wow! You said that last time, and yet here we are." That seemed to irk him because he launched his capture scarf towards Jack Rabbit. He connected his two batons together to make his staff guard against the scarf. After connecting the two batons, Eraserhead's scarf wrapped around Jack Rabbit's staff and ripped it out of his hands. "You're unarmed. Give up now, and your prison sentence might be shortened," Eraserhead stated. "That does sound tempting," Jack Rabbit said with my hand resting under my chin doing a thinking pose, "but I'm young and I got a world to see and people to meet, and I don't think the people in prison are the ones I want to meet." As Jack Rabbit said that, he extended my wrist to one of the platform rails and shot the grappling hook. As the hook latched onto a rail, Eraserhead sent his capture scarf at the vigilante. The wire line started reeling him towards the rail as the scarf reached the spot he was previously at. When he reached the platform, the vigilante turned to Eraserhead and said, "Well, it's been fun, but I have plans in the morning, and I need to look like the polar opposite of you." As he finished speaking, he ran towards the closest window and jumped out of it, shattering the glass in the process. When Jack Rabbit landed, he heard someone shout, "Put your hands in the air and lay down on the ground," as a spotlight shined brightly over me. Jack Rabbit put my hands in the air and started to lay down on my stomach. While doing that, he looked around and saw an army of police officers and some low or unranked heroes. He also saw a news helicopter flying towards the scene. Shota Aizawa has been a pro for over a decade and has dealt with multiple villains, vigilantes, and problem children, but none of them has caused him so many headaches as Jack Rabbit has. He sits in one of the offices in the Muzurafu Police Department waiting for an associate to bring in the information of the identity of the thorn in his side for almost half a year. He just doesn't understand how a child, the same age as his students, could call this much trouble. Maybe it was how he was raised, or maybe he stopped a petty theft and liked the rush or the thrill of stopping a crime that he just kept doing it. He has to wait for Naomasa to interrogate the problem child. "I hate it when you bring in criminals this late," said a tall young-looking man with short black hair wearing a trench coat with what appears to be a suit underneath. "So, this is Jack Rabbit?" "Yes, it is. Do you have his file, Naomasa?" Aizawa asked, ignoring the detective's complaint. "When his picture was sent in, I immediately went looking for it," Naomasa said while opening it up. "Name, Izuku Midoriya, appearance, green hair and eyes, freckles shaped like a diamond on both cheeks, height, 166 centimeters, 5 feet 514 inches, parents, Inko Midoriya, deceased, Hisashi Midoriya, unknown, school, Muzurafu High, Quirk, quirkless, and is currently in the care of Miss Azumi, the current caretaker at the orphanage." "So he's an orphan who's quirkless?" Aizawa questioned. "That's what his file says." "Why did you notice anything during any of your encounters with him?" asked the detective. "Maybe, but it was usually dark whenever we ran into each other, so I can't be sure," stated the hero while looking over the file. "Well, that's what I'm going to find out," heading towards the interrogation room. "Feel free to watch through the glass." Izuku Midoriya handcuffed to a chair in an empty room with only a table, one other chair across from him, a tinted window, and the door that connects the room to the rest of the building. As he looked around the room, all he could think about was how he let Miss Azumi down and his friends down. He was so deep in his thoughts he didn't hear anyone come in. He was broken out of his thoughts when he heard the man speak. "Hello Izuku Midoriya, I'm Detective Naomasa, and I'm here to ask you a few questions." All Izuku was able to do at that moment was nod his head. The detective began. "Why did you become a vigilante?" "I wanted to help people," Izuku answered quickly. "Truth. Why not become a hero then?" "I don't like how a majority of heroes are only in it for the fame, popularity, and money." "Truth. Do you have a quirk?" "No." "Lie." The detective smirked. "Got ya," he thought. Naomasa cleared his throat before speaking to Izuku. "While we're on the topic of quirks, do you want to know mine?" Izuku seemed to loosen up after hearing the detective say that. "Sure, what is it?" Naomasa looked Izuku in the eyes and said, "Lie detector." Izuku stiffened when he heard him say it. Naomasa looked at Izuku and asked, "Why did you lie about not having a quirk?" I am just so used to TT telling people I'm QQ quirkless at this point," stuttered Izuku. "But why don't you tell people that you have a quirk?" Naomasa questioned. It's kinda the same reason I don't want to be a hero and also why I'm still an orphan, but it's a long story," said Izuku looking away from the detective's gaze. "Well, I have nowhere to be. And it might help me understand why you became a vigilante," Naomasa said, taking off his trench coat so he could get more comfortable. Okay, then Izuku began his story. It all started about 14 years ago. 14 years ago. In a small apartment was a slim, beautiful woman with long green hair who looked to be in her late 20s to early 30s. She was currently doing laundry and putting away any loose toys. While she was doing all this, she had a big bright smile on her face, thinking how lucky she was to have her family. Inko Midoriya loves her family. She loves her husband, Hisashi, and her beautiful baby boy Izuku. She also loves their small apartment, even though it's not a big house, it's comfy and it's home. Inko walked into the kitchen to make a snack for Izuku when he woke up from his nap. She was currently cutting an apple into slices and cutting the slices into smaller pieces so it would be easier for Izuku to eat. Ever since her son was born, she became a stay-at-home mom to take care of him. While her husband worked, she would spend time working around the house like cleaning up, making most of the meals, and looking after Izuku. She knows that her family would have more money if she had a paying job, but after her son was born, she couldn't bear being separated from her son for long hours in the day. She's also grateful for the sacrifices her husband makes to support them. Her husband, Hisashi, knew he couldn't ask her to get a job after seeing her hold Izuku for the first time. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't try to spend time with Izuku. Some days when he has time, he would make breakfast for them, and when he gets home from work, he would always play with Izuku, even when he's tired from a long day of work. And he would always read Izuku a story before bed. She couldn't have been any luckier to have married him. After she finished sliding the apple pieces into a bowl, she heard her son beginning to stir awake on the baby monitor. She put the knife in the sink and washed her hands, and walked towards Izuku's room. When she walked into her son's room, she saw him sitting up, and when he saw her, his face brightened up with a big smile. "Hey sweetie, did you have a nice nap?" Inko said in a sweet, calm voice. Izuku looked like he was trying to say something, but all that came out were cute babbles. "Ah, still trying to say your first word?" Inko started. "Don't worry, you'll figure it out soon. Now, why don't we go to the living room for a few cartoons?" Inko picked up her son and carried him into the living room, and sat him down on the floor. "Now, let Mama go get your snack," Inko said, turning on the TV. As Inko left to go get Izuku's snack, Izuku was enticed by his favorite show, All Might and Friends. It's a show about problem-solving, education, and adventure. It also had his favorite hero as well, All Might. To him, All Might is the greatest hero of all time. He became his favorite hero when he saw a news report of him saving people from a villain after sneaking out of his room to find his mama. He remembered her being upset because he saw something inappropriate. But he didn't feel scared. He was awestruck by the muscly man saving everyone with a smile on his face. When Inko returned with the bowl of apple pieces, she picked up Izuku and had him face her. "All right, Izuku, let's do this again," Inko said with a smile. "Say, Mama. Say, Mama." Inko repeated these words, trying to help Izuku say his first word, but all that came out were babbles and giggles. "Come on, Izuku, I want to brag to Papa that your first word was me," Inko jokingly said. You see, sometimes Inko and Hisashi compete over who taught Izuku anything. Inko helped Izuku learn how to eat all by himself, Hisashi taught him how to crawl, Inko taught him how to stand, and Hisashi taught him how to walk. After teaching Izuku how to walk, Hisashi would always brag to their friends and to Inko. She kept saying the mantra, but Izuku wasn't listening. He was distracted by All Might using basic math to defeat the villain. After sending the villain away and the cartoon was nearing the end, Cartoon Might turned to the camera and said the same thing he always said before the show ended, "And remember kids, if you do what is right and work hard, then you can become a hero," and after he said those words, the screen switched to commercials. Say, mama. Say, mama. Say, dash. Hero. What was that, Izuku? Inko said in disbelief. Hero. Oh my gosh, Izuku, you said your first words, Inko said with pure joy, I'm so proud of you. Wait until Papa hears this. Izuku didn't understand what was going on, but he saw that his mama was happy and that he was able to put a smile on her face. 2 years later. It's been 2 weeks since his birthday, and after watching his favorite All Might video for the 384th time, he was beginning to worry. After every kid's 4th birthday, their quirk would manifest, the only exception being mutant-type quirks that manifest when they're born. So why hasn't his quirk manifest yet? He decided that he would ask his father because he always knew the answer. So with that thought, he went to the living room to ask him. Hisashi Midoriya was sitting on the couch in the living room, watching TV enjoying one of his days off from work. People say that he and his son look alike, same curly hair and almost identical faces. The only differences were his brown eyes, black hair, and the lack of freckles on his face. When his son entered the room with a worried look on his face, Hisashi turned off the TV, got up, and asked Izuku what was bothering him. Hey, buddy. Everything okay? Hisashi asked. Daddy, why don't I have a quirk yet? Izuku questioned. What are you talking about? Hisashi began, you already have a quirk. I do. Izuku said, perking up a little. Yeah, Hisashi said, wrapping his hands around Izuku's body, and you know what it is. No, what is it? Izuku said excitedly. It's called flight. After Hisashi finished saying that, he picked Izuku up and flew Izuku around the house. The sound of childish laughter filled the whole apartment for a half hour. Hisashi put Izuku down and said, either you're getting too big to do this, or I'm getting old. After stretching out his back and looked down at Izuku and said, now don't worry about not having a quirk right now. Maybe you're just a late bloomer. Do you really think so? Said Izuku with as much optimism as a 4-year-old could have. I know so, Hisashi said before continuing, I bet it will be a cool combination of your mom's light telekinesis and my fire breath. Do you think I'll able to still be a hero without a quirk? Questioned Izuku. You don't have to worry about that because you will get a quirk, Hisashi said with determination. After saying those words, he sent Izuku back to his room and returned to the couch for a nap. Line break. Sorry kid, it just ain't happening. Said the doctor. And with those words, the world around Izuku shattered. I don't understand, doctor. How can Izuku be quirkless? Questioned Inko, who was trying to comfort her son. Taking out an X-ray of Izuku's foot, the doctor attached it to the light. He pointed to the pinky toe. If you look here, Izuku has 2 joints in his pinky toe. Whereas, he pulls out another X-ray of a foot and attached it to the light. Someone with a quirk only has 1 joint in the pinky toe. This has to be a mistake. Everyone in my family and my husband's family has a quirk. So how is it that my son doesn't? Inko demanded. Listen ma'am, I don't know what to tell you. We did multiple X-rays and tests, and all signs point to your son being quirkless. The doctor said, trying to calm down the sulky mother. Is there any chance that he might have a quirk? Inko desperately asked. Well, there is a chance, but it's pretty low. I wouldn't put much faith in him miraculously getting a 1. The doctor said, answering Inko. Line break. When they got home, Izuku raced to his room and then slammed the door. Inko couldn't blame him after hearing such horrible news. Hisashi is still at work, which gives her time on how she'll break the news to him. She's a little worried about how he'll take the news, but she has faith that everything will be alright. But right now, she can't think about how her husband will react because her baby is hurting and she needs to cheer him up. She had the bright idea of making katsudon to cheer him up. Ever since the first time he had the dish, it always brought him comfort and joy. So, with her plan set, she got ready to put it into motion. She was halfway through making the dish when she heard the sound of a video that she heard over 100 times. After hearing it, she set down her utensils and rushed to the computer room. When Inko reached the computer room, what she saw broke her heart. Sitting in front of the computer screen with tears in his eyes was her son Izuku. He's so cool, she heard him say before turning to her. Do you think I can be a hero too? At that moment Inko's heart completely shattered as she broke down crying. She didn't know what to do at that moment. The only thing she could think of was to hug her son while they cried together. And that's what she did. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry. Inko said with tears streaming down her face. But what she didn't realize was that those weren't the words that he wanted to hear. 2 years later. Izuku's life changed after society found out he was quirkless. Teachers ignored him, his friends turned their backs on him, and his father just seemed to stop caring for him. The only person who still cared for him was his mother. Whenever he got home with cuts, bruises, or burns, his mother was always there to help with his wounds and tell him that everything would be all right. His father barely talks to him anymore. Actually, he barely even comes home at the time he usually does. Sometimes, he hears his parents scream at each other when they think he went to bed. Izuku was currently at the playground because his mother wanted out of the house. She said she wanted him to get some fresh air and have fun, but it felt like there was something else on her mind. He decided not to think too much about it and chose to ride on the swings. Izuku liked the swings. Swinging through the air, the wind blowing through his hair, and seeing how high he could get. Whenever he rode on the swings, he felt like he was in his own little world. It was the only time he felt like he had a quirk. Kaboom! And when he reached a moment of peace, he had to come and ruin it. Katsuki Bakugo, his former best friend. Bakugo has ash blonde hair with sharp red eyes. He also has a powerful quirk called Explosion. Due to his sweat being nitroglycerin, he's able to shoot explosions from his hands. "What are you doing here, Deku?" Bakugo asked, using the nickname he came up for Izuku as another way to call him useless. "Just riding the SS swings is all," Izuku said, rubbing his back due to the explosion. "You know useless trash like you isn't allowed to ride on the swings when I'm around, you know that right?" Bakugo told Izuku. "Sorry Kaken," Izuku said using the nickname he made for Bakugo, "I didn't know you were here." "You didn't know I was here?" questioned Bakugo, who was starting to get irritated with Izuku's stuttering. "Why yeah, SSR. Kaboom." Izuku never got to finish his apology as Bakugo shot an explosion in his face. "UF learn to know when I'm around, got it?" Bakugo seethed, "I am going to be the future #1 hero and trash like you need to know when I'm around. Got it." Kaboom. Bakugo shot another explosion at Izuku. "Why do you have to be so mean?" Izuku said with tears in his eyes. "The future #1 hero would never do something like this. Shut up and take the punishment of not knowing when the future #1 is in the area." Bakugo screamed, getting ready to shoot another explosion at Izuku. Izuku closed his eyes, bracing himself for the explosion to hit him. KABO. Izuku opened his eyes when he heard the explosion die out. What he saw left him speechless. In front of him was Bakugo slowly moving his hand forward with an explosion building up in his palm. What is going on? Izuku wondered. Is someone using their quirk to slow down time, or is it Dash? OM. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when Bakugo's explosion hit him in the face, knocking him down onto the ground. TCH, Bakugo sounded as he turned to leave the playground. "I have a quirk," Izuku said happily. He couldn't believe it, he has a quirk. Now maybe people will treat him like a person again. Maybe teachers will start helping me with schoolwork, maybe Kaken will be my friend again, maybe mom doesn't have to worry for me, and maybe dad will be my friend again, he wondered as he raced back home. He stopped dead in his tracks as he had one last thought: how do I activate my quirk? Line break. Instead of going home, Izuku ran towards the woods to do some experiments. He wanted to make sure he actually knows how his quirk works first. He walked past trees, plowed through bushes, and avoided poison ivy until he found an open field. "This place is perfect to test out my quirk," Izuku said out loud. "Now, think back to when my quirk activated. I was at the playground, riding the swings, Kaken came, hit me with 3 explosions, then he went to hit me again and I closed my eyes, then time seemed to slow down," Izuku mumbled as he retraced what happened. "So if I want to activate my quirk, I need to recreate the last few moments I had with Kaken today." So Izuku began to work. He first went to get materials in the woods around him. He grabbed some rocks, a stick, and a branch that fell from the trees. "Now I might not be able to recreate Kaken's explosions, but maybe I can use these rocks to recreate the sound of an explosion." After saying those words, he closed his eyes, then struck the 2 rocks together. Crack. He opened his eyes, then chucked a rock, only for the rock to land at a normal speed. Maybe it wasn't loud enough. This time he put a rock on a stump and picked up a stick. He closed his eyes and brought down all his strength in one swing. Crack. He opened his eyes and threw the stick, but it still fell at a normal speed. "I guess it probably wasn't loud enough for my brain to register as an explosion. Let's try it again, but with the branch this time," Izuku said with a little desperation in his voice. Izuku picked up a rock and the branch. He took a deep breath, tossed the rock in the air, then closed his eyes. And with a swing of the branch. Crack. Izuku cracked open his eyes, hoping to see the world around him has slowed down, but only to see the rock soar through the air at a normal pace. "Well, I guess I was wrong," Izuku said dejectedly. "I don't have a quirk after all." All the hope and joy he had earlier just disappeared. I guess it really was someone else using their quirk. He couldn't believe he thought he had a quirk. At that moment he let out all his anger in one big scream. Who was I trying to fool? Myself? I wasted all this time just to learn what I already know. I guess I really am just a useless Deku. When he finished his rant he picked up a rock and threw it at a tree. The rock ricocheted off the tree and headed back at Izuku. Just as it was about to reach him, time started to slow down. Izuku thought, it's just like the playground, which means I must dash. His thoughts were interrupted as the rock bonked off his head. Ow, Izuku groaned as he rubbed his head. Then it hit him. He's the only one in the area and he remembered that no one followed him into the woods, which means, I have a quirk. Izuku cheered out in joy. But why does it wear off after some time? So to figure it out, even as much as he hated to do it, he chucked a rock at a tree and watched it bounce off of it and watched it head towards him. And the moment that time slowed down he started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and after he counted 5 the rock hit him in the head. So it only works for 5 seconds and activates if I'm in any danger. After he assessed what his quirk could do he said the one thing that's bringing him joy at the moment. I have a quirk, Izuku said happily, this is the best day of my life. Izuku couldn't believe it. After 2 years of not having a quirk, 2 years being treated like nothing but a pile of garbage, and 2 years of his father barely talking to him he'll finally be treated like everyone else. He was feeling all sorts of emotions. He wanted to laugh, cry, scream with joy. But there was one thing he wanted to do above all else. One thing that he should do before everything else. I should tell Mom, Izuku realized. And with that thought, he bolted straight home. Izuku ran home doing his best to avoid people, cars, and ignoring the complaints of everyone he passed. To be honest, he didn't really hear them. He was too busy thinking of how to tell his mother about his quirk. How do I tell her? Do I just say I have a quirk, or do I show her? How do I show her in the first place? I can't really ask her to put me in danger. You know what, it doesn't matter because I finally have a queer dash. He was knocked out of his thoughts from what he saw. Because what he saw was his house on fire. Izuku couldn't believe what he was seeing. He doesn't want to believe it. Everyone moved back, he heard an officer say to a crowd that was forming at the scene. Do you think everyone got out? He heard a woman say. I don't know. It looks like the fire started on one of the middle floors. Hopefully, the inhabitants on the lower floors got out at least, a man answered her. Are there any heroes around to help put this out? Someone questioned. That's right, aren't there supposed to be at least one hero around to help? Isn't that what heroes are supposed to do? Help people. Izuku began looking around, hoping to find any hero. Boom. He turned back to the burning building after he heard the loud boom, but calmed down a little when he saw the building still standing even if it was on fire. If that wasn't the building, then where did that noise come from? Izuku wondered as he looked for the source of the noise. He kept turning his head until he saw 2 costumed figures fighting. One of them being a floating pumpkin head wearing a blue cloak, a cyan wizard hat, white gloves, and holding a lantern. They're called Pyro Jack, and their quirk is called Lantern Burn, able to shoot flames out of any lantern. He's a B-ranked villain. The other one is a red-haired girl wearing a dress made of plants. Her name is Marigold, and her quirk is Chlorokinesis, able to control plants. An up-and-coming hero who made their debut a few days ago. Give up Pyro Jack, your days of crime are over, proclaimed Marigold doing a superhero pose. NYEH, the pumpkin-headed villain responded, spraying fire at the hero. Marigold controlled the plants on her dress to make a wall to protect her from the fire. The fire scorched the plant wall, but it gave enough time for Marigold to dodge the flames. Marigold then sent more vines trying to capture Pyro Jack, but the villain sent more flames at the hero, destroying the vines in the process. She cast a tornado of leaves at Jack to buy her some time to form a plan. Pyro Jack charred the leaf tornado only for Marigold to trap him in vines, finally capturing him. Before the crowd could cheer for the hero, a police officer went over and asked, Marigold, we need your help. This building has been burning for a while, and we need a quicker way for the firefighters to get to the fire. Marigold turned to the officer and said, Don't worry, officer, I'll have my vines carry the firefighters and their equipment up the side of the building to the fire. But before she could get started with her plans, Pyro Jack set himself free from the vines and booked it away from the area. Seeing this, Marigold chased after the villain, forgetting to help the firefighters. Marigold, wait, exclaimed an officer. I'm sorry, but I can't let Jack get away, shouted Marigold as she chased the villain. But what about the people that might still be inside the building, proclaimed a crowd member. My family might still be in there, shrieked a woman. After the woman said that it hit him, his mom might be in there. Tears started to form from his eyes as he ran past the barricade and towards the building. Seeing this, an officer caught Izuku before he could get any closer to the building. "Let me go. My mom might be in there. I need to save my mom," cried Izuku as the officer started to carry him back behind the barricade. "Calm down, kid, we're trying our best to save everyone," the officer told Izuku, trying to calm him down. "But my mom," bellowed Izuku as tears fell from his face. "Listen, I bet your mom wouldn't want you to put yourself in danger like this. So please wait here until we put the fire out, okay?" It took 15 minutes for the firefighters to put the fire out, 45 minutes to help the people that were stuck in the building, 5 minutes to find the apartment where the fire originated from, 10 minutes to collect the evidence, 5 minutes to remove all the corpses, and 5 seconds for Izuku to learn that his mom along with 3 other people died in the fire. The ride to the police station was short, but Izuku didn't notice. All that was on his mind was that his mom, the only person who showed any love to him the past 2 years, was dead. He doesn't even feel anything. He doesn't even think anything. He was just there, just aimlessly in the world. The sound of whimpering brought him out of his thoughts. Sitting in the chair next to him was a middle-aged woman from his apartment building. He remembered that he wasn't the only one to lose someone in the fire. The woman next to him lost her husband, an elderly man lost his daughter, and a teenage boy lost his older sister. Izuku looked at each of them and saw they had different emotions. The woman was doing her best not to let tears pour from her eyes. The old man just looked frustrated, and the teenager just looked fine. Izuku just wondered why he didn't share any of their emotions. He didn't know why he didn't feel sad, angry, or just accept that the fire happened. He just felt empty. And in other news, up-and-coming pro-hero Marigold Dash, the sound of the hero's name brought their attention to the TV, has captured the wanted criminal Pyro Jack this afternoon. We now go live to our field reporter, Makoto Ito, who is on the scene with the heroine. The scene on the TV switched to the inner city with a young-looking reporter standing next to Marigold. "Thanks, Takeo. Now, Marigold, after debuting a few days ago, you took down one of the most wanted villains. How are you feeling?" the reporter questioned. "I feel pretty good, and it's great to get scum like Jack in prison," answered the heroine. "And I would also like to say thank you for that." "You're welcome. It's just what any hero would've done." Izuku heard someone scoff, but he ignored it and continued watching the report. "With this arrest, you will definitely be moving up in the hero rankings. Which would make you one of the fastest rising hero-heroines since All Might," the reporter said. "Well, it's been my dream since I was a little girl to become the #1 hero, and I will try and do everything in my power to make that dream a reality," said Marigold smiling at the camera. "I knew it," said the old man, drawing everyone's attention to him. "All these new heroes are all the same. All they care about is rising up in the rankings and the fame that comes with it." "But the ranking is supposed to tell us who's the best heroes are right now," said the teen. "Exactly," the elderly man said angrily. "Then what are you mad about then?" the teen questioned. "Because it went from a profession to a god DMN popularity contest." The man shot up, drawing the attention of nearby officers. The man huffed as the officers inched their way over. "What's so bad about that?" the teen said in a challenging voice. The old man glared at him and stomped over to the teen. "You saw what's so bad about it. You saw where their priorities are. You saw how she would rather go after the villain when there were lives that needed to be saved." The man ranted. Izuku shrunk into his chair because the man's loud voice scared him. The woman quickly wrapped her arms around him to shield him. The old man breathed heavily as a stray tear fell down his face. "You now get to see the outcome of their selfish actions. While they get praised, people like me and many others have to go tell their loved ones why mommy or daddy doesn't come home anymore." The police finally got a hold of the elderly man and escorted him to a different part of the station, leaving them to digest what he said. Some time passed before Izuku was called into the back. "Hello, my name is Atsushio," the officer said. "Hello," Izuku mumbled. "I'm sorry about your mom, but I have to ask if there is someone I can contact to come and pick you up," Atsushi said the nicest way possible. "My dad, but he's at work right now." "Well, do you know where he works?" "Yeah, he works at Akira Insurance." "Okay, let me make a few calls so your dad can come to get you." Atsushi picked up the phone and called the insurance company. He asked for Izuku's father, but they told him he hasn't shown up at all today. He asked if there was any other way to contact him, and he gave him Hisashi's number. Atsushi dialed the number, but no one picked up. He dialed the number a few more times, but still, no one answered. Atsushi left the room for a couple of minutes but then came back with a file. "It seems that your father isn't picking up. Is there anyone else we can contact to look after you?" he asked. "No." "Okay, well, here is what's gonna happen. Until we can get in contact with your father, we're going to have to put you in an orphanage for the time being, Atsushi told Izuku. The ride to the orphanage from the police station was the longest ride that Izuku has ever been on. During that time, all he could think about was how his life changed. He got a quirk, but he lost his mother, and no one could get a hold of his father. All he wanted to do at that moment was to just go to sleep and wake up, hoping that the day was just a nightmare. When they arrived at the orphanage, a woman in her mid-40s, wearing a poofy red dress with long flowing white hair and green eyes, was waiting for them at the front door. "Hello, my name is Miss Azumi," the woman introduced herself. Izuku didn't say anything. He just kept his head down. "Hello, this is Izuku Midoriya, and I'm Officer Atsushi," Atsushi introduced them. "He'll be staying in your care for a while until we can get a hold of his father." "Hi, Izuku, we're happy to have you in our care," Miss Azumi said sweetly. Izuku just kept his head down, not even bothering to respond to her. "Well, I'm going to leave him in your care," the officer said, turning to leave. "All right, thank you, officer." And with that, Miss Azumi led Izuku into the orphanage. Miss Azumi directed Izuku around the orphanage and pointed out the areas in the orphanage. She showed him the living area with 2 comfy recliners, a big couch, and a flat screen hanging on the wall. She then showed him a big dining hall and told him the times when the meals were. Breakfast time starts at 6:45 a.m. to 8:30 a.m., lunch starts at noon and ends at 1:30 p.m., and we all have dinner at 5:45 p.m. She guided him to the back of the house to show him the orphanage's big backyard full of children playing. "This right here is the backyard. Around this time, I let the children run around and play to exert some of their energy and have some form of exercise," Azumi said. "Do you want to go out there and join them?" "No," Izuku muttered, "I just want to go to sleep." "That's okay," she said in a comforting tone, "let me show you the sleeping quarters." Miss Azumi guided Izuku upstairs to the second floor to a colorful room full of beds. "This is the boys' bedroom. The bed closest to the door is free. Why don't you put your stuff away in the chest in front of the bed?" Azumi instructed. "I don't have anything. I lost all of my stuff in the fire," Izuku said sadly. "Well, that's okay. We can go shopping tomorrow to replace some of the things you lost," Azumi suggested. "I like that idea. Thank you. Now you get comfortable and I'll go see if there are any spare pajamas around for you to borrow for tonight," Azumi said, turning to leave. "I'll come and wake you for dinner, okay?" After she said that, she turned off the lights and closed the door when she left. After she closed the door, Izuku crawled under the covers, rested his head on the pillow, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. The next morning, Izuku awoke to the sound of chatter and the smell of breakfast. He slowly got out of bed and made his way downstairs. He made his way to the kitchen, and what he saw made his mouth water. Around the kitchen were different assortments of pancakes, juices, and milk. "Good morning, Izuku," greeted Miss Azumi. "Go ahead and grab a plate and pick out your favorite type of pancakes." "Did you make all of this?" questioned Izuku, who had a surprised look on his face. "Oh, this? It's nothing. Now, do you want blueberry, strawberry, banana, chocolate chip, or buttermilk pancakes?" "I guess chocolate chip is fine," said Izuku. "All right, do you want milk or juice to drink?" "I'll have milk." After hearing what Izuku wanted, she put together a plate of 2 chocolate chip pancakes and a cup of warm milk. Handing Izuku his breakfast, she sent him to the dining hall. "Enjoy your breakfast," Izuku heard her say when he left the kitchen. Izuku arrived at the dining hall and sat down at the farthest end of a table, away from everyone else. His eyes teared up after taking the first bite of his pancakes. Never in his life had he ever tasted anything so delicious. "I take it you haven't had Miss Azumi's pancakes before," said a boy sitting down across from Izuku. "When did he get here?" wondered Izuku. "I showed up when you were in pure bliss after the first bite of Miss Azumi's famous pancakes." "How did?" "My quirk is a weak mind-reading ability that only works when I look into someone's eyes," interrupted the boy. "That's neat. My name's Izuku Midoriya." "Hello Izuku, I'm Kisho Sakuko," the boy, now named Kisho, introduced himself. "Now considering by your reaction I take it you're new here," Kisho asked. "Yeah, the police dropped me off here yesterday." "Alright, so are they looking for someone to take care of you?" "They're looking for my father. They couldn't get a hold of him yesterday, so they're trying again today." "Well, I hope they find him," Kisho said sincerely. "Thank you, I hope so too. Hey, later today during playtime, me and a few of the other kids are going to play a game of ultimate tag. Do you want to join?" offered Kisho. "Sorry, but I can't today," said Izuku. "Miss Azumi and I are going out to buy stuff that I lost yesterday." "That's fine, we can do it tomorrow." After that, Izuku and Kisho continued their conversation while they ate their breakfast. Atsushi just doesn't get it. He doesn't get how there isn't any evidence of where Hisashi Midoriya went yesterday when he left for work. There was no video evidence, no eyewitnesses, hell they couldn't even find his car. It doesn't make sense, muttered Atsushi looking at the apartment building's security video. He leaves for work at 6:30 a.m. and he usually clocks in at work at 7:05 a.m. Am I interrupting anything? Naomasa said, entering the room. No, you might actually help me with this, said Atsushi, waving over Naomasa to the security video. So what are we looking at? Questioned Naomasa. The security video of the apartment build that caught on fire yesterday. You see that man with the big curly hair? Yeah. Well, he's the father of the kid that lost his mom, and we can't seem to locate his whereabouts, stated Atsushi. Does he have some kind of teleportation quirk? Asked Naomasa, looking over the videos. No, it's fire breath. You can even look over his file to fact-check me, Atsushi said, nodding to the file on his desk. Well, are there any security videos around his workplace or any traffic videos on the way there? Said Naomasa, looking over Hisashi's file. That's the thing, there aren't any, Atsushi stated, sounding a little frustrated. What do you mean there aren't any? Naomasa said, sounding a little surprised. We looked at every traffic camera around the city, at his workplace, we even looked at toll booths and subway stations surrounding the city, and we still can't find any trace of him anywhere. Naomasa looked over Hisashi's profile again and thought over the evidence that was provided with the predicament. Do you think he could have been kidnapped? Questioned Naomasa. It's a possibility, but I'm gonna contact some police stations outside of Muzurafu and see if there is any sighting of him, Atsushi said while turning off the security videos. Good idea, I'll see what I can find around the city and see if we missed anything, maybe even stop by the forensic unit as well, Naomasa said when he left Atsushi's office. Atsushi looked at Hisashi's file one more time and said, Where are you, Hisashi Midoriya? Alright, what we need to get you is a new toothbrush, clothes, some pajamas, and I'll contact your school to get you a new uniform. Miss Azumi read over their shopping list. Izuku and Miss Azumi were currently at a clothing store looking to replace some of his clothes. They were currently looking at some shirts and seeing which ones fit. So what's your favorite color? Asked Miss Azumi. I like green, answered Izuku. Picking out a couple of green shirts and a few others, she handed them to Izuku. Now why don't you go find a changing room and try these on? And that's what Izuku did. He took the clothes in his hands and he took them to the first changing room he could find. He picked up the first shirt on the pile that turned out to be a plain green t-shirt. He put it on and checked himself out in the mirror. It wasn't much, it was comfortable, it was a little big but he could grow into it. He took it off and put it to the side of the pile of shirts he has yet to put on. He did the same thing with the rest of the shirts except put the shirts that don't fit in a separate pile. He left the changing room and walked back to Miss Azumi and handed her the shirts that didn't fit. These don't fit, he said while putting the ones that did fit into the cart. Alright, I'll go put these back, Miss Azumi said as she went to put them back. She came back and picked up one of the shirts to check its size. She went to find other shirts that matched the same size. They did the same procedure with his other clothes and got a green toothbrush. They were on their way to purchase their items when something caught Izuku's eye. On a stand was a green rabbit plushie. It looked like the one his mom got him for his 5th birthday. Seeing that Izuku was distracted by the plushie, she asked, Do you want it? What? I asked, do you want it? Azumi said calmly. Why yeah, but I don't want tea to be a bee bother, Izuku stuttered. Nonsense, we're here to shop for you, she said as she went over to the stand and put the rabbit plushie in the cart. Thank you, Izuku said lightly. You're welcome, Azumi said. And they left to purchase their items. The Muzurafu Forensic Unit is one of the most important units to the Muzurafu police. Since the introduction of quirks, people believe that forensics has become obsolete, but actually, they helped improve it. It's one of Naomasa's favorite units because it helps make his job easier. That's why he stopped by before he went on patrol. Hello, detective. What brings you here? Said a forensic scientist, walking towards the detective. The scientist was wearing a lab coat and bifocals. He also had a mutation quirk that gave him the head of a blue jay. Hello, I'm just here for the file of the apartment fire that happened yesterday. Ah, I knew you would stop by for that at some point, said the scientist. Yeah, it might help an investigation that might be related to the fire. Well, good luck with that, but I don't know how much this will help, the scientist said, handing the detective the file. You'd be surprised, Naomasa said before leaving. Naomasa was walking to his police car to get a view of the crime scene to get a better understanding of what happened. Now, let's figure out where you went, Hisashi Midoriya, Naomasa said, driving towards the apartment building. Line break. The drive didn't take long, even with the midday traffic, so he parked the car and made his way up to where the fire originated. He opened the door and was met with a charred room and the crime scene cleaners. "Good afternoon, detective," one of the cleaners said when he noticed Naomasa was in the room. "Good afternoon to you too. Did the police forget anything because we started about 4 hours ago, and we already cleared out most of the furniture," the cleaner said, pointing to the cleared out room. "No, don't worry about it," Naomasa said, raising arms. "We already got most of the evidence, and if we missed something we have pictures and sketches of the scene back at the precinct." "Okay. Then why are you here?" questioned one of the cleaners, tilting his head. "I just want to get a look at the scene in person for myself," answered Naomasa, looking around the room. "All right, well, we'll try to stay out of your way then," said another cleaner, getting back to work. Naomasa began looking through the kitchen first to see if maybe the fire could have been a cooking accident. He looked around and saw that the fridge and oven were both gone. He also saw that the kitchen had fewer burn marks than the main room. He asked one of the cleaners if there was any major fire damage to the oven. "No, when we moved it out, it looked fine, but it had a few scorch marks on the sides of it," answered the cleaner before going back to what he was doing. So, with that little bit of information, he moved to look at some of the electrical outlets. Maybe it was an electrical fire, Naomasa wondered. But every outlet he checked didn't seem to show that the fire originated from any outlet, but none of them showed any signs that the fire could have started from any of the outlets. "Hey, detective," a cleaner grabbed his attention. "I don't know if this will help, but one of the most burnt rooms we cleared out today is over there," he said, pointing to the door to his right. Naomasa thanked the cleaner and made his way over to the door. When he opened the door, he saw that the cleaner wasn't lying. The whole room was burnt. It was actually more burnt than the other rooms. "When we started cleaning this room, the only thing that told us that this was a bedroom was a bed," said a cleaner, walking behind Naomasa. "It was that bad?" Naomasa said, surprised. "Yeah, I think we were able to identify some stuffed animals as well." "So this was a kid's room?" "I guess," said the cleaner. "I'm paid to clean the crime scene, not figure out the crime. So this is probably where the fire started. At least where the fire did the most damage," thought Naomasa as he looked around the room. "Was there anything in here that looked like it could cause a fire?" asked the detective. "Well, if what you said is true about it being a kid's room, then I don't think there would be anything in here that would start a fire," answered the cleaner. "So there wasn't anything that looked like anything that can cause a fire, like a match or a lighter?" "We were only able to identify a bed and a few stuffed animals. So if there were any matches or a lighter, it was probably destroyed in the fire." "All right, I think I got everything I needed to know," said Naomasa, leaving the room. "Well, I hope we were able to help," said the cleaner. "You were," Naomasa said. "Oh, and before I leave, I have to ask. Does your job get easier?" "Well, compared to other crime scenes we cleaned, this one is a little more tamed." "Oh. You never really get used to cleaning a victim's last moments on Earth. You just get numb to it," the cleaner grimly said. "I understand how you feel," Naomasa said. "Yeah, I bet you do." Naomasa left after the interaction, not wanting to think of the previous cases he worked on. Now that he has a little more information on the case, he can now begin to piece together the puzzle that is this crime. A few days passed since Izuku was dropped off at the orphanage. The police declared Hisashi Midoriya missing, which made Izuku eligible for adoption. He didn't like the idea of being adopted by another family. He didn't like the possibility that some random people would replace his family, replace his mother. He remembered telling Kisho about his discomfort with the whole adoption possibility, and Kisho told him something he would remember. "It's kind of like adopting a dog. People would rather have a beagle puppy than an old Rottweiler," Kisho said. "What? This is how I see it," Kisho stated. "If you have a strong, powerful, or flashy quirk, your chances of being adopted are high, but it's most likely out of the possibility of them becoming a hero and the parents getting compensated for it. If you have a weak quirk, the probability of getting adopted isn't that high, but it's mostly out of love for the kid instead of the possible fame that could come from it." Hearing his reasoning of adoption, Izuku didn't know where he stood with his quirk. He knows it isn't the flashiest, but it could be seen as powerful. He also knows that his quirk could also be seen as weak because he doesn't fully understand how it works. He didn't even come up with a name for it yet. Then a thought struck him. What if someone was quirkless? He asked. "Well, if someone was quirkless, then the chances of being adopted are very low," Kisho said, looking away. After hearing that, Izuku remembered something. "I'm still registered as quirkless." He remembered that no one knows that he has a quirk. As long as I don't tell anyone that I have a quirk, I won't get adopted. So that's what he did. He never told any of the other kids, Miss Azumi, or any possible parents coming in for an adoption interview that he had a quirk. He just kept lying about his quirk status to keep the chances of him being adopted low. After a few days of being out of school, it was time for him to go back. He had mixed emotions about it. Sure, he wanted to get some normalcy back in his life after everything, but there was one thing that worried him, Katsuki Bakugo. He was scared of how he'll react to seeing him again and how he took the news of his mother's passing. He remembers that his mother and Kaken's relationship was one like an aunt and nephew. He also remembers that Kaken would hold back so he wouldn't worry his mom. But he'll worry about it later. Izuku put on his uniform and went downstairs for breakfast. Naomasa looked over the evidence again. He still doesn't know the cause of the fire. It could have been an accident because it started in a kid's room, he muttered to himself, but why would someone go into a kid's room with a flammable object? There is also the possibility that it could have been insurance fraud, but why start the fire in a kid's room instead of an outlet or an oven to make it look like an accident? Naomasa wondered out loud as he paced around the room. He started going over other possibilities, like maybe the inhabitant of the apartment did bring a flammable object into the kid's room without their knowledge, or maybe the kid had a toy magnifying glass and left it out in a way for the sun to shine through it to start the fire, or maybe it was caused by a quirk. Naomasa exclaimed before racing to his phone to make some calls. If he remembers correctly, there was a villain attack the day of the fire, and that villain had a fire-based quirk. He was going to have to call the penitentiary that held the villain to see if he could hold an interrogation with the fiend. He was also going to call the morgue that held the bodies of the victims from the fire. There is one body that he needs to look at to back up his claim. Izuku's return to school was uneventful. It started with his teacher welcoming him back to school, but after that, it returned to normal with everyone ignoring him. The teacher ignored him during class, and the other students ignored him during lunch. Even Kaken ignored him during recess. He was confused by the last one because every day during recess, Kaken would force him to play heroes versus villains, with Kaken always being the hero and him being the villain. Izuku couldn't complain, though. He liked that he doesn't need to get his new uniform repaired or use burn ointment on any burn wounds. Izuku was about to walk through the school gates when the world around him began to slow down. Oh no, please not now. Boom. Where do you think you're going, Deku? Bakugo seethed. IW was JJ just about TT to go home Kaken, Izuku stuttered. What home, the one that burned down or the one that houses extras with no parents? Please I just want to leave, Izuku begged with tears in his eyes. Bakugo didn't listen as he grabbed Izuku by his shirt and dragged him towards the playground. He lifted Izuku to his eye level and pushed him against the slide. I'm gonna teach you a lesson, Bakugo said, raising his hand, forming an explosion. Time slowed down for Izuku. He saw Bakugo move his hand slowly with little sparks starting to form. Kaboom. Bakugo started to berate him after every blast. You. Boom. Worthless. Boom. Quirkless. Kaboom. Piece of sheet. Every time Bakugo launched an explosion at Izuku, time would always slow down, giving him time to dodge. But couldn't because Bakugo held him in a position where he couldn't move. So he took it, leaving him with burns and his uniform tattered and destroyed. Bakugo dropped Izuku and turned to leave, telling Izuku one last thing. It should have been you that died in that fire, not Auntie. Izuku just lied on the ground, staring up at the sky with tears streaming down his face. Naomasa was at the morgue currently looking over the corpse of one of the victims. This person was known as Inko Midoriya, the wife of Hisashi Midoriya and mother to Izuku Midoriya. He was looking over her body and noticed one big difference on the corpse. The upper half of her body is charred, he said out loud. And he was right, all that remained on the upper half of Inko's corpse was burnt black skin, a black skull with a little bit of burnt skin on it, some teeth, and a few strands of hair. If it weren't for the teeth and hair, it would have taken longer for them to identify her. This doesn't seem like the fire was an accident caused by any household appliances. No, this was caused by a quirk, Naomasa stated as he continued to look over the body. Now that he knew the cause of the fire, now he is looking for any evidence of who started it. He asked a pathologist to help him. They looked at her arms, stomach, back, and under her fingernails for any skin molecules or hair fibers. They were searching for minutes and couldn't find anything. So Naomasa decided that the pathologist would keep searching for any form of DNA. The detective had an interrogation to hold. The journey back to the orphanage was a long and painful one for Izuku. Every step he took was pure agony. It was worse because the orphanage was further away from his school than his old house was. He saw the roof of the orphanage in the distance and was filled with pure bliss. He could finally put burn ointment on his wounds and crawl into his bed and just sleep the rest of the day away. Izuku opened the front door and made the trek to the upstairs bathroom. He made it about halfway up the stairs when Miss Azumi saw him. Oh my gosh, Izuku, what happened? Miss Azumi exclaimed, rushing towards Izuku. It's nothing, Izuku mumbled. But Miss Azumi didn't seem to listen as she checked over Izuku. "You're covered in burn marks, and your new uniform is destroyed." She grabbed Izuku by the hand and led him to the bathroom. She sat him down on the toilet seat and started digging through the medicine cabinet for ointment. "I swear it's nothing," Izuku protested, but still Miss Azumi didn't bother to listen to him. She found the ointment and bandages and started applying them to his injuries. It was a silent couple of minutes until Miss Azumi said something. "Is this the first time something like this happened?" she asked sternly. "It's not. Don't say it's nothing, because it's something," Miss Azumi said with a little anger in her voice. Tears started to form in Izuku's. "I'm sorry," he said, looking away in shame. Seeing that she's scaring Izuku, she calmed down a little and pulled him into a hug. "It's okay, it's not your fault," she said in a low calming voice. They stayed in that position for a couple of minutes. Miss Azumi pulled away from the embrace and looked Izuku in the eyes. "Listen, whatever happened or what's been happening is not your fault, okay? You need to know you're the victim in this." Izuku started to cry after hearing her words. He never believed he was the victim. He always believed that he deserved the abuse that he went through. He believed that all the things that Kaken said to him, all of the things Kaken did to him, he always felt like he deserved it. Izuku was pulled into another hug, but this one felt different. It felt like he was safe and at peace. It was like his mother was hugging him again. What's happening? Izuku was confused. He didn't know how Miss Azumi was mimicking his mother's hugs. "I'm using my quirk. It's called Loving Embrace. It makes whoever I embrace feel safe, secured, and loved," Miss Azumi said in a soothing voice. Pulling away from the hug, Miss Azumi looked Izuku in the eyes. "Now, I'm gonna ask again. Is this the first time this happened?" Izuku looked down with shame, and no. "When did this start?" "After I was diagnosed as quirkless." "Do the teachers or any faculty member know about this?" "Why yes, but I'm used to it." "That's not good." Miss Azumi was in shock. How could any school ignore a student because of something they had no control over? This isn't something you should be used to. Whatever has been happening to you is borderline insane. It's fine, you don't need to worry about it." "I'm not worried. I'm furious that you had to go through this for years, and no one did anything." Miss Azumi got up to leave. "I'm going to make a few calls. You go and get some rest." "You don't need to do that. Everything is fine," Izuku cried out. "Go and get some rest, Izuku," she told him. Seeing that his words are falling on deaf ears, he decided to do as he was told. He slowly made his way to the boy's bedroom, not wanting to mess up his bandages. He crawled into his bed and waited for the day's stress and exhaustion to lull him to sleep. Naomasa was in a dull, empty room with only a table, 2 chairs, and a door that led in and out of the room. He was currently waiting for prison guards to bring in a certain pumpkin-headed pyro villain. He needed to know if the villain was in that building around the time the fire started. The doors opened and entered 2 prison guards with a floating jack-o'-lantern in between them. The detective gestured for the guards to sit the villain down in the chair in front of him. It was silent for a few minutes. The detective was studying the pumpkin in front of him, looking to see if there was anything on its face to give him any information on the fire. He knew that with this certain villain, questioning it would be difficult. "Pyro Jack, I'm here to ask you some questions," Naomasa said. "NYEH," was the response that he got. That was the reason this interrogation will be tough. Pyro Jack can't say any words other than an NYEH. And with his quirk relying on people saying actual words for him to know if they're lying or not. But being a detective for so many years, he always found a way around this problem. "So, let's start simple." Clearing his throat, Naomasa pulled out a couple of files. "It says here that your first crime was vandalism. Is that true?" Looking closely at the villain's face for any expression that could give him away. NYEH. Nothing didn't even flinch, which makes sense because it was the truth. So if he wants a reaction out of the pumpkin, he needs to come up with something fake. He shuffled his files to one he knew that could get a reaction. "Did you ever set any animals on fire?" NYEH. There was something, but it was too subtle for Naomasa to notice right away. "It was there, but I want to do a few more tests to make sure." "You burned down your middle school before Golden Week, right?" NYEH. There it is again, but this time it's a little more obvious, and after that, Naomasa continued with his questions. Some of the questions were true, but a majority of them were fake. He finally got a better understanding of how Pyro Jack lies. Whenever it's a lie, his NYEHs has a faint stutter. It's only noticeable if the listener pays close attention or if Jack doesn't want certain labels or be associated with something he didn't commit. "About a week ago, an apartment building burned down, killing 4 people. You were seen by multiple witnesses that you were around the building at that time before Marigold fought you," Naomasa said with a stern look. Were you the one to cause the fire? New York EH. And with that, NYEH Naomasa had his answer. He started packing away his files before getting up to leave. Oh, and before I go, I just have to ask. Are you happy being a villain? NYEH. The two prison guards took away Pyro Jack, leaving Naomasa alone. He took out his phone and called his partner in this case. Atsushi, it's me, Naomasa said into his phone. I figured out why we can't find Hisashi Midoriya. Izuku awoke the next morning to see Miss Azumi standing over him. Good morning, Izuku, she said in a soothing voice. Sitting up and wiping his eyes, Izuku responded with a good morning of his own. He looked around and saw that he was the only one in the boys' room. It didn't even sound like there were many kids in the building either. What time is it? He asked, still sounding a little tired. Yesterday, when he woke up, there were a lot of children around getting ready for school or just waking up. It's 10:23, she said. What? If Izuku wasn't awake before, he's awake now. 10:23, he's missed most of the school day. Why didn't anyone wake me earlier? He asked, a little panicked. He never missed a day of school if he could help it. The only time he actually missed time from school was because of the fire. I felt like it would be good for you to sleep in after what happened yesterday, Miss Azumi said while fixing the blinds. Are you hungry? I think there is still some fruit in the fridge. But what about school? Izuku said, ignoring Miss Azumi's question. I can't miss school. Oh, you don't have to worry about school. I don't? Izuku confusingly said. He didn't understand why he didn't need to go to school. He wasn't feeling sick, and it wasn't any type of holiday that he knew of. Maybe his wounds were infected, and he really was sick. I decided to take you out of that school, Miss Azumi said bluntly. You what? Izuku shouted in disbelief. How could you do something like that? It's for the best, she told him. You weren't safe in that building. You were extremely injured yesterday, and the teachers and faculty ignored you. You even told me it wasn't the first time it happened. But my friends, Izuku lied. He didn't have any friends because no one wanted to talk to the quirkless kid, thinking that his disability was contagious. And the ones that were brave enough were usually scared off by Kaken. But he didn't want to tell Miss Azumi that. I know you'll miss your friends, but this is for your own good. You can't go to a place where you always get hurt. Izuku didn't like hearing this. He didn't like that he wasn't allowed to put his input on what he wanted. He doesn't like how his life has changed in the past couple of weeks. From gaining a quirk to his house catching on fire, then losing his parents, and having to live at an orphanage. His now former school was the only sense of normalcy in his life. But what will I do for school? Izuku asked. Don't worry, we'll be going around to the schools in the area for you to enroll in. Then there's the fact that the new school that he'll go to is an unknown. What will the teachers be like? Will they treat him like every other student, or will he go back into the same situation? Then there are the other students, he won't know any of them and they won't know him. Will they treat him like Kaken treats him, or will they just ignore him? But how do you know that any of these schools will be different? Don't worry about that. I'll make sure that you'll be treated right at one of these schools, Miss Azumi said with vigor while clenching her fist. Now get ready, then come downstairs for a late breakfast before we head out. She left the room after she said that. Izuku got out of bed and started thinking of all the possibilities that could come from the day. This could go really bad or make my life a little better. He began thinking of all the positives that can come from the school change. I might not be overlooked when I raise my hand, maybe I will be able to make friends, and the best part about this whole thing, Kaken won't be there to torment me. After thinking of all the positives, he was beginning to like the idea of going to a new school. He put on one of his green shirts and a pair of jeans and rushed downstairs. Nothing could bring his spirit down today. His spirits couldn't have been any lower. After a long day of going from school to school and getting rejected from all of them, took a toll on his confidence. Well, he didn't really get rejected from all of them. It was more of Miss Azumi figuring out they were lying just by reading their body language. Every interview felt like it went the same way, too. It started out with them meeting the principal and a possible homeroom teacher for Izuku, then they would tell them about how the school is run, then they would tell them that he would be treated like every student that goes there, and it ends with them offering to let Izuku enroll in their school. That's when Miss Azumi declines the offer and drags Izuku away from the building. Whenever he asked why she declined the offers, the answer was always the same. They didn't look me in the eyes when they said you'll be treated equally, or they bite their lip cheek when talking. He didn't understand how Miss Azumi was able to tell they were lying from that, but he was in no position to argue. So here they were, standing in front of the last school on their list. It was a 2-floor brick building with a concrete playground. It wasn't a rich school because it was in a poorer part of the city. Izuku doesn't know how he felt about this school. On one hand, he doesn't know how safe he'll be if he attends this school, but on the other hand, it was the last school on the list and he just hopes that this school would accept him. Well, this is the last one, Ono Elementary, Miss Azumi said, looking at the surrounding buildings. The buildings surrounding the school were rough-looking homes with some dead grass, leafless trees, and cracks covering the sidewalks. It wasn't the friendliest-looking neighborhood, but if the faculty will treat Izuku like every other student, then they'll have to deal with it. If they lie to me, then we'll have to look into homeschooling or online school. They walked in and went straight to the principal's office. Sitting behind the desk was a 5 feet 9 inches pudgy chameleon. He was wearing a blue suit and a black tie. Standing next to him was a woman with shoulder-length blonde hair and also appears to have features of a kangaroo. She had kangaroo ears, legs, feet, and a tail. She was wearing a white blouse and a pair of black jeans. "Hello, I'm Principal Tetsuya, and here with me is one of our homeroom teachers, Mrs. Yubi." The now-named Tetsuya introduced themselves. "Hello, I'm Haru Azumi, and here with me is Izuku Midoriya. We are hoping that you will accept him into your school," Miss Azumi said with a bow. Izuku followed her example and bowed as well, hoping that he's making a good impression. He took a seat afterward and looked at both faculty members, trying to get a good read on both of them. So far, they seem nice, but a lot of people seemed nice before, and look at where he is now. We'll be glad to have him. Now we know you might have some concerns that you would like to address. The school isn't in the best area. How safe will the children be here? We know it's one of the biggest concerns of our school. That's why we put a lot of emphasis on security here to ensure the safety of everyone here. So far, to Izuku, the principal seems to be telling the truth, but he couldn't read people like Miss Azumi could. I would like to know the school values. The school highly values education and athleticism. We want to set every child up for success in their future schooling careers, Mrs. Yubi answered for Principal Tetsuya. To Azumi, every answer seemed alright. Neither of them seemed to be lying, but that's what it looked like for the previous schools. Now, to know if they're lying, she's going to ask the deal breaker. Back in Izuku's old school, he was getting bullied, and the teachers did nothing, Miss Azumi sternly said, looking directly into the chameleon's eyes. I need to know that he won't be ignored if something like that happens. Tetsuya looked a little saddened by hearing what happened to the young boy in his old school. Now I can't promise that Izuku won't be bullied because that's bound to happen to a majority of children, sadly. But we can promise that as long as Izuku goes and seeks help from anyone in the faculty, we'll deal with the issue. Izuku waited for Miss Azumi to take him out of the room and start looking for a tutor. But what she said next surprised him. "Is it all right for us to take a tour of the building?" "Of course, Yubi, would you please?" Tetsuya asked. "Absolutely, follow me." Both Izuku and Miss Azumi followed the kangaroo-human hybrid around the school. They saw some classrooms, the nurse's office, cafeteria, and every exit to the building. Mrs. Yubi told them the schedule as well. After their little tour, they walked back into the principal's office. "I take it you found everything all right?" The chameleon principal greeted them. "Yes, we did, and I must say this school looks nice," Miss Azumi complimented. "Thank you, we take pride in keeping our school neat and proper." Principal Tetsuya cleared his throat. "Now back to business." Miss Azumi nodded, "Right." The chameleon principal pulled out a file from a filing cabinet. "If Izuku were to attend our school, we'll need him to agree that he'll follow our rules, and we also need to know any allergies that he might have." Taking the file from the chameleon, Miss Azumi got ready to leave. "Thank you, we'll keep in touch." After leaving, Izuku couldn't stay quiet any longer. "Why didn't you reject their offer?" "They were straightforward with me," the caretaker answered. And that was that. They were quiet for the rest of the way back to the orphanage. 4 days later, they ended up agreeing for Izuku to go to Ono Elementary. He was a little nervous for his first day, but he decided to look on the bright side since no one knew him, yet he had a chance to make a good first impression. Maybe it was a good thing that Miss Azumi took him out of his old school. Since it was his first day, he had to wait outside of the classroom until the teacher called him in. He got lucky with who his homeroom teacher was, Mrs. Yubi. He remembered how nice she was when she gave him a tour of the school. He also remembers how she didn't ignore any of his questions during the tour, but that might be because Miss Azumi was there as well. But he doesn't want to believe that. So he just stood there waiting to hear his name to signal him to enter. "Izuku, you can enter now," he heard through the door. Well, this is it, he thought to himself, no need to panic. They don't know you yet. They can't judge you if they don't know you. He opened the door and walked in front of his peers. He turned and was met with a sea of students, a majority of them with mutation quirks. He saw kids with multiple limbs, animal body parts, and some with different colored skin like blue, green, or purple. Now, there were some kids that didn't have any mutation quirks, but there weren't a lot. Children, look at me, the teacher asked for the children's attention. This is Izuku. He will be joining our class. Let's give him a big, warm welcome. Welcome, Izuku, the chorus of children said. Izuku bowed, thank you for having me. Why don't you take the seat next to Fumikage Tokoyami? Mrs. Yubi told Izuku. Oh Fumikage, would you please raise your hand? Izuku saw a hand raised in the back of the room. He walked towards the raised hand and sat in the empty desk. He looked over and saw the kid named Fumikage Tokoyami. Tokoyami had a raven's head, a yellow beak, and red eyes. Even though he was sitting, Izuku could tell that he was a little taller than the raven-headed boy. Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya, Izuku greeted. Fumikage Tokoyami, he said, keeping his head down. Then, a shadowy figure with yellow eyes and a raven head emerged from the boy's body. I'm Dark Shadow. Izuku was taken back a little from the shadow but gained his composure soon after. Is that your quirk? It's so cool. Tokoyami was surprised by the green-haired boy's excitement over his quirk. Other than his parents, no one really complimented his quirk. They were either scared of Dark Shadow or thought he was weird because he talked to his quirk. But this kid, he wasn't afraid of Dark Shadow, no, he actually found it cool. They didn't say anything for the rest of the PRD, just sat in silence and paid attention to the lesson their teacher was giving them. 3 hours later. Lunchtime came fast, and Tokoyami did what he always did, sitting alone in the back of the cafeteria. It was a normal occurrence for him. No one really wanted to sit with the weird kid who could talk with his quirk. Which was fine. He was used to it, but it didn't mean he didn't feel lonely. He pulled out his lunch, which was a plain tuna sandwich his mother made for him. It wasn't his favorite lunch, but he wouldn't complain. He would rather have one of his mother's sandwiches than one of the school-made lunches. He was about to take the first bite of his lunch when he was interrupted by a nuisance that's been bothering him in his school life. Whatcha eating Tokoyami, meow, someone said in a mocking voice. That someone is Yukari Asakawa. Yukari is a girl with orange hair and a cat mutation quirk that gives her the ears, eyes, paws, and whiskers of a cat. He didn't fully understand why she annoys him. Maybe it's because he's the quiet weird kid, or it's because she has a cat quirk and he has a type of bird quirk and she sees him as her prey. But that's just dumb thinking if that's the reason. Just a tuna sandwich, Yukari, he responded. Really? Let me try some, she said before snatching away his sandwich. I love tuna, meow. Yukari took a bite out of the sandwich before immediately spitting it back out. Pway! That was the worst tuna I've ever had, she said with pure disgust. I guess the tuna we have at home is going bad. Can I have it back now? Yukari didn't even listen to Tokoyami because when he asked for his lunch back, she threw it on the ground. My lunch! Tokoyami shouted. I am doing you a favor, meow. That sandwich was disgusting, she said, wiping her mouth. But, what am I supposed to eat now? How should I know? Hiss, she hissed at him. Nails from her paws started to extend. She was getting ready to pounce. Seeing this, Tokoyami braced himself for all the scratches he'll receive. Hey, leave him alone. Tokoyami opened his eyes to see the green-haired boy who was interested in his quirk. What was his name again? Izuru? Izuku? Whatever it was, he is just confused as to why he's here. Get out of here. It's nothing, hiss. It doesn't look like nothing. Oh yeah, then what does it look like? Yukari said in a condescending tone. It looks like you're picking on him, the boy said. Yukari looked frustrated before a light bulb turned on his head. You're the new kid, right? She asked with a condescending smile. Yeah. I get it. You don't get how things go around here, meow, the ginger kitten said, putting a paw on Izuku's shoulder. You see, everyone around here listens to whatever I say and never talks back to me. Got it, she explained, digging her claws into his shoulder to scare him. But the boy didn't allow himself to be intimidated. He grabbed her paw and forcefully removed it from his shoulder. If you don't apologize, then I'll tell the teacher, he said as he dropped her paw. That got on Yukari's nerve, and she pounced at the kid who talked back to her. But instead of standing still and taking her scratches, the kid moved out of the way. She was shocked. No one ever dodged one of her attacks. She decided to ignore that tidbit and attacked him again. But every time she lunged at him, every time she tried to make contact with her claws, he moved out of the way. This went on for a couple of minutes before she got tired. You know what, Yukari said in between breaths, forget this. She walked away from the two boys in defeat. Tokoyami was stunned. No one ever stood up for him, let alone against Yukari. Hey, you okay? He was brought out of his trance when the green-haired boy spoke to him. I'm fine, but why did you intervene? It was a question he never thought he would ask. He had a hard time believing that someone would even come near him during lunch unless it was to torment him. It looked like you needed help, the greenette responded. That shocked Tokoyami the most. No one ever helped him because they were either afraid of Dark Shadow or they thought he would use Dark Shadow as protection. Which he would never do because his parents say he would be breaking a quirk law. "Was this your lunch?" the boy asked, pointing to the now ruined tuna sandwich on the floor. Tokoyami now remembered that he doesn't have a lunch anymore. His stomach growled, signaling that he hasn't eaten anything yet. He nodded in embarrassment. "Do you want some of mine?" The boy raised his paper bag. "It's curry." Tokoyami didn't really want to be a bother or take some of the kids' lunch, but he was so hungry. "Please," he said, a little embarrassed. Izuku sat down at his table and took out a container that held his curry. He split it evenly, so there was an equal amount of rice, udon, and bread for both of them. They dug into their lunch and ate in peaceful silence. Tokoyami finished first, and not wanting to sit in an awkward silence, he asked the green-haired kid a question. "I'm sorry, but I forgot what your name was. But also, what is your quirk?" Izuku swallowed the food that was in his mouth and looked at Tokoyami. "My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I'm quirkless." A few months passed since Izuku started to attend Ono Elementary, and a lot happened. First, he and Tokoyami became great friends after the now-dubbed lunchroom incident. Second, Kisho got adopted and sure he was sad that he wouldn't get to see his friend all that much, but he is happy that he was able to get adopted and hopes it was a loving family. Finally, he had a birthday and is now 7 years old. It was his first and soon-to-be many birthday without his family. He was saddened that he wouldn't wake up to his mother singing him happy birthday, making him pancakes, and ending the day with presents, katsudon for dinner, and cake for dessert. He didn't even want to leave his bed in the morning, not even for the enticing smell of Miss Azumi's cooking. All he wanted to do that day was just sleep the day away until the clock strikes midnight. But Miss Azumi wouldn't let that happen. You see, this wasn't the first time that a child wanted to stay in bed on their birthday. She had a plan for these types of situations, and it always starts with her making breakfast. See, she knows that not a lot of people could deny her cooking for too long. While she makes breakfast, she would send 2 kids up to the child and just talk about the food. It wouldn't take more than 5 minutes for them to race downstairs for their meal out of hunger or just to get away from the 2 kids she sent up. That was how she got Izuku downstairs. "Good morning, sleepyhead," she said teasingly. She is currently cooking bacon along with some muffins, eggs, and French toast. A little birdie told me it was someone's birthday. Hearing that, Izuku turned around and walked back to the stairs. "Now hold on there," Miss Azumi called out, "you're not about to spend your birthday in bed." "But why?" Izuku whined already on the first step of the stairs. "Because it's the day you were brought into this world, and that's worth celebrating," she told him, dragging him back into the kitchen. "Now, what type of muffin do you want?" Seeing that he won't be able to get away from her, Izuku decided to comply with what she says. So that's how he found himself looking at a plate of blueberry muffins, scrambled eggs, and 5 pieces of bacon. Now, he'd be lying if he didn't say it was one of the best breakfasts he ever had, how the muffins were rich yet sweet with a blueberry aftertaste. The crispiness of the bacon and the crunch it made after every bite. Miss Azumi walked into the dining hall and smiled when she saw Izuku enjoying his breakfast. "Is it good?" she asked, only to get a nodded response. "That's good. Now, after you finish, I want you to brush your teeth and get ready for the day." Swallowing his food, Izuku looked up at her and asked, "Why? What's going on today?" "Well, that's not for me to decide. It's up to you to decide on what you want to do," she told him. She then started listing off all the options for what they could do. "We could go see a movie, go to an amusement park, or go into the country. It's all up to you. I can even call Tokoyami's family and see if he's able to join us today." Hearing his options, Izuku finished his breakfast, put his dishes in the sink, and went upstairs and got ready for the day. Since it was summer, he chose to wear a red All Might t-shirt and blue shorts. While he was brushing his teeth, he thought about what they could do for his birthday. "A movie sounds good, but I don't know what movies are playing," Izuku thought. Then there's not knowing if Fumikage would actually want to see a movie. So maybe seeing a movie might not be the best thing to do, but he's not going to dismiss that option. Going to an amusement park would be fun. However, we might not be tall enough to ride any of the good rides. Maybe an amusement park wouldn't be a good idea. So that option goes out the window. Now, all that leaves is a trip to the country. Izuku began to think of the possibilities of the trip in the country. It sounds peaceful and nice, but it also might be boring. He finished cleaning his teeth and headed downstairs to tell Miss Azumi his decision. He already eliminated one of them, but he needed to pick one. He saw her tending to the other children in the living room. He walked up to her and got her attention. "Did you make a decision?" she asked, looking down at him. "Yeah," he answered her. She smiled. "All right, tell me what we're doing, and I'll go call Tokoyami's family." The trip to the country was long, but it was nice. Tokoyami was able to join them, which made Izuku happy. It was the first time in years that he had a friend attend one of his birthday parties since being diagnosed as quirkless. It felt great to finally celebrate his birthday with a friend again. Now don't get him wrong, he did enjoy spending previous birthdays with his mom, but he did get lonely. He decided to stop thinking about his mother for a little bit because he didn't want to bring his mood down. They arrived at a large open area that was surrounded by a forest with a big lake nearby. There were families on walks, swimming in the lake, or having a picnic. It was a beautiful place to be on a hot summer day. "All right," Miss Azumi said, getting the boys' attention, "I'll set up the picnic, while you two can go run around and play." "Okay, thank you, Miss Azumi," they said before running off. They ran towards the lake first, so they weren't too far away from the caretaker. They looked out at the clear blue water and saw other children swimming, some adults kayaking, and some were fishing. The fish were swimming about looking for bugs or some smaller fish to feast on. Izuku picked up a smooth pebble and turned to Tokoyami. "I bet I can skip a pebble further across the lake than you could," Izuku challenged before skipping his pebble across the lake. They both looked on the water and saw the pebble skip 4 times across the lake. Not wanting to lose to his friend, Tokoyami picked up a pebble of his own. "Bet I could," he told Izuku before skipping his pebble. His pebble also skipped across the water 4 times. They both looked at each other before immediately picking up more pebbles to skip across the lake, not wanting their little competition to end with a tie. They went at it for a few minutes before Miss Azumi called them over for lunch. The 2 boys whined. No matter how many times they skipped their pebbles across the lake, it always ended with a tie, with neither of the boys getting more than 5 skips. "Ah, just a few more minutes," Izuku whined. "I was about to win." "No, you weren't," Tokoyami argued. "Clearly, I was about to win." "Yeah, right," Izuku snapped back. Seeing things were about to get out of hand, Miss Azumi walked to the lake, picked up a pebble, and skipped it 9 times across the river. The boys' jaws dropped when they saw the pebble skip across the river. The way it bounced off the water, how the water rippled after every skip, and the distance it traveled after every skip. They were brought out of their trance by the thrower's voice. "Does that settle your competition?" she asked. The boys only nodded, not being able to speak after seeing that spectacle. "Great, now how about lunch?" Not wanting to argue with her, the boys followed her to a blanket that she set up while the boys were having their competition. They sat down while Miss Azumi opened the picnic basket, pulling out different assortments of sandwiches, fruits, and drinks. She handed the respective foods to each of the boys for them to feast upon. A few minutes passed as they ate their lunch. After they finished, Miss Azumi told the boys they had a few hours before they had to leave. So after hearing that, the boys decided to go for a walk in the woods. There was a pathway they could use so they wouldn't get lost. It was peaceful without all the car horns, loud people, and possible villain attack. Even though he was worried that the day would be boring, Izuku was glad that he chose to go out in the country for his birthday. "It's nice out here, isn't it?" Izuku broke the silence, and he was right. All the trees, flowers, and wildlife around are made for a beautiful scenery. "You're right, it is," Tokoyami replied. "But, I would like to apologize for something." "For what?" a confused Izuku asked. He didn't know why his friend was apologizing for something. Was it about earlier? Because if it is, I share some of the blame for that as well. "No, it's not that," Tokoyami sighed, looking away from his friend. "Then what are you apologizing for?" Izuku worriedly said. He is scared that his friend is about to abandon him like the rest. He didn't want that to happen, let alone on his birthday. He was brought out of his thoughts when Tokoyami suddenly turned to him and bowed. "I'm sorry that I didn't know it was your birthday," Tokoyami said suddenly. "If I did, I would have gotten you a present." That confused Izuku. Why would Tokoyami apologize for something like that? It was something so small and insignificant. It was also his fault because he didn't tell his friend when his birthday was. "Look at me, Fumikage," Izuku said. Fumikage raised his head to see his friend smiling. "I'm not mad, besides it's mostly my fault for not telling you and Miss Azumi just dropping it on you." "So, you're not mad?" Tokoyami asked. "No, I'm not," Izuku said, "besides you being here is a better present than you could ever get." And that's how the day in the country ended. They went back to the orphanage and had some katsudon. Overall, Izuku has to say it was one of his favorite birthdays, top 7 at least. Even though he didn't get any presents, Izuku wasn't upset about it. Sure, getting presents for your birthday is nice and everything, but he was happy that he got to spend the day with his friend. All in all, it was a pretty good day. A couple of days passed since Izuku's birthday, and nothing really happened. Sure, him and Fumikage hung out, but since they weren't in school, they were left with a lot of free time. So, he was currently lying in his bed, tossing a ball up and down. He was thinking about what he was going to do that day. I could hang out with Fumikage, but he said that he was going to spend the day with his mother running some errands. Maybe I could go for a walk, then again that probably won't take that long. I should ask Miss Azumi and see if she has something for me to do, but I don't want to bother her. He was brought out of his thoughts by the other kids who were making so much noise downstairs. Wanting to know what was going on, Izuku rushed downstairs to where the noise was coming from. He was met with all the other kids, Miss Azumi, and the other caretakers of the orphanage. Izuku didn't really know their names because he mainly spent most of his time with either Miss Azumi or Fumikage. Now, they did help him from time to time, but it never felt like they wanted but more like they had to. Which was fine because he wasn't really looking to form a bond with the other caretakers, and they still helped him, which was more than what he could say about previous teachers. "What's going on?" Izuku asked. "Oh, Izuku, you came just in time," Miss Azumi said when she noticed him. "We're just about to do sign-ups." "What are sign-ups?" Izuku asked. "Sign-ups are where you kids sign up for an activity to do. Stuff like athletics, cooking, or music," answered one of the other caretakers. The caretaker that just spoke was the strict one, and the way she dressed helped back that up. No matter the day, month, weather, or holiday, she always wore a black blazer, black dress pants, black high-heel boots, and rectangular frame glasses. She has black shoulder-length hair that she always has tied in a ponytail and hazel eyes. It was also quite rare to see her without a clipboard. "It's something that we came up with a few years ago to get you kids active and for you to have something to do," answered the other caretaker. Now, this one Izuku didn't really know much about, and not a lot of the other kids did either. He was the only male caretaker who worked at the orphanage, and he had a layback approach to taking care of children. He has orange hair and a patchy beard. He would usually wear sweatpants and some random sports team t-shirt. "And we're about to start signing the children up to the activity of their choosing," Miss Azumi said. She went over to the glasses-wearing caretaker and got a sheet of paper. She passed the paper back towards him, and he looked it over. "It's a list of your options. We'll give you some time to look it over and you can come to us when you make your decision." Izuku went to the dining hall and looked over all his options. He first looked in the athletics section and saw stuff like football, cricket, basketball, gymnastics, baseball, martial arts, and tennis. He didn't feel like he was athletic enough for sports like football, basketball, or martial arts, but doing gymnastics did sound interesting to him. But wanting to keep his options open, Izuku looked at the next section. This was the cooking section, and nothing seemed to interest him. He didn't really want to bake or grill, and he certainly didn't want to learn about the history of where each food or cooking style originated from. Seeing that he didn't want to do anything cooking-related anytime soon, Izuku looked at the music section. Now, the music section interested Izuku a little. Learning how to play a woodwind, brass, string, or percussion instrument was intriguing to him. He always did want to learn how to play an instrument, and this was his opportunity to start, but gymnastics also interested him as well. He was torn on what he wanted to do. Izuku decided to let fate pick what he was going to do, so he took a yen coin out of his pocket, and whatever side it landed on deciding whether or not he was going to do gymnastics or play an instrument. Taking a deep breath, Izuku tossed the coin in the air. 3 days have passed since sign-ups, and Izuku is getting ready for his first lesson. He decided to wear black shorts and a plain white t-shirt for the occasion. Since he's classified as quirkless, the caretakers had to find a place that wouldn't discriminate against him. They were lucky that the place they found was starting a new batch of participants that day, which seemed to calm Izuku's nerves that he wouldn't have to learn anything right away, but was nervous about meeting new people. Miss Azumi volunteered to take him to his first lesson. The building wasn't too far from the orphanage, so they decided to walk. The nice warm summer day made the walk enjoyable as they talked about what he signed up for. They reached their destination in a couple of minutes. It was a 2-story tall plain white building with no sign. The front door was opened with an attendant standing next to it. They walked up and showed the person the sign-up sheet and asked if they were at the right place. The person looked over the sheet and nodded. "It's in the back," the attendant said, pointing inside the building. Miss Azumi thanked the attendant and walked towards the back. They made it about halfway before Miss Azumi stopped them and crouched down to Izuku's level. "Before we go in, I want to tell you something," she said while looking into Izuku's eyes. "If you don't want to do this, that's fine, but I want you to go to at least 5 lessons first, okay?" "Okay," Izuku agreed. After their little talk, they entered a room with a padded floor, beams, a trampoline, and bars. There were kids on one side of the room and the parents on the opposite side. There was a young-looking woman wearing gray workout shorts and a pink tank top. She had long flowing brown hair and green eyes. She was also taller than Miss Azumi. "Hello, are you here for gymnastics?" she asked. Yes, we signed up this little guy, Miss Azumi said, signaling towards Izuku. Really? The woman said. She crouched down to Izuku's height. Hello, I'm Maria Kaida, and I'll be your instructor. Hi, I am Izuku Midoriya, he introduced himself. He was feeling a little intimidated by the giant that was in front of him. Why don't you go over and talk with the other kids while I talk with Maria, Miss Azumi suggested. Liking that idea, Izuku nodded and walked over to the other children. He looked at the other children and saw, much like his class, a majority of them had mutation quirks. He didn't think much of it as he looked over the crowd to see if he could recognize anyone he knew. He didn't, so he just waited for the lesson to start, not wanting to bother anyone. A few minutes passed before Maria walked to the center of the room and placed a stack of paper at her feet. All right, I would like everyone's attention, she said with a voice that screamed confidence. Parents and guardians, I just need your attention for a few minutes before you can get out of here. She picked up one of the papers and showed it off to the parents. Lessons will be 45 minutes and take place on Sundays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, giving you time to relax and for schoolwork. Actual lessons will start this Saturday until the end of October. This form will tell you everything we'll be doing this year. If you wish to continue with the lessons, I urge you to sign up again next year. She then passed out the form to the parents. And that's it for me. If you have any questions, please ask. If not, then I'll see you when you come and pick up your kids. None of them had any questions as the form was very descriptive. They made their way to the door and were met with a woman who had the appearance of a frog with a long face, a big mouth, and dark greenish hair. Along with her is a young girl who also has the appearance of a frog, who also has a big mouth but has short dark green hair. Sorry we're late, the older woman said between breaths. It's all right, Maria said. Are you here to drop off your daughter? Yes, the woman said when she gained her breath. I'm Baru Azui, and this is my daughter Tsuyu Azui, Jero. Hello, Ribbit, Tsuyu said softly. Hello, Tsuyu, she said to the young girl. She then handed the girl's mom one of the forms. Why don't you go and join the other children, and don't worry, you didn't miss much. Everything you need to know is on the flyer next to you. I also dismissed the parents and guardians, so you don't need to stay. Baru nodded and said her goodbyes to her daughter. The rest of the adults did the same to their respective children before leaving. Now alone, Maria began to speak with the children. All right, since I don't believe in learning anything on the first day, why don't we introduce ourselves, she suggested. I'll go first. Hi, I'm Maria Kaida, I'll be your instructor, and my quirk makes me rubber, she said, demonstrating her quirk. She bent backward effortlessly into a crab walk position with her head touching the back of her legs. So who's next, she said as she looked at the sea of children in front of her. And that's how the next few minutes went. A kid would say their name, something about themselves, and ended with them stating what their quirk was and a demonstration. Some time passed before it was his turn to introduce himself. Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya, I like Katsudan, and I'm Quirkless, he stuttered out. After he said the quirkless part, Izuku noticed a few looks of disgust and worry that his condition is contagious. Thank you for introducing yourself, Izuku, Maria said. She pointed to the frog girl that came in late. Why don't you introduce yourself, dear? Hello, I'm Tsuyu Azui, please call me Tsu, my quirk is frog, and it gives me the abilities of a frog, Ribbit, she said, as she stuck out her tongue as a demonstration. A few more kids introduced themselves after her. With the introductions done, Maria let the children talk among themselves for the rest of the lesson to get more familiar with each other. Izuku tried to go and talk with the other kids, but they would always walk away from him whenever he got close. He also waited for someone to come and talk to him, but no one ever did because they didn't want to come close to the quirkless kid. He walked over to a corner and sat down, and waited for the lesson to end. He just sat there and watched as the other kids socialized and made friends while he was alone. Hello, Ribbit, Izuku was startled by the sound of a frog. He looked up and saw the frog girl standing in front of him. Can I sit next to you? Izuku nodded and let the girl sit next to him. They sat in silence for a few seconds before the girl spoke. Why are you sitting alone, Ribbit? She asked. No one wanted to talk to me, Izuku answered. Did you try to talk to them? They always walk away from me before I can speak. Well, I want to talk to you, Ribbit, she told him. Izuku looked at her and smiled. She then stuck out her hand. Tsuyu, but please call me Tsu. Izuku, he responded. They talked with each other for the rest of the lesson. Even when the parents came to pick up their kids, they sat in the corner and talked with each other. Even when Baru and Miss Azumi told them it was time to go, they didn't want to stop talking. So, to compromise the situation, both Baru and Miss Azumi exchanged numbers so they could set up a time for them to see each other. Knowing that they will see each other outside of gymnastics, Izuku and Tsuyu said goodbye and went back to their respective homes. Naomasa was at a loss from what the former vigilante known as Jack Rabbit was telling him. He didn't understand why the boy was telling him all this pointless stuff about his early life before his career in vigilantism. Now what the boy told was true. His quirk told him that no matter how pointless the stories were, it wasn't what he was looking for. There was some helpful information from the boy's stories, but it wasn't much. What was the point to all of that? Naomasa asked, interrupting the boy's tale. Because this doesn't really help us in any way. I thought you wanted to hear about how I became a vigilante. Izuku stuttered out a response. I do, but clothes shopping, school searching, and how you picked an athletics program doesn't really tell me anything. Naomasa slammed the table. Naomasa was frustrated, having to be at work long after his shift ended, search for a file of someone that wasn't in their system, and now listening to a pointless story that doesn't tell him anything. Have you heard of the butterfly effect? Izuku received a nod in response. The reason I told you all that stuff is because I feel like it had an impact on where I am in now. You do realize that you're in an interrogation room handcuffed to a chair, right? I know, but if I didn't go to that school, or if the coin landed differently, then I wouldn't have the friends I have today or possibly became a vigilante, Izuku said with a smile. Being stuck in an interrogation room and having to relive what got him to this point gave Izuku plenty of time to think. With all the good and the bad that happened in his life, Izuku wouldn't change any of his choices that got him to this point in time. Naomasa sighed and rubbed both of his eyes. So you're telling me that the reason you were a nuisance to the police force and the heroes was because of a coin? Not the main reason. If Izuku was able to move his arms, he would be rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. It kind of started about 2 years ago. Alright, Naomasa said while sighing. He pulled out Izuku's quirk registry and crossed out quirkless and began writing down a description of Izuku's quirk. Before we continue, I'm gonna have to ask you the name of your quirk. Why? Because it's a federal offense to have a false registration and I want to lessen the amount of jail time that you will receive. Naomasa had the pen under the line where a crossed out quirkless was. I call it split second, Izuku answered, and Naomasa wrote the name down. He put the registry back in the folder and nodded to Izuku, indicating that he could continue his story. As I said earlier that it started about 2 years ago. A few years passed since Izuku was brought to the orphanage, and if he had to describe his life in a word, he would say it was, alright. Him and Fumikage were still friends and were always in the same classes together. Keeping his promise to Miss Azumi, Izuku went to his first 5 gymnastics lessons, and when she gave him the option to drop it, Izuku chose to stay and kept on taking more lessons. Because he chose to continue with the lessons, he and Tsu grew closer as friends and were able to introduce her to Fumikage. Life at the orphanage was good for the most part. Since he was the oldest, the caretakers thought it would be a good idea for him to have his own room, which he was happy about because it gave him some privacy from the other kids. But being the oldest had its downsides because all of the kids he grew up with were adopted. He was happy for them, it's just that since he got lonely sometimes. He also had to help take care of the children because the glasses-wearing caretaker, he never learned her name, said it would build character, and the male caretaker, he didn't bother to even try to learn his name, was too lazy to even do anything. Now, everything in his life wasn't always so great because he still faced discrimination in school and his gymnastic lessons, but no one could physically harm him because of his quirk. Also, at the orphanage, he was used as a tool to get other kids with weak quirks adopted. When he was younger, whenever a family came in, Glasses would set up some interviews where a kid with a weak quirk would be interviewed first, then she would send him in telling the family that he was quirkless, and they would immediately ask to adopt the other kid. Now it's because he's 14 years old and no one really wants to adopt anyone over waking up. Izuku looked around his small room and saw that it was kind of plain. He had a plain dresser that stored all of his clothes, a mirror that hangs above his dresser, a desk with a computer, an All Might poster, a window with a view of the backyard, and his bed. Getting out of bed, Izuku put on his school uniform and walked to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Afterward, he walked downstairs and made his way to the kitchen to help Miss Azumi make breakfast. He arrived at the kitchen and was met with the sight of Miss Azumi slaving away at the oven, making scrambled eggs. Izuku was glad that the other two caretakers forced him to help take care of the children, because every time he saw Miss Azumi cook he always felt bad because she was the only one that makes all the meals for the children. Izuku washed his hands and put on the apron that Miss Azumi got for him before looking over the note that she left for him. After the first day that Izuku was forced to help, he learned that when Miss Azumi was in the middle of cooking, the only way to get her attention was if the building was on fire, under attack, or if one of the kids were hurt. Izuku. All I need you to do is take out the remaining egg cartons, a mixing bowl, and a whisk. Crack the eggs into the mixing bowl and whisk the eggs until it's a perfect mixture of the egg yolks and whites. After that, put the bowl next to me and the whisk in the sink. Thank you. Understanding what he needed to do, Izuku went to the refrigerator and pulled out the remaining 6 egg cartons. Living in an orphanage meant there were a lot of mouths to feed, so they had to buy a lot of food and drinks in bulk. Taking out the mixing bowl from the cabinet and a whisk from a drawer, Izuku began to do his part with making breakfast. Miss Azumi taught him the best way to crack an egg on a flat surface like the counter so the eggshells don't get into the bowl. After finally cracking all the eggs, Izuku began whisking them until there was a perfect consistency of egg yolks and egg whites. He put the bowl next to Miss Azumi before cleaning up. After hanging up his apron, Izuku began to do his other early morning chores. He first began to collect all the trash around the house and took it out to the dumpster next to the building. It was one of Izuku's favorite chores because it gave him the chance to get some fresh air, and on certain days, he would get to see the sunrise. Today wasn't one of those days because the sun would rise until later, but the fresh air was nice. After taking out the trash, it was time for Izuku to do his most dreadful chore, waking up the children. Now, most of the time everything goes peacefully with nothing going wrong, but there is always a low chance of everything going wrong, and what's worse is that he has to do it for both the boys' room and the girls' room. Izuku also didn't like that he had to wake up all the children because most of them had to go to school at different times, but since the rooms weren't separated by age and Miss Azumi didn't want to make breakfast again at different times in the morning, so the caretakers decided it would be for the best to wake up the kids at the same time. Taking a deep breath, Izuku arrived at the boys' room first since he used to sleep there and had a better understanding of how the wake-up calls were. Izuku opened the door and turned on the lights, waking up a few of the boys. He then started clapping his hands, waking up the rest of the boys. The sound of their complaints and frustrated groans filled the room as Izuku left. He headed towards the girls' room to do the exact same thing, except he would have to use his voice for some of them. After waking up the children, Izuku went back down to the kitchen to get his breakfast. Another perk to having to help around the orphanage is that he gets first dibs on breakfast. Now, when he was younger, he would wake up late and miss out on certain foods and drinks, but now he can get the first crack at what he wants. Grabbing a plate of scrambled eggs and a cup of apple juice, Izuku sat down and began eating his breakfast. As Izuku was eating, he saw a few of the children head for the kitchen to get their breakfast. He felt someone pat his back and saw Miss Azumi holding a few yen bills. "Thanks for your help," she told him and handed him the money. Izuku took the money and put it in his pocket, and smiled at her. "You're welcome. It's the least I can do for everything that you do around here." She smiled and hugged him because of his quirk. "Do you want me to make you a lunch for today?" she asked as she broke away from the hug. Izuku shook his head and patted his pocket. "I can get something on the way to school." "Okay, but don't get anything too unhealthy," she told him as she made her way back to the kitchen. "I won't," Izuku called out and returned to his breakfast. After Izuku started helping around the orphanage, he rarely asked Miss Azumi to make him lunch anymore. Not that it wasn't good or anything, it's just after seeing her make breakfast for the first time he didn't want to put any more stress onto her. Izuku finished his breakfast shortly after their little conversation, and after putting his dishes in the sink, he made his way up to his room. After reaching his room, Izuku got ready for the day. He first got some more money to buy some lunch, then he put his notebooks in his book bag and finished off by putting on his favorite red sneakers. Izuku raced downstairs towards the front door, ready for what the day threw at him. "I'm going now." Izuku's voice echoed through the house as he opened the front door. "Have a great day, Izuku." He heard Miss Azumi's voice echo back. After hearing her words of encouragement, Izuku raced through the front door and began making his way to school. When walking to school, Izuku did one of his favorite things, looking at the scenery. One of the many things that Izuku enjoys about living in the orphanage is where it's located. It's a rural-urban hybrid area where it's not too far from the city, nor is it too close. It made everything convenient for him and the caretakers, mainly Miss Azumi and sometimes Glasses, because it was really easy to get to the city and back. It was also safe from major villain attacks as well. Izuku spotted a convenience store in the corner of his eye and made a break for it. Walking through the automated doors, Izuku was blasted by the cool air coming from the air conditioner, which made him shiver a little. He walked through the aisles, figuring out what he wanted for lunch when he came across some sandwiches. Izuku chose a teriyaki chicken sandwich, made his way to the drink section, and grabbed a water bottle. After paying for his items, Izuku continued his trek to school. After a couple of minutes, Izuku finally arrived at his school. Waiting outside the front gates was Fumikage Tokoyami, his best friend. Throughout the years, Fumikage didn't change that much, with his feathers getting a little darker. Izuku was still a little taller than him, though. Izuku waved, gaining his friend's attention. "Hey Fumikage," Izuku called out to his friend. "Hello Izuku," Fumikage responded as Izuku reached the front gates. "What took you so long?" "Had to stop and buy some lunch," Izuku answered as the two boys made their way to the school's main entrance. "So you still don't want the Grand Mistress to make you lunch?" Fumikage spoke in a weird manner. Even though he didn't change much appearance-wise, Fumicage's personality did change over the years. He became more polite, but one day, he suddenly started speaking like he was part of the occult. Izuku wanted to know why he started talking like that, but his fears got the best of him, and he decided to just go along with it. Only on school days and on days when she's really busy, Izuku reached his locker and began opening it up. Not wanting to put unnecessary stress on the Grand Mistress is a respectable act. Fumikage opened his locker and began storing the items that he was going to need later in the day. Well, if it helps in any way, Izuku closed his locker door, and the two boys made their way to their class. "I kind of wish I could do more to help out, though. Don't let the ocean of guilt swallow you when you already do so much," Fumikage eminently. Even though Izuku doesn't understand his friend most of the time, he always knows what to say. "Thanks, I appreciate that." The two boys entered their classroom and took their seats as the bell rang. Their teacher, a woman with short purple hair and green lizard skin, entered the room carrying a stack of papers. "All right, settle down, everyone. Now, as you know, you're all third-year students, and it's time to get serious about what you want to do in the future." She began passing out the papers to the students. "I know most of you want to be heroes, but please take this test seriously so you at least have a backup plan for the future." After receiving his test, Izuku began reading over the questions. As he was reading the questions, he began thinking about what he wanted to do. Izuku wants to help people, but because he's listed as quirkless, it makes it harder for him to get a job because people with quirks are seen as more qualified than people without quirks. Izuku also didn't want to be a hero after the incident when he was a kid. Now it's not like Izuku despises heroes. He still looks up to a few of them. It's just that he didn't fully agree with what it has become. When heroes first became a thing, the belief was that they would put the innocent health and safety first and capture the villain second, and it was like that in the earlier years, but things changed. After a couple of years, the UN felt that every hero needed to get paid, so they would pay more attention to saving lives than having to worry about money, and Izuku didn't have a problem with that. The one thing that Izuku did have a problem with was the hero ranking system. Ever since the system was put in place, heroes turned their attention from saving the innocent first and capturing the villain second to capturing the villain no matter what. Heroes like Endeavor, who rank up a high body count, both villains and citizens, to heroes like Uwabami, who pay more attention to promoting their brand than doing anything that makes one a hero. What makes things worse is that Endeavor is the number 2 ranked hero. But it's not all bad. Heroes like All Might and the hero group Wild Pussycat still believe that saving people is what a hero should do. Izuku looked over to his friend, who seemed to be struggling with a few questions. Fumikage wants to be a hero, but not one that aims for the spotlight, but one that fights in the shadows and away from the media. His other friend Tsu also wants to be a hero, but she holds the beliefs of the first generation of heroes and saves people. Izuku was happy that his two friends chose to be the type of heroes who don't do it for fame but the type of heroes who help people. 3 hours later. Lunch came quickly that day, and the boys decided to eat in the courtyard. Izuku was eating the sandwich that he bought that morning while Fumikage was eating a tuna sandwich. They were currently talking about what high schools they were planning on attending. "What? You don't want to go to UA?" Fumikage was shocked at what his friend said. "That's right," Izuku said, nodding his head. "I don't want to go to UA. But why? Tsu and I are applying there, and having UA on your transcript will go a long way." Dark Shadow emerged from Fumikage, nodding along with everything the Raven boy said. "I know that it's just after high school when I apply to colleges I want them to accept me for me and not for the high school I went to," Izuku explained. There was another reason why he didn't want to go to UA, even though they had a great general education department and he would have a big advantage when applying to colleges. Izuku knew that his childhood tormentor was going to apply to the best hero school in the country and he didn't want to go to the same school as him. "Izuku, that is really admirable, and I wish you luck with your future endeavors," Fumikage said with a firm smile, and Dark Shadow was wiping away a stray tear. "Thanks, Fumikage, and I wish you luck with your hero career," Izuku said with a smile, and the two boys returned to their lunch. Izuku felt lucky to have made friends like Fumikage and Tsuyu, who were always there to support each other with their problems and never lie to each other. "Can I ask you something?" Izuku asked, gaining Fumicage's attention. "For as long as I've known you, you've always brought a tuna sandwich for lunch. Why is that? That is a long story to where one must stare into the abyss for the answer, Fumikage replied in his usual manner, in which Izuku just laughed. Never change, Fumikage. Later that night. Every night before bed, the caretakers, mainly Azumi and Glasses, check inventory to make sure they have enough supplies for the next day. They were going through the kitchen checking to see if they had enough food for the next day. Oh, shoot! Miss Azumi lightly said after looking in the refrigerator. What's wrong? Glasses asked from across the room. She made her way over to her coworker to see what caused the quiet outburst. I forgot to buy eggs today, she answered. And I was planning on making pancakes tomorrow. Do you need eggs to make pancakes? Glasses questioned when she made it to the fridge. Yes, they're a key ingredient in my recipe, Azumi told Glasses as she closed the fridge door. I guess we'll have to settle on having cereal for breakfast then. Why don't you ask the boy to go out and get some eggs then? Glasses suggested. Who, Izuku? It's too late for a boy his age to be out. Besides, I'll get some eggs tomorrow, and I can make pancakes another day, Azumi retorted and began looking through the cupboards. Come on, I usually hear how he wants to help out more, and he's more than old enough to be out this late, Glasses retorted. He's 14, and I don't want him to go out this late, and that's final. Miss Azumi commanded. If she was being honest, she didn't like how her coworkers forced Izuku to help around the orphanage. She wants him to live his life and make his own decisions and not be forced to do something because they were too lazy or because of some BS excuse. Seeing that she's not going to get through to her coworker, Glasses sighed and agreed to drop the argument. Alright, fine, the boy doesn't have to go out and buy the eggs. Good, now while I finish up here, could you go send the kids to bed? Azumi asked. Glasses agreed and made her way to the living room. But as she was making her way to the living room, she stopped at one of the dining room tables and grabbed some money from her purse. She walked into the living room and saw the male caretaker snoring in one of the chairs, the kids watching some cartoon, and Izuku working on his homework. She turned off the TV, causing the children to groan and complain. Don't give me attitude, you know what time it is. Now get to bed. Glasses order causing the kids to file upstairs. Izuku gathered his things and made his way to the stairs when Glasses grabbed his shoulder. Not you. I need you to do me a favor. Sure. What do you need me to do? Izuku asked. I need you to go out and buy some eggs. We ran out after breakfast, and Haru needs them to make pancakes tomorrow, she said, directing Izuku to the door. But isn't it a little late? You can handle it, she persuaded. She handed him the money and opened the door. And remember, we need 12 egg cartons. Glasses pushed Izuku out the door and quickly closed it behind him. Izuku was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why Glasses rushed him out the door like that or why she didn't get the eggs herself. Not wanting to argue or get on her bad side, Izuku began jogging to the closest convenience store. After a few minutes of jog, Izuku made it to the store. He walked to the aisle with the eggs and grabbed 12 cartons. Izuku purchased them at the checkout and walked out the doors. Izuku was about to jog back to the orphanage when he heard voices coming from behind the store. Izuku ignored it, thinking that it's probably just the store clerks taking a break. Get away from me! That got Izuku's attention as he rushed to the side of the building. He stopped at the edge of the wall for cover and peeked his head around the corner to get a view of what was happening. What Izuku saw was a tall balding man wearing jeans and a white sleeveless undershirt, standing over a small woman with orange hair in a black dress. Oh, don't be like that, the man slurred his words, indicating that he's been drinking. Why don't you and I go back to my place and talk? No. Get away from me. The woman shouted and pushed the man, trying to get away from the man. The man seemed to get annoyed by that and slammed her against the wall. The woman's head bounced off the wall, causing her to fall over in a daze. Why did you make me do that? You could have come back to my place and lived to regret it. The man shouted before pointing his two pointer fingers to his head. Think, woman. Izuku saw the man draw back his fist, causing him to emerge from his hiding spot. He darted towards the man and shoved him to the ground. Izuku turned his attention to the woman to check to see if she was okay. Are you alright? Izuku asked, helping the woman to her feet. When standing, Izuku was able to see that she was swaying a little like the world was spinning. My head hurts, and there's a ringing in my ear, the woman whimpered while holding her head. Izuku knew those symptoms. She had a concussion. Don't worry, let's get you to some medical att. Suddenly, the world slowed down. Checking his surroundings, Izuku saw a green ball with a slimy texture. Since his quirk activated, Izuku moved both his and the woman's head underneath the unknown projectile. It made contact with the wall, causing it to smoke. What was that? Izuku saw the man standing, wiping his mouth. That's my quirk, the man said. I have acid spit. Even though it's a weak acid, it can still cause a lot of damage. The man drew his head back, readying another acid. Izuku sat the woman up and quickly moved away from her, not wanting her to be caught in the crossfire. The man shot his spit at Izuku, which he was easily able to dodge. The man shot another acid ball, but Izuku somersaulted out of the way. Moving on to the offensive, Izuku rushed the man, dodging every spitball shot at him. Drawing back his fist, Izuku punched the man's gut, causing him to bend over. Izuku then punched the guy in the nose, causing blood to slowly stream out of the man's nostrils. DMN brat, the man grabbed Izuku's arm and slammed him to the ground. The man began kicking Izuku in the stomach, causing him to cough up some saliva. Izuku grabbed one of the man's shoes and tried to pull him to the ground, but because of the man's size and having a hard time breathing, Izuku wasn't able to bring him down. The man kicked Izuku to the side and walked back to the woman. "You should have stayed out of this, kid," the man said as he stood over the woman. "Now why don't you run home to mommy?" Slowly getting up and regaining his breath, Izuku saw the man bend over the woman. Not wanting her to get hurt more than she is, Izuku ran at the man and climbed up his back, wrapping his legs around the man's neck. The man flailed his arms, trying to shake Izuku off his back, but Izuku's legs were too strong. Izuku bent backward and hit the man in the back of his knees, causing him to lose balance. Izuku was easily able to flip the guy to the ground shortly after. Izuku kicked him in the head when he got him to the ground. Izuku quickly moved to the girl to see if she was still okay. He helped her back to her feet, but what he didn't notice was the man slowly getting back up to his feet. He drew his head back for one more attack and spat out a big acid ball. Split second activated, causing Izuku to turn around and see the projectile heading straight for him, but the projectile was moving faster than usual. Seeing that he didn't have enough time to get the woman and him out of the way, Izuku braced himself. "Aha!" Izuku screamed. The acid ball hit his head, missing his left eye. It was one of the most excruciating pain he ever felt in his life, skin melting, and the smell of burning flesh filled his nostrils. Izuku quickly rubbed off the acid with his shirt, not wanting to burn any more skin. He felt blood gush down his face, making it hard to see out of his left eye. "That looks bad," the man said. "At least you look better than most of the mutant freaks that pollute this world." That angered Izuku. He couldn't believe someone would say something so horrible. In his rage, Izuku charged at the man one last time. When he got close, Izuku jumped into the air and did a spinning hook kick, hitting the side of the man's head, knocking him out. Izuku touched down on the ground, and the world around him started to spin faster than usual. His vision was blurry, and he fell, hitting the ground hard. With the world around him going dark, Izuku heard the faint sound of sirens getting closer, and as they got louder, Izuku passed out. The beeping sound from the heart monitor awoke Izuku, with the early morning light creeping through the curtains. It didn't take long for Izuku to figure out he was in a hospital room, with the sound coming from the heart monitor and the faint aroma of medicine being dead giveaways. There were chairs lined against the wall for visitors and a bland painting of sailboats in the ocean hanging above them. He looked over to the clock on the wall and saw that it was a few minutes past 6. Izuku winced when he sat up in his bed, feeling a shooting pain move around his head. He placed a hand on his forehead to soothe his aching head when he felt bandages wrapped around his forehead. What happened? Izuku asked no one in particular as he was the only one in the room. Izuku moved his hand over his forehead, feeling the bandages when he felt a huge pain after his hand moved above his left eye. Then, all of his memories came flooding in. Izuku remembered hearing the woman's cry for help and the man standing over her. He also remembers getting into a fight with the man after he slammed the woman into the wall. He also remembers getting hit by the man's quirk, which explains the bandages. But some things still bothered him about the altercation. Why did that last acid ball move faster than the previous ones? Izuku muttered to himself. He didn't understand what happened with his quirk. Izuku remembered being slammed to the ground, so he thought it might have something to do with it, but he wasn't sure. The other thing that bothered him was this strange feeling that he had in his heart. It was a burning sensation, but he wasn't in any pain. His heart rate was going at the same speed as it was when he woke up. Izuku didn't know what it was about, but he liked this feeling and doesn't wish for it to go away. Looking around the room once more, Izuku saw a button to signal one of the nurses. Seeing that he had nothing better to do, Izuku pushed the button to see if he could get any answers from the night before. Shortly after pushing the button, a tall male nurse entered the room. "We didn't expect you to be up this early," the nurse said cheerfully. "I usually wake up around this time," Izuku bashfully responded. "Do you know what happened?" The nurse moved to the foot of the bed, picked up the clipboard attached to it, and read over his file. "I don't know the whole story, but what I do know is you, and 2 others, arrived around 10 o'clock by ambulance. You have second-degree burns above your left eye and a few bruises, but nothing serious. Hearing that he arrived at the hospital with 2 other people made Izuku happy because it meant that the woman from last night was safe. But it also meant that the man was there, and that made Izuku worry. The nurse saw the worried look on Izuku's face, so he tried his best to calm his nerves. If you're worried about the people that you came with, don't be. They're both fine, but the man has an officer waiting in his room, the nurse said, and it calmed Izuku down. Izuku was glad that the man wasn't going to get away with his crime and was going to face justice. That's good, Izuku said. The nurse had a surprised look on his face after hearing what the green-haired boy said. Izuku soon quickly realized what he said and began to panically backtrack his previous statement. I mean, as in the woman getting help. Izuku was glad that the nurse smiled after he said that. He didn't want them to think that he enjoyed it whenever someone got arrested. A few awkward minutes passed afterward as the nurse checked over Izuku's vitals, never really making eye contact with each other. Well, everything looks fine, and you can get out later today. The nurse put the clipboard back to the foot of the bed. We already contacted your guardian last night and told her that she can come when you're up, so I'm sure she wants to come and visit you. Okay, but can you do me a favor? Izuku asked, and the nurse nodded his head, indicating for Izuku to continue speaking. Can you wait for a few hours until you contact her? It gets really busy around the orphanage in the morning, and I don't want to inconvenience her. We can do that, but you need to promise us that you'll get some rest during this time. Izuku agreed, and the nurse left the room, leaving Izuku alone with the sound of the heart monitor lulling him to sleep. 2 hours later. If you saw Haru Azumi move, you would have assumed that she had some kind of speed quirk. She weaved around pedestrians, dodged moving cars, and confused everyone as they wondered how a woman her age was moving this fast in a dress. Haru didn't care what they were thinking or who was in her way because one thing was on her mind: check on Izuku. Ever since she got the call that Izuku was in the hospital, it was all that she could think about. She wanted to visit him the night of the incident, but all the doctors, nurses, and secretaries told her that visiting hours were over. That annoyed her to no end because one of her kids was hurt, and she wasn't allowed to see them. When Haru started working at the orphanage, she took it upon herself to be the mother figure that the children lost or never had. It also helped her fulfill a dream she had ever since she was a little girl. Haru always wanted to be a mother, someone to look up to, someone to go to when they're hurt or scared, and someone to rely on. While everyone else had dreams of being heroes and stopping the bad guys, Haru wanted to be a mother to prevent future villains. But her dreams were extinguished before they could ignite. After Haru graduated from college, she and her now ex-husband tried to have a baby. Her train of thought would be that she would stay at home and take care of her child while her husband would provide for the family. But after a year of trying and all the tests coming back negative, Haru decided to see a doctor and check to see if everything was alright. After a quick examination, it didn't take long for the doctor to figure out the problem. She is infertile. Hearing that word was the most heartbreaking thing she ever felt. Haru couldn't believe, more like didn't want to believe, that her dream ended before it could even start. Haru didn't know what to do with herself. All her life, she wanted to be a mother, and now that can't ever happen. Haru isolated herself, never went out or talked with anyone, not even her husband or her family. She felt like a failure. She couldn't do something that almost every female could do. She hated herself for it. She and her husband then started to argue. Haru didn't know why, but after some time passed, she began to believe that it was her husband's fault that she couldn't get PRGNNT. She believed that nothing was wrong with her and that her husband was the problem, and she believed it. So Haru did the only thing that she thought was right. Haru started cheating on her husband. Sleeping around with random men, she met at bars, parks, cafes, anywhere she could find someone for meaningless sex. Haru knew what she was doing was wrong, but she didn't care as long as she got PRGNNT. But no matter how much Haru tried, she couldn't get PRGNNT. Then her husband caught her. One night, during her weekly escapades, her husband walked in on her. He was so furious that he put a couple of holes in their bedroom wall and threw the random man out their second-story window. Haru still remembers how red his face was. The fight that happened afterward was their worst and final one. Words were said that she wished she could take back. Haru even remembers there were some times when it looked and felt like her husband would hurt her, but he always backed off. And then, when it neared the end of their fight, Haru said something that she still regrets to this day. Haru's husband started to calm down and began packing his suitcase. "What are you doing?" "I'm leaving, and when I come back in the morning, I want a divorce." Haru's husband forcefully slammed the suitcase lid shut and stormed to the front door. I hope that he was worth throwing away 5 years of marriage. He slammed the door and made his way to his car. Haru chased after him, blinded by anger, catching him as he just opened the driver's side door. Well, maybe I wouldn't need to throw away those 5 years if you were able to do your job as a man and get me PRGNNT. Haru seethed. And just to let you know, there were a lot more men before him. Not wanting to tolerate any more of his future ex's shit, he drove away. After signing the divorce papers, Haru never saw her ex-husband again. But she didn't care, she saw it as a good thing because now she didn't have to worry about someone catching them. But as time went on, and nothing changed, Haru grew to accept that she wouldn't get PRGNNT. She would be lying if she said that she was fine when she came to terms with it. Haru swears to this day that she was the sole reason that the stock for tissues and ice cream rose. Nonetheless, she came to terms with it and began to look up other ways to become a mother. Doing it the natural way won't work, and a donor definitely wouldn't work, so there was only one option left: adoption. Haru hated herself for not thinking about it earlier. Adoption. Maybe it was because she wanted to feel that bond that mothers have with their newborns, or maybe she wanted to bring something into the world that was a symbol of hers and her ex-husband's love. Whatever the reason was, Haru didn't care, but what she did care about was becoming a mother. So, to say that she was excited when she arrived at the orphanage would be an understatement. Now, Haru knows that she wouldn't be able to adopt right away, having to go through multiple interviews and background checks, but she was excited that she was one step closer to her dream. Arriving at the orphanage, Haru noticed that the building and the surrounding area were pretty dull. Wilting flowers, dead grass, and the building itself was just a plain gray building with dirty windows. Haru felt her heartache by seeing the state of the property and building but held hope that the interior would be better. It wasn't. The wallpaper was old and peeling, the furniture was either breaking or broken, and there was a strange odor. Haru felt like crying when she saw the living arrangements the kids had to go through daily. And when Haru thought it couldn't get any worse, the caretaker called for the children. If Haru felt like crying when she saw the children's environment, she wanted to cry when she saw the children. Some had bruises, others were sick, and they were all filthy and wearing tattered clothes. Looking over them, Haru noticed they all had miserable looks on their faces, pleading with her to adopt them. Any of them catch your eye? That brought Haru out of her trance. She couldn't believe those words came out of the caretaker's mouth. Haru felt disgusted that the caretaker was treating this like she was shopping for a dress or car, like these kids were nothing more than objects that they wanted to get rid of. Excuse me? Haru asked, hoping that she misheard the caretaker. I asked if any caught your eye? It hit Haru that she couldn't adopt any of the children in front of her, knowing that this is how they live daily. So Haru did what she felt was the right thing to do. Demand to become one of the caretakers. It wasn't hard. The caretaker, that was. Showing her around, quit after she demanded the job. The hard part was gaining the children's trust. She first sold anything that she didn't need or use, like clothes, jewelry, and old kitchen appliances. She then used some of the money to renovate the building with a fresh coat of paint, some flowers, and new wallpaper. Haru then spent the rest of the money on new clothes for the children and some food as well. After spending the rest of her money, Haru gave the children something that money couldn't buy: love. Haru knew that if any of the children were going to trust her, and any adult that would adopt them, they needed to know what love is. Whenever a kid got hurt, Haru was there to make them feel better. If a child wanted seconds for any meal, Haru would never deny them. And if any of the children needed to let their emotions run wild, Haru was there to give them the biggest hug she could muster. Even though Haru was never their real mom or adoptive mom, she took pride in being their temporary mom. Then, something changed when Izuku came to the orphanage. In all her years working at the orphanage, Haru never expected a quirkless kid to be dropped off at the orphanage. Now, Haru knows that 20% of the population is quirkless, but a majority of quirkless people are either in their late 40s or older. Haru was surprised that someone so young could be quirkless. Haru still remembers when she got the call. Getting a call from the police was the last thing she expected when she woke up that morning. She was also worried as well, thinking that one of her children got into any trouble. To her shock, she was told that a young, quirkless boy would be temporarily taking inhabitants at the orphanage. Hearing that a child will temporarily stay in their care broke Haru's heart, because there were multiple times when kids were dropped off at their front door and were told they were staying temporarily, but then ended up being eligible for adoption because mommy and daddy abandoned them. But this case was different. This was the first time Haru would be taking care of someone who's quirkless. Now, she knows how people with mutation quirks are treated. She doesn't even want to think how the quirkless, let alone a kid, are treated. She didn't know how she'll handle taking care of a quirkless kid. But Haru made a promise to herself that no matter what type of quirk, emitter, transformation, mutation, or quirkless, she will always treat them like every child that she takes care of. Haru had it all planned out for when Izuku arrived. She would have all the children playing in the backyard so he wouldn't get overwhelmed, have the other two caretakers anywhere else other than the orphanage, and give him a tour of the building. But when Izuku arrived, Haru had to set her plans to the side because when she first saw Izuku, she saw a heartbroken, empty boy. Now, she knew what had happened. Some of the children went through worse, but Izuku was quirkless, and she didn't know how his home life was. But seeing his mental state, Haru assumed that it wasn't horrible. After the tour of the orphanage, Izuku wanted to take a nap. Haru didn't think it was good to sleep so close to dinner time, but knowing what the young boy went through, she didn't have the heart to tell him no. After putting Izuku to bed, Haru made a promise that Izuku wouldn't face any discrimination at the orphanage and that he would have a great childhood. And that's how it was for the past 8 years. Now, there were some hiccups along the way, bullying, discrimination, and forced labor, but never once was Izuku unhappy. And when Haru got the call that Izuku was in the hospital, she was terrified. She was scared that Izuku was seriously hurt or worse. But she was also confused as to why Izuku was out so late when she was certain that he was at home doing his homework. Haru didn't know the reason why he was out late. The only thing she did know was he was in the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Haru rushed to the front desk, scaring the receptionist a little bit. "Wherezizuku?" Haru growled, her voice becoming distorted. "I am sorry?" The receptionist stammered, cowering into her seat. Seeing that she was scaring the receptionist, Haru calmed down and put a friendly smile on her face. "I'm sorry. I'm here to visit Izuku Midoriya. I'm his guardian, Haru Azumi," Haru explained. Still freaked out by the woman in front of her, the receptionist quickly typed away on the computer. "He's in our room 214 in the C-wing." "Thank you." Haru quickly rushed off to Izuku's room while the receptionist went on an early lunch break. It didn't take long for Haru to reach Izuku's room. She could hear his heart monitor through the door, which was slightly comforting as it sounded normal. She took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. Izuku awoke to the sound of his hospital room door opening and was greeted by the sight of Miss Azumi with a worried look on her face. "Hey, Miss Azu." Izuku didn't get the chance to finish his sentence as Miss Azumi embraced him in a bone-crushing hug. "Oh, thank the gods, you're okay," she exclaimed, not loosening her hold. "Miss Azumi, could you please let go?" "I can't breathe," Izuku said with his remaining breath. Realizing that she was cutting off Izuku's airways, Miss Azumi broke off her hug and began examining Izuku's face. She didn't see any major injuries other than the bandages that were wrapped around his head. "Is everything fine?" she asked in a monotone voice. "Why yeah. Nothing's broken?" "Oh, only the burn wound on my forehead." "Good," Miss Azumi exhaled. All of a sudden, as if a switch went off in her head, Miss Azumi's demeanor changed. Her face turned red, her eyes became slits, and Izuku swore smoke came out of her mouth. "What were you thinking going out that late?" Izuku cowered under the sheets, frightened by Miss Azumi's outburst. In all his years living at the orphanage, Izuku never saw Miss Azumi act like this. "I am sorry," Izuku muttered, trying not to look in her eyes. "You're sorry?" Azumi repeated. "Izuku, did you know how I felt when I got a call saying that one of the children under my care is in the hospital? Did you know how scared and worried I was?" I am sorry, I just wanted to help," Izuku said with tears forming in the corners of his eyes. "What did you want to help with?" Miss Azumi began to calm down, seeing that she was making Izuku cry, but also because she was confused. She wanted to know what Izuku wanted to help with, even though she didn't need help with anything. I was told that you needed eggs for breakfast, so I went out and bought some eggs," Izuku explained, as tears started to stream down his face. "And who told you I needed eggs?" Haru wanted to know who told Izuku that she needed eggs. She wanted to know who the idiot was that put one of her children in danger. It was the female sea caretaker. The one with the G glasses," Izuku answered, wiping away his tears. It was dead silent for a few minutes, and it freaked Izuku out. Miss Azumi had an emotionless expression and didn't answer Izuku, no matter how many times he called out to her. Then suddenly, she started whispering something that Izuku didn't and wouldn't want to understand. "I'm gonna kill her." "What?" "I'm gonna kill her." Izuku started to notice that Miss Azumi's appearance started to change. Her skin started to turn red, her nails began to extend, her eyes turned to slits again, and he saw a few scales starting to form on her neck. "You don't need to do that, I'm fine," Izuku said, trying to calm her down. It didn't seem to work as more scales started to cover more of her body, and a tail started to form. "No, Izuku, for too long, she got away with so much shit. She forces you to do labor that she's paid to do, then she uses you like you're some kind of tool to help the other children get adopted instead of letting the parents decide, and then she does this when I told her we didn't need eggs." Two horns emerged from the side of Miss Azumi's head as she started to look more like a beast than a human. I don't mind doing that stuff. Izuku, it's not okay for you to do this because you were forced to. But I want to do that stuff though, Izuku said, finally making eye contact with Miss Azumi. I know that I'm being used as a tool to help other children get adopted, and that's fine because it means they're getting a new family. I also know that I was forced to help around the house, but I like doing that because it helps take some stress off of your shoulders. Hearing the determination in his voice made Haru calm down and revert back to her original form. Okay, I'm glad that you want to do those things, but she still needs to be punished for what she did last night, she said with a sigh. But I want to know how you got that head injury. Izuku told her what happened, and Haru felt a flurry of emotions. She was horrified to hear that Izuku threw himself into the situation but was proud that he would help anyone in need. Shortly afterward, their conversation switched over to what happened that morning, and it got a few laughs out of Izuku when he heard about the ruckus Miss Azumi caused when she ran to the hospital. Haru looked at the time and realized she needed to get back to the orphanage and clean up the building for when the children got back. Well, I need to get back home. I'll tell both Tokoyami's family and Azui's family that you're fine and can visit you, Miss Azumi said as she turned to leave. Okay, I'll see you later, and promise me that you won't kill the caretaker, Izuku said before she left. I promise I won't kill her, she promised. 3 hours later. After a long day of school and a short walk home, all Tsuyu wanted to do was take a nap, but she knew she couldn't do that. You see, Tsuyu's parents work long hours, which means they spend long hours away from home. Now, if Tsuyu was an only child, staying home alone wouldn't be a problem, but she has 2 younger siblings in elementary school and it's her job as the older sister to take care of her siblings. Returning home, Tsuyu quickly got to work preparing her younger siblings' afternoon snacks. She knew that each of her siblings had their own unique tastes. Her younger brother has a weird affection for kelp and her younger sister isn't a big fan of anything healthy, but Tsuyu knows how to trick her into eating vegetables. Tsuyu finished preparing the food when the phone rang. She checked the caller ID and saw that it was coming from Izuku's orphanage. She assumes that Izuku wants to hang out, which is fine, but she's going to be busy taking care of her siblings. Hey, Izuku, sorry, but I can't hang out with you today, Tsu said apologetically. Oh, Tsu, she was slightly surprised to hear Miss Azumi's voice, but also not because Izuku would usually message her in their group chat or call her. Hello, Miss Azumi. Did you need to talk to my mom, because she's at work right now, Ribbit? Oh, no, I actually wanted to talk with you. That confused Tsu because Miss Azumi only called her house to talk with her mom. What did you want to talk about, Ribbit? Not to worry you or anything, but that made Tsu worry. Whenever someone says something like, don't worry, it always means there's something to worry about. She held hope that whatever Miss Azumi tells her won't be so bad. Izuku's in the hospital. It was bad. Tsuyu didn't, more like couldn't, believe that Izuku was in the hospital. Whenever they hung out, Izuku was the one with a great sense of danger and fast reflexes. She was scared about how bad the altercation was that put him in the hospital. Then she started to think that he wasn't hurt but was sick, which made her feel like a pit in her stomach. She was scared that her friend came down with a serious illness or disease that could have lasting effects on his life. Oh my gosh, what happened? Is it serious? Is he hurt? Is he sick? Tsu started to sound like Izuku when he went into one of his muttering rants. He's fine, Tsu sighed when she heard that. He just has a burn injury on his forehead. Tsuyu felt a huge weight lift from her shoulders. She was still worried about the head injury, but hearing how there was no urgency in Miss Azumi's voice, Tsu assumed that it's not that bad. I'm just calling to let you know that you can visit him. That's good to hear, Ribbit. Will you be going as well? I visited him this morning. Besides, I have my hands full with the kids, Miss Azumi said with a laugh. They hung up shortly after, and Tsu called her siblings babysitter. She put her siblings' after-school snack and headed for the train station. One of the things that annoyed Tsuyu was that she didn't live near to either Izuku or Fumikage. She disliked that she was usually the last one to show up to hangouts and celebrations. She blames the train schedules because whenever she tries to leave early there's always a delay. But today it seems that she got lucky because there were no problems with the train. It was a short train ride to Mizurufu but a long jog to the hospital. She arrived at the hospital and asked the secretary for Izuku's room and quickly made her way over there. Tsu opened the door and caught Izuku watching the news, catching any hero debuts or major villain attacks. Oh, hey Tsu, Izuku greeted when he saw her enter. Hey, Izuku, Ribbit. How've you been? Izuku asked. I've been good, but what happened? I kinda got into a fight, Izuku muttered lightly, turning his attention to the window. What was that? I kinda got into a fight, Izuku said louder, looking straight at Tsuyu. He tried to see if he could read her reaction, but he couldn't read anything due to her quirk. Why? He was forcing himself onto a woman, and I couldn't stand by and let it happen. Izuku looked down, not wanting to look into his friend's eyes. It was silent for a little bit. Izuku was worried that Tsuyu wouldn't want to be friends anymore because of her views of vigilantism, and what he did was borderline vigilantism. But every time Izuku looked back on the situation, he wouldn't change a thing, even if it meant his friendship with Tsu ended. Izuku was suddenly surprised to feel Tsu's embrace. "Please don't suffocate me," Izuku squealed. Tsuyu pulled back. Never before had her friend ever reacted to one of her hugs like that. She started to worry, wondering what that man did to her friend. Sorry, Miss Azumi accidentally suffocated me with one of her hugs earlier," Izuku explained. Tsuyu chuckled. "It's alright, Ribbit," Tsuyu said to calm Izuku down. "You did the right thing, by the way. You saw that someone was in trouble, and you jumped in to save them, Ribbit. You're not mad?" "Why would I be mad, Ribbit?" "Well, what I did was considered vigilantism, and you consider vigilantism as a form of villainy." Izuku felt a few tears stream down his cheeks. Tsuyu pulled Izuku in for another hug and rubbed the back of his head. "It's all right," she whispered in his ear. "You didn't go out looking for trouble, and what you did was more like self-defense vigilantism, Ribbit." Tsuyu pulled away from the hug, and Izuku gave her a huge smile after wiping his tears away. A few minutes passed, and they talked about their plans for after junior high. Tsuyu said her main goal was to get into UA, but she still applied to other hero schools and non-hero schools as well. She also said that this will be her final year of taking Miss Kaida's gymnastics class. Izuku understood her decision because if she got into one of the hero schools, she'll be busy learning how to be a hero. They were enjoying themselves when suddenly a nurse brought in a tray full of food and sat it next to Izuku's bed, causing him to grimace. "What's wrong, Ribbit?" Tsuyu asked after seeing her friend's reaction. "It's nothing," Izuku lied. Tsuyu moved over to the tray and studied the food that was on it. On the tray was a macaroni salad, chicken soup, raw squid rings, and green tea. Now, if you asked her, Tsuyu didn't understand why Izuku had a bad reaction to the meal. It actually looked appetizing. "Is it the food, Ribbit?" "Why yes," Izuku admitted. "But can you blame me?" Tsuyu gave him a blank stare. She didn't get why he's having such a negative reaction to something that she and many others would enjoy. Izuku sighed. "The food here isn't good. But this is the first day that you were here. How could you know that the food here is terrible, Ribbit?" "You weren't here during breakfast," Izuku shuddered. "Just thinking about it makes me queasy." "But you like most of this stuff." "No, I like food." "That is a tray full of lies," Izuku hissed. "Well, you need to eat, Ribbit." Tsuyu picked up the fork on the tray, trying to force it into Izuku's hands. "It's not healthy if you don't eat anything." "No," Izuku started to squirm away from Tsuyu. He knew he was acting childish, but taking a hit to his pride is better than eating whatever the hospital classifies as food. "Come on, Izuku, please eat," Tsuyu pleaded, but they fell on deaf ears as Izuku continued to move further away from her. Getting frustrated by her friend's childish behavior, Tsuyu stabbed the fork into the macaroni and started forcing it towards Izuku's mouth. "I don't care if I have to force you, but you're going to eat." She moved over him and kept jabbing the fork towards Izuku's mouth, and every time she got close, he moved out of the way. They continued like this for a few more seconds until he grabbed her wrist and pried the fork out of her hand. "I told you I'm not eating." Izuku's voice died down when he realized the position they were in. Tsuyu kneeling above him with her face so close to his and her wrist still in his hand. Izuku felt his face heating up, and he swears he saw Tsu's cheeks turned a little pink. Part of her long hair fell and tickled the tip of his nose. "Izuku. Sorry, I would have arrived sooner, but there was a commotion from a villain made of slime. It caused a blockade made from the inhabitants of this world who wished to observe its havoc upon the world." Fumikage exclaimed as he burst through the room door. He froze when he saw the position both Izuku and Tsuyu were in. Both Izuku and Tsuyu's faces turned red from embarrassment. Nobody in the room moved for a few seconds until Dark Shadow emerged from Fumikage and took the phone out of its host's body, quickly taking a picture of the scene in front of it. A week has passed since Izuku was released from the hospital, and nothing really changed. He was still picked on at school, especially from Yukari, but because of his injury, they resorted to just name-calling and the common spitball. His relationship with Tsuyu became a little awkward after the hospital food incident, with them blushing whenever they're close to one another. But there was one thing that was different within Izuku. Laying in his bed in the middle of the night, Izuku was having a hard time trying to sleep. No matter how many times he closes his eyes, no matter how many sheep he counts or soothing sounds he listened to, Izuku couldn't sleep. Ever since he got out of the hospital, Izuku had a hard time falling asleep. The first few nights, he just shrugged it off and blamed it on his head injury. But as time passed, he knew the reason why he couldn't sleep. It was the burning feeling in his chest, the same feeling he had after he woke up in the hospital. When Izuku figured out the reason for his insomnia, he started to think about the reason why he had a burning in his chest. He knew he didn't have a heart problem because he knew a doctor would have found something. Then Izuku thought about what happened the day before he was in the hospital. He thought back to the altercation he had with the man, and that's when his chest burned the most. Everything about that moment made Izuku's heart burn, from fighting the man to using what he learned from Miss Kaida's classes. But what made his heart burn the most was saving the woman and learning that she was going to be okay. And the more Izuku thought about it, he didn't want that feeling to go away. And the more Izuku kept thinking about that moment, the more he wanted to do it again. Izuku knew if he didn't do it again, he wouldn't be able to fall asleep that night. Izuku quietly got out of bed and put on a pair of black sweatpants and a black t-shirt. He went to his closet and put on a dark green sweatshirt. Izuku knew he couldn't use the front door with the risk of alerting one of the caretakers, so after putting on his shoes, Izuku quietly opened his bedroom window. But before Izuku made his grand escape, he knew it would be suspicious for a junior high school student to be out this late. Izuku made his way back to his closet and pulled out a white rabbit mask. The color wasn't ideal for his outfit, but it was the only thing he had to hide his face. After making sure that no one was going to check on him, Izuku snuck out his window and climbed down a nearby tree. He knew he was running late. Deciding to work overtime to make some extra money, he felt at the time, was a good idea. But after being held up at work until 5 minutes before midnight, he knew it was a mistake. Hell, the only reason he chose to do overtime was so he could make enough money to move out of his crappy neighborhood. The houses were falling apart, and the grass in every yard was so yellow people would assume it was wheat. And the people who lived in the neighborhood are the worst. Everyone who lives there has either been to prison or will be in prison. They're so bad that there is a curfew for anyone that lives there or in the surrounding area due to the gang attacks and constant muggings. So it made sense for him to leave this horrible place, especially with a baby on the way. He was able to make out the shape of his house in the dying light of the streetlight. He thought that maybe he got lucky on this night. Maybe not. What you doing out this late? Don't you know it's past curfew? A small man covered in tattoos emerged from the shadows. Yeah, I was just making my way home, he said, moving away from the tattooed man. He never saw this person around the neighborhood before, so he assumes that they were just released from prison because who would willingly choose to live here? Must be nice to have a home. I wouldn't know because it's been years since I've had one, the tattooed man said, taking longer strides to keep up with his target. I'm sorry to hear that, but I don't know what you want me to do with that. How about you give me your money? The tattooed man said as he pulled out a knife. The man quickly put his hands up. He couldn't believe that this was happening to him after all the years of being careful and avoiding everyone in his neighborhood. You don't have to do this. He pleaded, but he knew it wouldn't work. Just give your money, and you won't get hurt. Please, I'm going to be a father. The tattooed man responded by placing the tip of his blade to the man's neck. I can make this easier by killing you here. The man's life flashed before his eyes as he felt the blade pierce his skin. He prayed to whatever god that would listen to him and send someone to help him. But as black spots started to cloud his vision, he knew that his time in this world was coming to an end. With his final thoughts, he hoped that his wife would find the strength to move on and for his unborn kid to achieve their dreams. Then he felt the knife leave his neck. He saw a hooded figure on top of the tattooed man. He quickly covered his neck to slow down the bleeding. He was shocked that his prayers were answered and someone would help him. The hooded figure turned to him, and he was able to make out a rabbit mask. Call the police and get out of here, the rabbit said. Not needing to be told twice, the man quickly pulled out his phone and called the police, not caring that it was taboo to snitch on someone in the neighborhood. He then ran straight home, not wanting to see the outcome of the fight. Seeing that the victim got away, the rabbit turned his attention back to the villain. Do you know how hard it is for me? The tattooed man shouted. No, I don't know, but what I do know is you don't kill for money. Then I'll just kill you. The tattooed man threw the rabbit off his back and picked up his knife. He charged at the rabbit, but it moved out of his way and knocked the knife out of his hand. In his anger, he charged the rabbit again but only to be flipped on his butt. You know, for all those tattoos, you aren't that tough, the rabbit mocked him. That only angered him more as he charged the rabbit again, only to be tripped. Not giving him a chance to get back up, the rabbit jumped on him, knocking the wind out of him. The rabbit then punched him in the face, trying to knock him out, but was only able to give him a bloody nose. The man pushed the rabbit off of him, and the rabbit jumped back to gain some distance. Wiping the blood from his nose, the tattooed man felt nothing but anger. Who did this person think they were to mess with his work, to mess with him? Well, he didn't care because to him, all this person will be to him is dead in a few minutes. The tattooed man put his fists to his head and stuck his two pointer fingers up to represent bull horns. He then scraped his right foot on the ground and charged at the rabbit. The rabbit thought that the tattooed man was going to just charge him again, but when his quirk went off, he jumped out of the way. What was that? I should have told ya, it's my quirk, I call it Bull Rush, the tattooed man said maniacally. Don't worry, you'll feel its full power soon. The tattooed man took his bull form once more and charged again. Feeling his quirk go off again, the rabbit flipped over him. Realizing that when the tattooed man uses his quirk, the rabbit knows that if his attack hits, he'll die. So he quickly formed a plan with what he knew about the tattooed man. Once again, the tattooed man went into his Bull Rush form and charged at the rabbit. And once again, the rabbit dodged, but this time, the rabbit did something different. Oh, what? I thought we were doing a bullfight because, you know, your quirk is bull-like, the rabbit explained, and that set off the tattooed man. He charged in his Bull Rush form, and again, the rabbit dodged. Come on, for such a powerful quirk, you really are bad at using it. The tattooed man's face turned red, and Bull rushed him, and the rabbit spun out of the way at the last second. Almost had me, Ferdinand. That set off the tattooed man to no end as his eyes became bloodshot, his face turned beet red, and steam exited his nose. He went into his Bull Rush form again and charged at the rabbit. But instead of dodging, the rabbit side kicked him in the face, knocking him out. Lifting the mask off of his face, Izuku took the time to catch his breath. He quickly put his fingers to the man's neck to make sure he was still alive. He sighed in relief when he felt a heartbeat. That felt amazing. Izuku cheered. All the sleepless nights were worth the feeling he had in his heart at that moment. He enjoyed this moment, this feeling. From saving a man's life to defeating a criminal. Is this what it feels like to be a hero? I gotta do this again. I gotta keep this feeling. I gotta. The blaring of sirens and flashing of red and blue lights spooked Izuku to break him out of his trance. He couldn't stick around and wait for the cops because they'll ask questions as to why he was out so late and the bunny mask. They'll definitely arrest him for vigilantism because there is no way the man he saved wouldn't tell the police about him. I gotta get out of here, Izuku exclaimed as he fled the scene. The further he ran the fainter the police sirens got, indicating they weren't following him. He slowed down to a jog when he saw the orphanage. As he snuck back into his room, all Izuku was thinking about was how interesting the nights are gonna be. I really enjoyed that movie, Rita, a young woman with short curly purple hair said to her date, a tall, muscular bald man with a lumberjack beard. I just wished that we were able to see one of the earlier showings. I know, Rita said while looking at his watch. He sighed when he saw that it was close to midnight, but smiled when he looked at his surroundings. But at least the night looks pretty. Right, Yuina? The bright lights from skyscrapers and street lights lit up the city, cars driving by giving off a light breeze, and videos of idols or fireworks played on the big screens in front of stores made for a beautiful sight. I guess you're right, but we should be getting home soon. Don't worry, I know a shortcut. Rita led her away from the bright lights of the city to a more dark and secluded alleyway. Rusty pipes, broken glass, and other garbage littered the entrance. Yuina felt apprehensive about going into the alleyway, but she didn't say anything, seeing how her date was unfazed by its rough appearance. Taking a few steps into the alleyway, everything was fine, and Yuina started to feel calm. Then it got dark. Now, she wasn't scared of the dark by any means, but when you live in a superpowered world where some people use their power for evil, being in a dark alleyway late at night is the last place she wants to be. The rumble of trash cans, the breaking of glass, and the once pleasant sound of cars now trigger her fight or flight response. Then, a couple of trash cans fell in front of them, causing Yuina to scream and jump into Rita. Yuina was terrified that some deranged villain had come to do unspeakable things to her and Rita. She couldn't do anything to protect them because her quirk is completely useless for this situation, the ability to easily soothe animals. Yuina closed her eyes and prepared for the worst when a faint meow gained her attention. A little white-furred cat emerged from the knocked-over bins. Ah, Yuina cooed. It's a little kitty. Yuina slowly made her way to the cat, using her quirk the whole time as an extra precaution. She crouched in front of the cat and reached her hand out to it. The cat sniffed her hand before putting its head into her palm. Yuina picked up the cat, petting its head, as it purred to her touch. Isn't it just adorable? Yuina's words died in her mouth. Standing where her date used to be wasn't a tall muscular man, but a tall, slender woman in a black bodysuit with long black hair with neon green highlights, black lips, and neon green eyeshadow. Who are you? Where's Rita? Yuina asked as she backed away from the stranger. I can explain, the stranger said as she moved towards Yuina. Rita isn't real. Yuina stopped and felt her jaw drop. She couldn't believe that the man she had been with the whole night wasn't real. I don't understand? How could Reita not be real? We were just on a date. It's because of my quirk, the stranger said, as sparkling mist secreted from her body. I can transform into anyone with my mist. I can't copy their quirks, though. So, is Reita real? Yuina asked as tears started to form in her eyes. Yes and no. The body of the person I used is real, but their personality and name could be different, the stranger explained. This saddened Yuina because she felt like she connected with Reita, and to learn that they don't even exist hurt her. Why did you do this? What do you gain from hurting me? Yuina demanded. She couldn't even hold back her tears as they streamed down her face. I didn't do this to hurt you, the stranger admitted. This confused Yuina. What other reason would this person have to mess with her emotions if they weren't trying to hurt her? Then why did you do this? I did it because I love you. Yuina didn't believe what she was hearing. This woman had to be lying, because who would do something so petty? How can you love me? You don't even know me, Yuina spoke. But I do. I know everything about you. You've been stalking me? Yuina was shocked. She felt violated that some stranger invaded her privacy, and their reasoning is because they love her. No, the stranger exclaimed. Don't you remember? We went to the same high school. Yuina thought back to when she was in high school and couldn't recall anyone who looked like this woman or had the same or similar quirk as her. Seeing the confused look on Yuina's face, the stranger tried to enlighten her. It's me, Hanabi, she said, seeing if that helped. It didn't. From Mr. Sawaki's class. Still nothing. I sat next to you in class. Oh, Hanabi, Yuina said as she recalled a girl that somewhat resembled the woman in front of her. If Yuina was being honest, she just ignored and tried to forget about the girl that sat next to her because they made her feel uncomfortable, always staring at her, taking her pencils when she wasn't looking, and Yuina swears they dug through her bag when she wasn't around. But why do you love me? We never talked before. Remember the first day of school when you gave me your umbrella? Yuina gave an awkward nod. You gave me this look that made me feel something deep inside, and I knew from that moment you were the one. The cat in Yuina's arms hissed at the crazy girl, and Yuina agreed with the feline. She slowly walked backward, but Hanabi matched her steps. And it was because of that I took it upon myself to learn everything about you, from your likes and dislikes to your everyday schedule. So you did stalk me? Yuina exclaimed as she started to run away. She didn't feel safe with this person, and knowing the mere fact that they knew everything about her, she didn't know if she'll ever be safe again. Yuina didn't get far as Hanabi grabbed her arms, making her drop the cat, and pinned her to a wall. I didn't stalk you. I studied you over the years so I could give you the perfect date, Hanabi said, trying to justify her actions. It didn't work because Yuina started to struggle in Hanabi's grasp, trying to find any way to escape. Come on, don't pretend you didn't enjoy our date. Yuina screamed for help. Hanabi panicked. She knew that if someone heard Yuina and saw the position they were in, she would be seen as a criminal. So, she did the only thing she felt was the right thing to do. She kissed her. And the euphoria she felt when doing it. She loved how soft Yuina's lips felt against hers and how her lipstick tasted like cherries. It was the best kiss she ever had. Well, it was her only kiss, but still. Yuina, on the other hand, was in hell. Hanabi's lips were rough, her breath reeked, and she was practically trying to swallow her face whole rather than actually kissing her. What made it worse was that she felt Hanabi's tongue on her teeth. When Yuina thought it couldn't get any worse, she felt Hanabi's knee rubbing against her crotch. Yuina was trapped, and all she could do was let it happen. All she could do was pray that Hanabi would be quick or someone would come and help her. Suddenly, Yuina couldn't feel Hanabi on her body, and better yet, Hanabi was on the ground with her savior standing over her. She was confused by their appearance, though, a dark green sweatshirt and bunny mask, but she didn't care because she was saved. You all right? Her savior asked, and she nodded in response. You a-hole. Their attention turned back to Hanabi as she was just getting up. What kind of douchebag interrupts a couple while they're making out? Her savior turned to her for clarification to see if he made a mistake, and she quickly responded. We're not a couple, and she was just violating me before you showed up. You'll eventually love me. Hanabi shouted. Listen, the rabbit spoke. I don't know what your relationship is, but what I do know is forcing yourself onto someone, no matter who you are or your gender, is a horrible thing to do. Don't lecture me about right or wrong. Hanabi screamed. It's wrong to interrupt a couple while they're being NTMT. We're not a couple. Shut up. Hanabi charged at the two and, due to the rabbit's quick thinking, tripped her. Before she was able to get back up, the rabbit jumped on her back, pulled out a roll of duct tape, and taped her hands and feet together. That should hold you for a while, the rabbit said and turned his attention back to Yuina. You okay? No, Yuina admitted. I just learned that she's been stalking me for who knows how long. Studying. Be quiet, the rabbit slapped duct tape over Hanabi's mouth. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you have a place where you can stay for a while? My mother's, but I don't know if I can be safe there? Yuina said dejectedly. Is she abusive? No. Yuina quickly answered after realizing that she made it sound like her mother abused her. I just mean I don't think that I can be safe because she learned everything about me, and because of her quirk, I don't know if I'll ever be able to trust anyone. But she'll be in jail. But for how long? Without proof of what she's done, she'll be in prison for about a week, and that's not enough time to get a new apartment or job. Didn't you say she violated you? The rabbit interjected. We still need proof. Even though he was wearing a mask, Yuina was able to tell that her savior was upset that he couldn't do more to help. Since he saved her, she owes it to him to help him. Listen, don't worry about me, okay? The rabbit gave her a weird look like she was insane. You did enough already, so don't worry about me. But whatever happens I'll deal with it. The rabbit just stood there contemplating what she said. On one hand, he didn't want to leave her with this burden. He wanted to help her so that she wouldn't have to live in constant fear. But on the other hand, what could he do to help her? He didn't have any proof that her stalker did anything. So he apologized and left before any police or heroes arrived. After climbing through his bedroom window, Izuku took off his mask and took a deep breath. It's getting pretty hard to breathe in this, he said as he tossed his mask to the side. He moved to his bed and pulled out a notebook he hid under his mattress. He sat down at his desk and turned to a page with a drawing. On this page was a sketch of a dark green vest over a short-sleeved hooded shirt, black combat pants, black sneakers, and a black domino mask. His vigilante costume. Izuku made side notes to tell him what he wanted his costume to be made out of, like a Kevlar vest and hood and steel-toed sneakers. If only I had the money and access to get these things, Izuku muttered to himself as he looked at the page. Izuku always likes to look over his costume sketch and imagine what it would be like to wear it during his outings. But alas, he didn't have the money and access to get the materials or skill to put it together for it to happen. Izuku turned the page of his notebook and wrote down the events that he went through that night. In the week he's been a vigilante, most of the altercations he stopped were muggings and assaults, and he would always write down what he did right and wrong and if he was successful in stopping the crime. And tonight, it was no different until he got to the final crime he stopped that night. Stopped a woman violating another woman. If I didn't get involved, could it have been much worse? Maybe? Right, I stopped and apprehended the attacker. Wrong, I didn't have evidence of the attacker violating the victim or evidence of the attacker admitting they were stalking the victim. Success. Izuku leaned back in his chair and sighed. He should put down that he successfully stopped the crime because he did, right? After all, he stopped her, and she most likely got arrested after he left. But, since he didn't have proof that she did those things, she'll most likely get a short sentence or be let off with a warning, and she'll continue to stalk her victim. So, in the short term, he saved her, and he would do it again, but in the long term, he just postponed the woman from attacking again. Izuku looked back at his notes and wrote down what he felt was right. TBD. Midoriya, keep your head up. Izuku shot up after he was caught dozing off in class, causing a few of his classmates to laugh. One of the main problems of being a vigilante he faces is the lack of sleep. It wouldn't be that big of a problem if he just had school, but the added responsibilities at the orphanage make the morning a little unbearable. Sorry, it won't happen again. But, you said that the last 3 times, his teacher retorted. Is everything okay? Everything's fine, Izuku answered, rubbing his forehead. Is your forehead all right? The teacher asked with worry. Maybe his scar is bothering him, Izuku overheard one of his classmates say. Do you think he's trying to hide it? One student muttered. Well, if I had a scar like that, I would want to hide it, Yukari said with a snicker. Izuku didn't understand why people thought he was self-conscious about his scar. It wasn't even a hideous-looking scar either, just a circular blotch above his left eye. And it's not like he didn't know he had a scar, knowing how it was acid that caused it, and because he had to clean it to prevent infection. Hearing enough, dark shadow emerged from Fumikage and towered over everyone. It became dead quiet shortly afterward out of fear from the shadow bird. The teacher cleared her throat, breaking the silence. Well, anyway, make sure it doesn't happen again, she said and continued with the lesson. The rest of the class PRD went without any problems, more so out of fear rather than what the teacher was teaching. The bell rang, signaling that lunch had started. Both Izuku and Fumikage left for their usual spot, away from everyone else. And like most of their lunches, Fumikage had a tuna sandwich, but Izuku didn't bring lunch with him. He hasn't brought lunch with him for a week. Izuku decided that he would use his free time to catch up on sleep. Can I talk to Dark Shadow for a second? Said with a yawn. If it's about the picture, I swear I deleted it and gave him a lecture about one's privacy, Fumikage answered quickly, and Dark Shadow nodded profusely behind him. No, I just want to thank him for what he did back there is all, Izuku said, closing his eyes. You're welcome, Dark Shadow grinned. Izuku leaned back against the wall and fell asleep. While he slept, both Fumikage and Dark Shadow studied their friend. In the 2 weeks after Izuku was released from the hospital, he seemed different. He seemed happier, like he found something that's been missing his entire life. Whatever it is, Fumikage is happy that his friend found it and doesn't wish for him to lose it. Maybe one day he'll ask him about it. On most days, his nap during lunch would get him through the rest of the day, but today was different. His last PRD of the day is history, one of his favorite classes, but instead of his regular teacher, there was a substitute, and they didn't know what they were doing. So, instead of continuing with the topic they were currently working on, the sub handed out a worksheet and made them go through the textbook to help them answer the questions on the worksheet. It was one of the hardest things Izuku ever had to do. Just keeping his head up was a challenge in itself, and when you add the task of rereading a textbook just to find an answer that might not even be in the book, Izuku felt like he would pass out there on the spot. He almost cried when he heard the final bell. After packing up his things, he met Fumikage outside of his classroom, and they began to walk home. There's this new burger place that opened up by my house. Would you and Tsuyu like to join me later for an early dinner? Fumikage asked. I'll ask Miss Azumi to see if I can go, Izuku responded with a yawn. Didn't get enough sleep during lunch? I did, it's just because of last PRD, Izuku answered while rubbing his eyes. We had a sub. Got it, Fumikage said while nodding. They reached the part of the road where they went their separate ways. They said goodbye and made their way to their homes. If you're allowed to go, we'll be meeting up at my place around 5, Izuku heard his friend call out. He responded with a thumbs up, signaling that he heard him. After a short jog, Izuku made it back to the orphanage. After entering the building, he took off his shoes and made his way to a closet, and pulled out a vacuum cleaner. Since none of the caretakers were at the orphanage, they asked him to clean the place up while they went to get the children. He put on his headphones and got to work. He first vacuumed the downstairs before making his way upstairs and continued cleaning. After vacuuming, Izuku then started to dust around the house. He was just about to finish the living room when he saw the front door open and all the children and caretakers walk in. Hey, Miss Azumi, I'm almost done with this, Izuku said when he saw her. She responded with a smile and took the duster from his hand. Don't worry about it, I can take it from here, Miss Azumi said as she continued where Izuku left off. Izuku knew it was pointless to argue with her, so he just let her continue cleaning. Seeing that he was done with his chores for the day, Izuku went up to his room to work on his homework. As he was on his way to his room, Izuku walked past glasses, and ever since he returned from the hospital, she changed. First would be the obvious, her appearance. Her once fully black hair now has a couple of gray strands, and her skin was white as snow. But what changed the most was her attitude towards Izuku, no longer the stuck-up, nagging businesswoman, but now more of a reclusive intern trying her best not to anger her boss. Izuku didn't know what Miss Azumi did to her, nor did he want to know. Izuku entered his bedroom and sat at his desk and began his homework. An hour passed as Izuku was just finishing up with his last problem. It wasn't a lot of work, but when you're as tired as he was, a few worksheets could feel like a 17-page essay. Izuku rested his head on his desk, trying to sneak a few minutes of sleep. Try as he might, Izuku wasn't sneaky enough because there was a knock on his door, ruining his dreams of sleeping. Izuku opened his door, revealing Miss Azumi with a basket full of clothes. Sorry if I'm interrupting something, I'm just here to collect your dirty clothes, Miss Azumi said as she started pulling out dirty clothes from Izuku's hamper. It's fine, I wasn't doing anything anyway, Izuku replied. Okay, Miss Azumi said as she finished cleaning out the hamper. Just to let you know, we're having yakiudon for dinner. Actually, Fumikage invited me and Tsu out to dinner. To his place? No, to a burger place that just opened up. When? We'll be meeting at his place around 5. Miss Azumi was quiet for a couple of seconds, causing Izuku to worry. Ever since he was released from the hospital, Miss Azumi became apprehensive whenever he went out late, especially when it's around the time when the sun sets. The only time she would ever let him go out late is when she's there with him. Alright, just make sure you're back before it gets dark. Really? Izuku said in shock. Yeah, she said as she made her way to the door. I don't want to prevent you from hanging out with your friends. Thanks, Miss Azumi. You're welcome, but promise me that you'll make good decisions and be safe. I promise, Izuku told her with a hand over his heart. Good, she said as she started to leave but stopped as she turned back to Izuku. Also, the other caretakers and I are going to be cleaning all the bed sheets later, so don't be surprised if you come back to see your bed stripped of its sheets. Alright, thanks for letting me know, Izuku said before Miss Azumi left to do the laundry. Izuku looked at his clock and saw that it was 1:15. Knowing that it would take over half an hour to get to Fumicage's house, Izuku quickly changed out of his school uniform and into a plain white t-shirt, a pair of jeans, and his green sweatshirt. Izuku then grabbed his notebook from under his mattress and put it in his sweatshirt pocket, not wanting Miss Azumi or any other caretaker to find out about his late-night escapades, and some money as well. Izuku made his way downstairs after he finished getting ready. I'm going now, Izuku called out. Alright, have fun. Izuku heard Miss Azumi shout from the kitchen. Izuku exited through the front door and began his journey to Fumicage's house. He texted in the group chat that he was on his way and quickly received a response from Fumicage, indicating that he saw it. Knowing that he has a long way to go before he reaches his friend's house, Izuku started to brainstorm on how he'll be able to get direct evidence to help put the villains he faces away for a long time. I could try recording my fights, but how would I be able to record them and with what? I could always use my phone, but that would mean I would either have to fight with one hand or waste time setting it up to record the fight, risking a citizen's health, the villain getting away, or both. Maybe I'll buy a video camera, but I'll be in the same situation that I would be in if I used my phone. And how would I be able to turn in the video without it being traced back to me? Izuku groaned in frustration. He never thought that getting evidence would be so hard, and that stuff is always left behind at crime scenes. Maybe some food will help me think, Izuku said as he quickened his pace to Fumicage's house. It didn't take as long as he thought it would to reach Fumicage's house as he saw it in the distance. It's a one-floor house with a small porch out front. He lives in the weird part of Muzurafu, where his house is close to the city, but still far enough away to be classified as the suburbs. Izuku was a little jealous of where his friend lives because of how close it is to the city. Izuku was about to run the rest of the way but stopped in his tracks when he saw Tsuyu walking towards Fumicage's house. Even though Izuku was far away, he was able to point out that she was wearing a white sundress and black leggings and was carrying a green purse. Ever since she visited him at the hospital, things have become awkward between them. They haven't really talked much since then, only whenever Fumicage invites them out, like tonight. Well, that has to change, Izuku said to himself as he began to jog. We need to get over what happened and have things go back to the way things were. Tsuyu didn't know why she was here. Maybe it's because Fumicage invited her, or maybe she just wanted to get out of the house. But whatever the reason was that compelled her to show has faded because she wants nothing more than to leave right now, and she knows the cause for that. Izuku Midoriya. Now, Tsuyu doesn't dislike him, not in the slightest, but she just can't bear to be near him. It wasn't even Izuku's fault that she feels this way. It's because whenever she sees him, she thinks back to what happened at the hospital. She gets flustered just thinking about it. Now, finding herself in a situation where she knows she'll have to interact with him, she feels apprehensive. Maybe he doesn't even remember what happened, she muttered to herself. No, he would. Anyone with a good memory would remember that, ribbit. She stood before the door, thinking about her next step. I can't do this, she said out loud. I should leave before anyone sees me. Tsuyu turned to leave but froze when she saw Izuku standing behind her. Hey Tsu, Izuku said lightly. They stood before each other awkwardly, waiting for the other to make the first move. Listen dash. I dash. Izuku indicated for her to continue. I just want to say sorry, Tsuyu told him. For what? Izuku asked. For what I did last week, ribbit. Oh, that, Izuku said softly. Don't worry about it. But I dash. Listen, Izuku interrupted her. What happened happened. All we can do is acknowledge it and move on or pretend it didn't happen. Alright, I think I can do that, ribbit, Tsuyu said, feeling a massive weight being lifted from her shoulders. So, should we let Fumicage know that we're here or just keep standing on his front porch like a bunch of solicitors? Izuku jokingly said, indicating towards the door. I guess we should, ribbit, Tsuyu said while turning towards the door. Besides, we don't have anything to sell or advertise. If you give me some time, I can come up with something, Izuku joked, causing Tsuyu to chuckle as she knocked on the door. It didn't take long for Fumicage to answer. He was dressed in a purple t-shirt, covered by a gray jacket, and black khakis. You ready to venture out into the concrete jungle to vanquish our hunger? Fumicage announced as he stepped out of his house. Sure, both Izuku and Tsuyu said, unaffected by how their friend speaks. Then I shall lead us to our destination, Fumicage said as he led both of his friends away from his house. It didn't take them long to reach their destination. They stood before a corner store with a sign that read, Flippy's Bites, on the window. Other than the window, the restaurant was just a plain building that blended into its surroundings. Izuku and Tsuyu didn't know what to make of this place, but since they were hungry, they decided to save their opinions until they ate. They entered the building, and it was like they traveled back in time because the restaurant's interior had an American 1960s aesthetic. It had a black and white, checkered patterned floor, a teal-colored wall decorated with signs and posters of famous figures from history, popular food and drink products, and a road sign. There was also a bar area with red cushioned stools. They walked up to the hostess area and were greeted by a woman with short red hair, who was wearing a yellow-colored polo with a white collar and a white apron covering a yellow skirt. "Hello, how many are we serving today?" "3. And would you like a booth or a table?" "A booth would be fine." The hostess grabbed 3 menus and beckoned for the group of young teens to follow her. She led them to a booth that was close to the bar area, and just like the stools, the booth cushions were red. Izuku was the first to sit down with Tsuyu sitting next to him while Fumikage sat across from them. The hostess handed out menus to the teens before heading back to her post. "Well, this place is colorful," Izuku said. "Yeah, I never thought you were into the 1960s American aesthetic, Fumikage," Tsuyu added. "I'm not, I just didn't know this was the restaurant's theme," Fumikage stated. "How did you not know?" Ribbit. "When my family and I were in the city the other day, I saw this place have its grand opening and I thought it would be nice to invite my friends out for dinner," he answered. "Well, this place does have its charm," Izuku said while looking around at all the decorations. "There's even a jukebox in the corner." "Yeah, and there could be worse places to eat," Ribbit. "Let's just try the food first, and if we like it, then we could always come back," Fumikage proposed as he began to look through his menu. Both Izuku and Tsuyu agreed as they read through their menus as well. As Izuku read through each item on the menu, he could both hear and feel his stomach rumble. Everything sounded good, and the few pictures that he saw on the menu looked delicious. He wondered if both of his friends were feeling the same way he is. They pulled away from their menus when they heard footsteps stop at their table. "Hello, my name is June, and I'll be your waitress tonight," she said. She was wearing the same uniform as the hostess. "Is this your first time eating at Flippy's?" "It is." "Well, first off, welcome, and second, can I start you off with any drinks?" "I'll have an unsweetened iced tea," Tsuyu started off. "A Diet Dr. Thunder," Fumikage said. "And I'll have a frosted punch," Izuku finished off. "Okay," June said as she finished writing down the drink orders. "And are you ready to order, or do you need a few more minutes to look over our menu?" The group looked amongst themselves. "Well, I'm ready to order," Izuku said. "As well am I," Fumikage retorted. "All right, then I'll have the turkey burger with coleslaw," Ribbit. "The black bean burger with waffle fries," Fumikage ordered. "The bacon cheeseburger with sweet potato chips, please," Izuku requested. "All right then, your drinks will be ready in a little bit," June said as she took the menus and headed back towards the kitchen. "Coleslaw? Really?" Izuku asked Tsuyu. "What's wrong with coleslaw?" Tsuyu asked defensively. "Nothing, if you're a fan of soggy salad." "I don't understand why you aren't a fan of coleslaw," Ribbit. "It's one of the best sides you can get with burgers," Tsuyu retorted. "And besides, it's not the weirdest thing someone in our group eats. Fumikage likes pineapple on pizza, and you like to eat onion rings with your ice cream. So, relatively speaking, me liking coleslaw is pretty normal," Ribbit. "Ice cream and onion rings have a very sweet taste. What flavor does coleslaw have?" "If done right, it's a great mixture of sweet, sour, and salty." "I just don't understand how you could eat that slop," Izuku shrugged. "How about this? If you eat some of my coleslaw, then I'll try ice cream with onion rings," Tsuyu proposed. "Fine," Izuku turned his attention to Fumikage. "Do you want to get in on this?" "Sure, I will partake in this little venture of yours. Though I am skeptical about eating ice cream with onion rings," Fumikage said while Dark Shadow nodded. June came back with their drinks. She gave Tsuyu her iced tea, placed Fumicage's soda in front of him, and slid Izuku his red slushie before returning back to the kitchen. Tsuyu added some sugar to her drink, so it had the right amount of sweetness. Izuku took a couple of sips from his drink before yawning. "Well, I'm gonna take a short nap. Wake me when the food gets here," Izuku said as he rested his head back on the cushion. "Okay," Fumikage said as he drank his soda. A minute passed without anyone talking. Tsuyu was busy texting her family while Fumikage paid attention to his drink, but every now and then he'll look at Izuku. "Why do you keep looking at Izuku, Ribbit?" Tsuyu asked, startling her bird-headed friend. "Oh, you know how it's been 2 weeks since Izuku was released from the hospital?" Fumikage inquired. Tsuyu nodded. Ever since her hospital visit, Tsuyu limited her interactions with the group, only ever talking with them over the phone or in the group chat. Well, it started about a week ago when I talked with Izuku before class. He seemed tired. I didn't think much of it then, but now it seems like he takes a nap when the opportunity presents itself. Maybe that one caretaker piled his workload at the orphanage, ribbit? Tsuyu inquired after taking a sip from her iced tea. Fumikage shook his head. No, that's not it. He told me himself that his workload was reduced after he was released. Then do you think that maybe he's hiding something? Maybe the doctors found something wrong with him? Tsuyu asked, feeling a little alarmed. I don't know, but he does seem happier than he was before. Do you think that could mean something? Maybe, but if you're right and the doctors did find something wrong with him, then maybe he's trying to live his life to the fullest? Fumikage suggested. Tsuyu didn't like hearing that. She didn't like the thought of her friend possibly dying and that he's keeping it a secret. Don't say that! Tsuyu exclaimed, causing Fumikage to choke on his drink. Don't say something that serious. If Izuku was really sick, then he would tell us, ribbit. I'm not. All I'm saying is that he hasn't really been the same since his release. Fumikage clarified. If it really was something that serious, then don't you think Izuku would tell us about it? I guess, but did you ask him why he's been sleeping so much? No, because if it was important, then he would have told us about it, Fumikage said while looking at his friend. And besides, he's happier now than he was before, so I didn't really think much about it. Do you think we should ask him about it then? No, if it was important, then he would have told us already. Fumikage pulled out his phone to check any missed messages he had during their conversation. And besides, it's not like he's breaking the law or anything. I guess you're right, ribbit, Tsuyu said. So, who you texty dash? My mother, she wants a picture. Distracted by their conversation, both Tsuyu and Fumikage failed to notice Izuku's head slide from the cushion and land on Tsuyu's shoulder. Tsuyu tried her best not to get overly flustered, while Fumikage tried to suppress dark shadow long enough to prevent him from taking another picture. They were saved when they saw June heading towards their table carrying their meals. Quickly, Tsuyu nudged Izuku off her shoulder, waking him up in the process. June passed out their dinners to each of them, but before she headed back to the kitchen, Fumikage asked her to take a picture of them. She agreed and took a picture of the trio and headed back to the kitchen. Make sure you send me that, Izuku said. Don't worry, I'll send it to the group chat later, Fumikage said as he put his phone away. Izuku was about to dig into his burger when Tsu plopped a small piece of coleslaw onto his tray, causing him to groan. I was hoping you forgot about that. Never on your life, ribbit. After finishing their meals and paying for their dinner, the trio began their walk back to Fumicage's house. Ah, that was good, Izuku said as they exited from the restaurant. I have to admit I was pretty skeptical after seeing the decorations, but the food was pretty delicious, Fumikage added. I could see myself going back there, ribbit. Same here, Fumikage spoke. Do you guys want to do anything else? No, I promised Miss Azumi that I'd be back before it gets dark. And I need to get back home before my siblings drive the babysitter insane, said apologetically. Alright, maybe we could meet up for another time then, Fumikage chirped. Yeah, maybe we co-old. As Izuku was talking, the world around him began to slow down. He quickly looked at his surroundings, trying to find out where the danger was coming from. When he turned around, he saw the face of someone he thought he would never see again. Get down. Izuku quickly tackled both of his friends to the ground. Kaboom. Deku. Hey Kaken, Izuku stammered as he picked himself up. How you been? What are you doing here, Deku? Bakugo growled. Just hanging out with my friends. You have friends? Bakugo laughed. What kind of freaks would be friends with a quirkless loser like you? Who are you calling a freak? Tsuyu spoke up. Bakugo looked at the two characters that stood behind Deku. One was a girl with ugly frog features while the other one was a boy with a raven head and a bird shadow towering over him. These would be the type of freaks that would befriend you, a son of a bird fucker and frog face, Bakugo said. Hey, shut up. Huh? Bakugo turned his attention to Frog Face, who was giving him a cold look. He moved in close, his face just inches away from hers. And what's gonna happen if I don't? Two things are gonna happen. First, you're gonna back away from me. And second, you're gonna leave us alone, ribbit. Bakugo paused for a second. Then he began to chuckle as he backed away from Tsuyu. She even croaks like a frog too. He looked over to Fumikage. Do you tweet like a bird? I'll do more than tweet if you don't leave my friends alone. Dark Shadow grew taller, yellow eyes glaring down at the ash-blonde teen. Is that a threat? Bakugo said confidently as small explosions popped in his hands. Because I'm not afraid of your shadow? Even though he wasn't in any danger, time slowed down for Izuku. He looked around and saw that they were drawing a crowd, some were even recording the event in front of them. Public quirk use is against the law unless it's used in self-defense, and even though Bakugo started the altercation, Izuku knew he would fabricate the narrative where he was the victim, while he and his friends were the instigators. Izuku placed a hand on Fumicage's shoulder. "Calm down, he's not worth it," Izuku whispered in his ear. "What? But he attacked you and insulted me and Tsu." Fumicage was flabbergasted. He didn't understand why his friend didn't want him to defend his friends against this psychotic bomber. "I know, but there are cameras and you don't want to do something that you'll regret for the rest of your life." Izuku squeezed Fumicage's shoulder. "Just calm down and walk away." Izuku was right. Fumicage knew he was right as he looked around. He saw every phone pointed at him and felt dark shadow tower over him. He knew if he wanted to get into UA it wouldn't be great if there was a video of him attacking someone, even if they deserve it. "Dark Shadow, let's go," Fumicage said as he turned to leave. "What? After what he did, you just want to leave?" Dark Shadow exclaimed as he got into the face of his host. "He's not worth it." Fumicage broke away from the crowd and walked down the sidewalk. "Wait up, Fumicage!" Tsuyu cried out as she chased after her friend. The crowd dispersed after they realized there wasn't going to be a fight. Izuku started to chase after his friends, but froze after he heard Bakugo speak. "Good to know you're still a coward, Deku," Bakugo said to him. Bakugo walked up to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Let me tell you something, you are not special. You're just a quirkless nobody that no one would miss if you went missing or died, so why don't you do the world a favor and take a swan dive off of the tallest building you could find?" Izuku was mortified. He couldn't believe that his former childhood friend hated him so much that he told him to kill himself. Izuku looked at his former friend and didn't see the kid that wanted to be a hero, but a villain that's trying to masquerade as a hero. "You're a monster," Izuku said softly. "What was that?" "You're a monster," Izuku said louder. "No better than a villain." "No better than a villain?" Bakugo paused for a second, processing what was just said to him. His face turned red in anger, tiny explosions popping in his palms. "I'll show you who's a monster." Bakugo moved his palms towards Izuku, intending to blast off Izuku's lice-spewing mouth. But Izuku was ready as split-second activated, allowing Izuku time to grab Bakugo's wrists and point them back at his face. Boom. Ah! With his opponent discombobulated and blinded, Izuku swept Bakugo's legs and ran after his friends. It took him a while to find his friends, but he found them on the outskirts of the city. He saw Tsu consoling an agitated Fumicage. "Where have you been?" Tsu asked when she spotted the green-haired boy. "Sorry, I was packing away a few loose ends," Izuku answered before turning his attention to Fumicage. "Hey buddy, how are you holding up?" "Not too good. He's been like this for a while now, Ribbit." Izuku patted his friend on the back. "Listen, I know it was hard but you did the right thing." "How?" Fumicage finally spoke. "He attacked you and insulted both Tsu and me, and all I did was walk away. Because you didn't give him any power over you." Fumicage gave his friend an odd look like his nose grew or his face shrunk. Seeing that he confused his friend, Izuku tried to clarify himself. "What I mean is, people like Kaken like to make others feel inferior so they could feel superior. So when you walked away you showed him that you were better than him and that he held no power over you." "Thanks, Izuku, I needed to hear that," Fumicage said as he shared a hug with Izuku. After they broke away they saw that Tsu had a thoughtful look. "You know, you seem to know a lot about him," Tsuyu said, and Izuku sighed. He never thought he was ever going to reveal his past to his friends, but then again he never thought he'd see Kaken again. "Yeah, it's because we used to be friends," Izuku revealed, shocking both of his friends. "What? But, you're nice. And he's the complete opposite of nice, Ribbit." "I know it's hard to believe, but we were friends at some point." "When?" Fumicage asked. "I guess since we were babies up until I was diagnosed as quirkless," Izuku said, which seemed to anger Tsu as she clenched her fists. "So you're saying he stopped being your friend over something you had no control over?" "I guess. He's an a-hole." This shocked both Izuku and Fumicage. Never before had they heard Tsuyu curse before. "I have to agree with Tsu. What kind of person would do such a thing?" "I guess you're right. I still remember the last thing he said to me the last time I saw him." "What did he say?" Tsuyu said in a low voice. This was the angriest she ever felt. All the time she was bullied she would either just brush it off or never listen to what they say. But after hearing, and seeing, what that monster did to her friend, she wished that Fumicage unleashed Dark Shadow onto the psychopath. "Well, shortly after my mother died, it was my first day back to school after the tragedy. We didn't really interact during the day until school ended. I was leaving the school grounds when he attacked me, gave me some serious burns too," Tsu gasped while Fumicage stayed silent, even though he was seething with rage on the inside. "After burning me he told me that it should have been me who died instead of my mother." Fumikage and Tsuyu were quiet, processing what their friend told them. They experienced a variety of emotions of sadness and anger. They couldn't believe that someone so young had that much hate and anger in their heart. That son of a bitch, Tsuyu said. Hey! His mother was very nice to me, Izuku said defensively. I don't care. She should have done something about her psychotic child. Tsuyu argued while Fumikage nodded in agreement. Izuku sighed while running his hand through his hair. She did. She tried yelling, grounding, and spanking him, but nothing ever worked. I even remember her forcing him to sell some of his toys to help my mom replace my school uniforms that he destroyed, but that only made him angrier. Sounds like Kaken's mom should have considered some anger management sessions, Fumikage said, causing Izuku to laugh. What's so funny? Sorry, it's just the first time I heard someone else call him that. Izuku received some confused looks. His real name is Katsuki Bakugo, but I call him Kaken. Why? I guess it's because it's what I've always called him. Then you should stop then, Tsu said bluntly. Huh? Nicknames are only used for friends, and after what you told us tonight, he's not your friend, Ribbit. I know, it's just a force of habit, you know. Well, you better make it a habit of calling him Bakugo, Tsuyu said sternly. Izuku just nodded meekly, knowing it wouldn't be a good idea to argue with her. You know, he might even have to do that, Fumikage spoke up. I mean, this will probably be the last time we'll see him. I wouldn't count on it. Why? When me and Bakugo, were kids, we always talked about being heroes. He always said he was going to be the future #1. And how does that affect us? Tsuyu asked. He said he always wants to be the best and wouldn't want to settle for anything less. Both Tsuyu and Fumikage realized what their friend was telling them. They didn't like the thought of the possibility that they'll be going to the same school as that lunatic. You're kidding? Tsuyu said in shock. He's probably one of the less heroic people in Japan. What makes you think they'll let him into UA? Sometimes schools will tend to look the other way if they believe that one of their students could become a hero, and they'll use that student's success to promote their school, Izuku explained. It's kind of messed up when you think about it. Schools don't do that, it's unfair to other students, Tsuyu argued. Just think about it, does anyone in your school get any unfair advantages? Like extra credit, teachers give them more attention than others, maybe even ignore a few missed assignments, Izuku said as he saw gears turn in her head. Oh my god, Tsuyu was mortified because there is someone in her school that gets that kind of treatment. How could they do that? It's unfair. I'm living proof that life is unfair. What can we do to change that? Fumikage asked. It's pretty simple, Izuku put his hands on his friends. You need to show that it doesn't matter what type of quirk you have to be a great hero. I'm back, Izuku called out when he returned home. He saw some of the kids were watching a movie in the living room while a few were doing homework at the dining room table. Izuku made his way to the living room and sat down on the couch to see what they were watching. It was an animated movie about a dog or something. Izuku wasn't really paying attention. Izuku was currently zoning out, thinking about what happened that night. Running into Bakugo and having to relive his past for a little bit opened up a few old wounds for Izuku, especially when he mentioned his mother. It's hard for him to think about her knowing that he'll never see her smile again or hear her soothing voice. He also remembers her telling him stories about his first word or the time when his father actually loved him. It's those stories that make him wish that his mother was still alive. Hey Izuku, how was dinner? Izuku saw Miss Azumi walk into the living room carry a basket full of dirty bed sheets. Are you feeling okay? I'm fine, Izuku said. Then why are you crying? Miss Azumi asked. Izuku realized that he was crying when he zoned out. Oh, no reason, Izuku said after wiping away his tears. Are my sheets clean? They are, but are you sure you're feeling okay? Miss Azumi gave him a worried look, but Izuku brushed her off. I'm just gonna get to bed early tonight. Izuku made his way to his room. Alright, good night, Azumi said and made her way to the laundry room. Izuku sat down at his desk after entering his room. He sat in silence with his face in his hands for a short time. He always does this to calm down whenever he thinks about his mom. He knows he should talk to someone about his emotions, but it's difficult for him to talk about. His phone buzzed, bringing him out of his stupor. He saw that it was a message from Fumikage in their group chat. Here's the picture from tonight. Izuku pulled up the picture and smiled. It was him and his friend sitting in the booth smiling, Fumikage raising his drink, Tsuyu with rosy cheeks, and him holding up a peace sign. Even though the night didn't end well, Izuku was glad to be able to spend time with his friends. Love it, Izuku replied. Izuku put his phone away and looked at the clock. I don't think I need to go out tonight, Izuku said to himself. After the day I've had, I think a good night's rest is what I need. Izuku reached into his sweatshirt to put away his notebook, but when he felt around his pocket all he could feel was air and lint. In a panic, Izuku ripped off his sweatshirt and started to shake it in hopes of his notebook being stuck inside of it. Izuku then looked in his pocket, but he found nothing but lint. "Where is it?" Izuku said panicky. "Don't tell me I lost it. Please don't tell me I lost it." Izuku thought back to when he last had it and when he could have lost it. "I remember having it on the way to Fumicage's house and when we got to Flippy's. Maybe it fell out of my sweatshirt when I took my nap? No, either I or Tsuyu would have noticed it, so it must have happened after dinner when we were attacked by." Izuku started to panic again, of all people to find his notebook, after the police, pro-heroes, some street thug, or Miss Azumi. Bakugo was the last person he would want to find his notebook. Izuku hastily put his sweatshirt on and arranged his pillows to make it look like he was sleeping before escaping through his window. Izuku rushed back to the spot where Bakugo attacked him, telling himself that Bakugo didn't notice it. The sidewalks were crowded and the sun was setting, making it harder for Izuku to notice anything. Izuku started to think that he might not even be in the right spot and began to move closer to Flippy's, thinking that maybe the wind carried it up the sidewalk or someone kicked it. He kept telling himself that as he was getting closer to Flippy's, but as he got closer to the restaurant's entrance his hopes started to dwindle. When he reached the entrance without finding the notebook he felt anguished in his heart. He sat down by the entrance and buried his head into his knees. "How could you be so careless?" he berated himself. "You finally find something that brings you joy and you lose the one thing that could ruin it. You feeling alright?" Izuku looked up to see a girl with shoulder-length salmon pink hair with crosses in her eyes that make them look like scope lenses. She was wearing black baggy sweatpants, a black jacket, and brown boots. She was also carrying a styrofoam cup. "I'm alright," Izuku lied. "I just needed to rest." "Are you sure? Because it looked like you were looking for something earlier," the girl said before taking a sip from her cup. "I'm sure, you were probably just seeing things," Izuku told her, hoping that she'll just leave him alone. "Maybe," she said, then she pulled out his notebook. "Or maybe you were looking for this." Izuku's eyes widened. He was ecstatic that some stranger found his notebook and they were just going to give it to him. He quickly stood up and noticed that he was taller than her by a few inches. "Where did you find it?" "I saw it on the ground after you knocked down the Boom Boom Boy," she told him, causing Izuku to raise his eyebrow in confusion. "Well, thank you for finding my notebook." Izuku reached for his notebook but the girl pulled away, confusing Izuku even more. Can I have my notebook back?" "I don't know. I was going to give it back to you earlier, but my curiosity got the better of me and I must say there are some juicy stories in here." She was fanning herself with the notebook as if she was cooling herself down. It's my dream journal," Izuku spat out. He knew that he should have come up with a better lie for when someone found his notebook, but when he found himself in that situation he just said the first thing that came to mind. "You critique your dream self? I'm weird like that. Now can I have my journal back?" Izuku reached for his notebook again, but she just moved her arm away from his grasp. "It's weird that these are your dreams because I did a little digging and I found news article after news article of the same situations that you find your dream self involved in. I have very specific dreams. Do you find your dream self dressed like and jumping around like a rabbit in these situations?" "What? It's what almost all the news articles have in common," she said with a sly smile. "Dressed like a rabbit? That's pretty weird, even for a dream." Izuku feigned ignorance hoping she'll buy it. "I guess you're right." She started to skim through some of the pages. Nothing in here says anything about a rabbit, not even in the costume sketch. "Well, what are you gonna do? Can I have my journal back?" Izuku said with a hint of panic in his voice. "I don't know. Maybe we should turn this into the authorities?" she said with a grin, causing Izuku to panic. "What? Yeah, we could turn this in and help the authorities catch this masked crusader before he becomes a huge problem for them in the future. How would my dream journal help them?" Izuku said, slightly intrigued even though he was panicking. "Your quirk," she exclaimed, confusing Izuku. "It seems to appear that you have a quirk that lets you see crimes in your dreams." "I don't have a quirk," Izuku told her, hoping that she'll buy everything that he's been telling her. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Because it looked like you had a quirk earlier." Izuku froze. No one has ever noticed him using his quirk before and now all of a sudden someone spotted him using it. "What do you mean?" "I didn't notice it earlier because I wasn't paying attention, but when you redirected Boom Boom Boy's explosion into his face it was pretty easy to spot your quirk," she told him with a glowing smile. Realizing that he's backed into a corner with no escape, Izuku knew it was best for him to come clean. "Alright, fine, you caught me," Izuku sighed. "Everything that you read is true." "What? No," she said sarcastically. "You're telling me this isn't your dream journal?" I panicked. "Okay," Izuku said defensively. "I never thought I was gonna be put on the spot like that." "Yeah, but you could have come up with something better than dream journal," she told him. You could have said it was your crime observation journal and reworded some of the entries so that it doesn't sound like you were there. Alright, I get it, Izuku said. Now what? You gonna turn me in or are you gonna blackmail me into doing anything you want? Pfft, I'm not gonna turn you in, she said, slightly offended that he thought so low of her. But what I am gonna do is make you an offer. What kind of offer? Izuku asked. I don't want to get into the logistics of it now, but it's the kind where you scratch my back and I scratch yours, she said, confusing Izuku. What? She sighed as she ripped out a back page of the notebook and wrote down an address on it and handed the piece of paper to him. Just show up to this address around 11 p.m. tomorrow and more will be revealed, and make sure to show up in your costume. All right, Izuku said while looking over the paper. Can I have my notebook back now? No, she said with a slight chuckle. You at least need some incentive to show up tomorrow. Izuku sighed in frustration. Can you at least tell me your name? The name is Mei Hatsum, she revealed. And I'll be looking forward to seeing you tomorrow night. Mei left, leaving Izuku alone with his thought. From having dinner with his friends, to encountering an old bully and having to relive some painful memories, and ending the night off by agreeing to meet up with a stranger at some strange place left Izuku with a headache. What did I get myself into? Shoyuta stood behind the glass, watching the detective interrogate the young vigilante. He understood the feeling, the rush of saving a life, and defeating a villain. It was something he felt the first time he became a pro. He also knows how dangerous it could be if that feeling goes unchecked. He's seen many pro heroes go down a dark path because of it. Shoyuta looked over the Jackrabbit file and looked at the equipment he used. He was impressed by the arsenal the vigilante had, though he had a hard time believing that the problem child built his own weapons. No, he had help, and hearing that he had no idea how to make his own costume confirmed that. Just what are you hiding, problem child? 2 years ago. Why am I doing this? Izuku asked no one. He was standing outside of an abandoned warehouse close to Takoba Municipal Beach. Well, calling it a beach is too much of a stretch. It's more like a dump than anything else. He was wearing his costume, minus the mask. It was a long journey from the orphanage to the warehouse, and he didn't want to raise any suspicion, so he chose to carry his mask. I guess I shouldn't waste any more time. Izuku put on his mask and walked into the warehouse. It was empty, with only one table in the center of the abandoned building. It was also kind of dark as well. Only a few lights were on, so he wasn't completely blind. Split second activated, and Izuku saw a wrench flying towards his head. He quickly moved out of the way, and the wrench landed with a clang. He turned and saw an annoyed Hatsum with her arms crossed. You're late. So you throw a wrench at me? I knew you were gonna dodge it, she huffed. She moved behind him and grabbed the wrench she threw. What took you so long anyway? Sorry, my house isn't close by, so it's gonna take me a while to get somewhere in the city. Izuku exclaimed and took off his mask. So you don't live close to the city? Izuku shook his head, and Hatsum brought her hand to her chin. That's gonna be a problem. She walked over to the table and picked up a tape measure. Strip. Huh? I can't get proper measurements of your body with your clothes on, so strip? Hatsum demanded. But why? Why are you doing any of this? Izuku asked to make her forget about him having to strip. Hatsum placed the measuring tape down and walked over to Izuku. Remember when I said you scratch my back and I scratch yours? Izuku nodded, not liking where this was going. Well, you see, I want to get into UA's support course and I want to see how my glorious babies hold up against actual villains, not some untrained student, teacher, or your run-of-the-mill robot. And that's why you took my notebook, Izuku said, and Hatsum nodded. When I saw your notebook, I knew I hit the jackpot. She exclaimed. With you going around fighting villains, I can collect data to see if my babies would be of any use to a pro hero. So, I'm pretty much your guinea pig, Izuku said, then he realized something that Hatsum said. Did you say, babies? So, what do you say? I make your equipment, and you test them out for me. She stuck her hand out for Izuku to shake, completely ignoring Izuku's question. Izuku looked at her outstretched hand and weighed his options. Sure, he should accept her offer. It would make his life easier as a vigilante easier, and it would help with her career to make fighting villains easier for pro heroes. But he didn't know if he could trust her. They just met, and the first thing she told him to do was strip. For all he knew, this could be a trap, and the police are waiting outside to burst in at any moment. But then again, why would she wait a day to turn him in when she could have done it the day prior? She had his notebook, and this whole thing seems to be too convoluted for a sting operation for a small-time vigilante that only stopped muggings and small drag deals. Besides, why would she explain her reasons for why she's doing this to rat him out? It didn't make any sense. With a sigh, Izuku reluctantly shook her hand. Great. You won't regret this. Now, Hatsum walked back over to the table and picked up the tape measure. Strip. Why do I need to do that? Izuku stuttered. Now that we're partners, you're going to need a new suit, she told him. Besides, a green hoodie, sweatpants, a Halloween mask? Do you really think villains will take you seriously dressed like that? It was all I had, okay. Izuku said defensively. If it will make you feel better, I only need you to strip down to your boxers, she said nonchalantly. It doesn't. Izuku exclaimed, then blushed with embarrassment. Besides, don't you think it's weird for me to be in my boxers? Pfft, it doesn't matter, she laughed. I'm gay so you won't have to worry about me grpng your little friend or something. I guess that makes it a little better, Izuku said softly, but his face was still red. But you can't watch me take off my clothes. Really? I'm going to be measuring you afterward, so it kinda defeats the purpose of you wanting privacy, Hatsum huffed impatiently, but Izuku didn't move and actually turned a darker shade of red. Hatsum huffed and turned around, placing her hands on the back of her head. Fine, but be quick. There are other things I wanted to get down tonight. After the measurements were done, Hatsum wrote them down in a journal before setting up some cameras. What are you doing? Izuku asked, after putting on his hoodie. We're going to be testing your quirk. I've only seen you use it twice, but I want to know more, she pointed to a spot in front of the camera. Please stand there and tell me about your quirk. Izuku did as she asked, and Hatsum turned on the camera and signaled for Izuku to start talking. Well, I call my quirk Split Second, and it activates whenever it senses danger, giving me about 5 seconds to dodge, Izuku explained, and Hatsum gleefully wrote everything down, which confused Izuku. I'm sorry, but if you're recording this, then why do you need to write what I say down? It's always good to have backups, she answered. So, what's it like when Split Second is activated? Time slows down like everything is underwater while I'm the only one on land, Izuku said while Hatsum nodded. She picked up a piece of bread and threw it at Izuku. It just bounced off of him and landed at his feet. Why did you do that? Izuku asked. I thought you said your quirk would activate whenever it senses danger. Yeah, but not for bread, Izuku said. Hatsum responded by picking up the wrench from earlier and chucked at his head, to which Izuku dodged it easily. But it will for a wrench. And have you ever tried catching anything when Split Second is activated? No, Izuku shook his head. Well, I want you to catch this then. Hatsum threw a hammer, and Izuku caught it by the handle. Did it hurt in any way to catch it? Not really, Hatsum wrote down his response before closing the notebook and turning off the camera. All right, grab the wheelbarrow, she exclaimed as she made her way to the exit, putting on a pair of gloves. Why? We're going hunting. After a short walk, Izuku and Hatsum were standing in front of Takoba Beach. Izuku had a repulsive look on his face, disgusted by the former beach, while Hatsum looked like a kid in a candy store. It's beautiful, she said with tears in her eyes. It's a dump, Izuku said with tears in his eyes for a different reason. Are you kidding? It isn't just a dump. It's a gold mine for people like me, Hatsum said, flabbergasted by the thought that someone would see her gold mine as a dump. Do you know how many babies I could make with these scraps? A lot? But why not go out and buy the parts that you would need? Izuku asked after figuring out that babies meant gadgets. Because it's expensive, and why would I need to pay for parts in a store when I could get those same parts here for free? She said, and Izuku thought her logic made sense. Now come on, we need to get the good stuff tonight because I saw a sickly old man and a boy started cleaning this beach, and I don't know how long before they throw all this stuff out. They raced into the dump, and Hatsum started digging through the mounds of garbage. She told him that he'll be carrying the heavy stuff in the wheelbarrow while she'll carry the important, more fragile items. All right, this is good for a first haul, Hatsum said while holding some computer monitors. How many are we doing tonight? Izuku asked. His wheelbarrow was filled mostly with scrap metal, but there were some old fans, pipes, and an RC car and controller. Maybe 2 more. There is this old refrigerator I want to take back to our hideout, she said, and Izuku was stunned. What are you going to do with the refrigerator? He asked. I'm going to fix it up and use it to store food and drinks, Hatsum said like it was the most obvious thing in the world. It's a good idea to have something to restore your energy at the hideout. Oh, Izuku thought over what she said. Wait, hideout? Yeah, the pros have their hero agencies, and we have our warehouse as a safe haven, she said. Besides, the warehouse is abandoned, and the city hall is too scared to tear it down. It's perfect. Yeah, but it's pretty far from my house, Izuku said, but Hatsum just brushed him off. Don't worry about that. While we were collecting, I thought of the perfect baby to create to get you around quickly, she told him and brought a finger to her lips and winked. But it's going to be a secret. Izuku didn't know what to say. He was grateful that he wouldn't take too long to get to the city but was worried that Hatsum wouldn't tell him what it was. Also, what's your name? Hatsum asked. You never told me. It's Izuku Midoriya, Hatsum, Izuku told her, but she shook her head at him. Now that we're partners, I want you to call me Mei, she said. Gym class has started to become one of his least favorite classes since becoming a vigilante. He was always sore and tired the day after, and after the night he had with Mei, Izuku felt like his arms were going to fall off. Even with Mei's help, the refrigerator was still extremely heavy. They had to take multiple breaks to rest their arms. He was grateful that she told him that they would meet again in 3 days. Midoriya, you're up. He heard his name called by the gym teacher. They were currently doing a ball throw for the school's fitness test. Izuku wasn't the most athletic student in his class. He was about average thanks to gymnastics, but he would always place close to the bottom during the ball throw. Izuku took the ball from the teacher and got into the circle. The rules were that you couldn't leave the circle, couldn't use your quirk, and you had to actually throw the ball. Apparently, a few years ago, a bunch of students decided to kick the ball instead of throwing it, which resulted in a bunch of foot injuries, causing the rule to be added. Izuku threw the ball as hard as he could, but it didn't go very far compared to his classmates. 24.78 meters. Izuku shrugged and walked away from the circle and sat next to Fumikage. Better than last year, his friend told him. I guess, but it's not like I'm aiming for the Olympics or anything, Izuku stretched with a yawn. You okay? Fumikage asked worriedly. Just had a hard time falling to sleep, Izuku lied. The second his head hit his pillow, he was out like a light. Tokoyami, come up. Fumikage went up for his turn. He took the ball and threw it as hard as he could. 19.41 meters. Fumikage groaned and walked back to Izuku. You know you're not going to be able to get into UA with a throw like that. You can't just rely on Dark Shadow to do most of the heavy lifting, Izuku told his friend, and he nodded in agreement. I know, I've actually started working out. By the time UA's entrance exam comes, I'll be able to throw that ball 23 meters without Dark Shadow. Fumikage said with determination. I'll hold you to that. Izuku stood up and started stretching his legs. It looks like we're about to start the 50-meter dash, and I plan to beat you this year. You're on. 3 days later. So, how is it? Comfortable? Mei asked, sitting in a recliner they pulled from the dump. Yeah, but, Izuku was wearing black leather pants, a dark green sleeveless leather biker vest, black steel-toed boots, and black gloves. There was also a hood on the vest, and attached to the hood were two. Did you really need to add the bunny ears? I thought that was your theme. Just be glad I didn't add a cottontail to your costume, Mei snickered, then quickly stood up from her chair and grabbed something from the table. Now this is the most important part of your costume. She handed him a dark green leather mask, and Izuku looked it over. Its design is based on a rabbit's face, leaving his mouth exposed and 2 nostril holes to make it easier for him to breathe. Izuku put the mask on and looked around. He could see clearly with no parts of his mask blocking his vision. I made it big enough to cover most of your face. Well, the most identifiable parts are completely covered anyway. Mei moved back to the table and started putting things together. If someone sees your freckles or that scar, then this whole thing was a bust. After finishing up, she handed Izuku a belt with pouches attached to it. And this baby right here is your utility belt. Izuku put the belt on as Mei explained the belt. The pouch on your left holds your smoke pellets while the pouch on your right holds a foam pellet that will trap your opponent. I left space for extra pouches for the future, but I think this is a good starting point. And remember, you have a limited amount of pellets, so use them wisely. Thanks, Mei, a grateful Izuku said, but Mei brushed him off. Don't thank me yet. We still need to test them. Mei put a headset on and tossed Izuku a small item. Catch. Izuku caught the small item and saw that it was an earpiece. He gave Mei a puzzled look, and she sighed. It's an earpiece. It's a way for us to communicate while you're out in the field. Now, stick it in your ear. Izuku complied with her order and placed the earpiece in his ear as Mei adjusted her mic. Check, check. 1, can you hear me, all right? Izuku nodded, and Mei grinned. Good, now let's start testing. It was a quiet night in the neighborhood. Everyone was asleep preparing for the next day. Only the animals were roaming the streets, for it's their domain when the man is asleep. Are you sure this is a good idea? A voice said. Yeah, we break in, take the important stuff, and get out. It's simple, another voice said. Emerging from the darkness and walking up a front porch of a nice-looking house were 2 men dressed in black, carrying duffel bags. One of the men was tall, thin, and had the head of a wolf, while the other was short, chubby, and looked like a brown bear. But what if they're home? The wolf man asked apprehensively. Don't worry about it, I scoped out this house last week. The family is on some vacation or something, and even if someone was home they're probably asleep, the bear man comforted his partner in crime. Now, unlock the door before anyone comes by. The wolf man took off his glove to reveal his paw. He stuck one of his nails into the keyhole and jiggled his nail in it before he heard the sound of the door unlocking. He put his glove back on and opened the door. The two walked in and quickly surveyed the house for valuables. "All right, take any valuables that are lying around like loose change and sheet. We'll save the big stuff like TVs and computers for later," the bear man said. Wolfman nodded, and the two split up with the wolfman taking the downstairs while the bear man looked around upstairs. Wolfman started off in the living room, looking for anything valuable. He couldn't find any loose change, but he did take the remotes to the TV and DVD player. He didn't take the DVD player yet, choosing to steal it after he finished checking downstairs. He quickly checked behind some family photos that were hanging on the wall to see if there were any secrets hiding behind them, but all he was met with was the wall. He then moved on to the kitchen. He checked every drawer and cabinet and was only able to come away with batteries from the junk drawer. He opened up the fridge, checking to see if this family is weird, and hid their money in a fridge. He didn't find any money, but he did find a jar of peanut butter. The wolfman quickly looked around before sticking his finger into the peanut butter and ate it off of his finger. "I wish they had some milk," he said with a mouthful of peanut butter. He stuck his finger back into the jar and dug out another plop of peanut butter. Before he was able to eat it, the room filled up with smoke, making him drop the jar. "Who's there?" No response. He started to cough up a storm as he tried to wave away some of the smoke. Try to intimidate the big bad wolf and huff and puff and blow all the smoke away. He heard someone say. He quickly backed into the fridge so he wouldn't get attacked from behind. "Show yourself." He called out into the smoke. He heard rapid footsteps approach him, then saw the sole of a boot heading for his face. He didn't have enough time to dodge as the back of his head bounced off the fridge after getting kicked in the face. He fell to the floor and felt some kind of goop expanding on his back. The wolfman managed to get up as the smoke cleared and managed to see a masked man with bunny ears. The masked man seemed surprised to see the wolfman get back up, which he used to charge at the rabbit. He threw a punch at him, but the rabbit dodged it, grabbed his arm, and flipped him to the ground. On his way down, he felt the rabbit slam something on his chest and saw a bunch of goop cover his chest. The wolfman tried to get up, but his back was glued to the floor. The rabbit watched him squirm on the floor for a few seconds to see if he would get back up. Seeing that the wolfman wasn't a threat anymore, the rabbit closed the fridge door and threw away the peanut butter jar. "I think what you did to that peanut butter jar was the real crime," the rabbit said, leaving the wolfman stuck to the floor. After scouring through the bedrooms, the bear man has his bag full of jewelry, money, and piggy banks. It was easy, and no one was home, so he didn't have to worry about anyone calling the police. He came across the final room upstairs, the study room. It looked like the type of room that you would see on TV and movies, a desk in front of the window, bookshelves lined the walls, and there was a taxidermy bear in the corner. "Why does every study have a stuffed bear?" Bearman shook his head. With disappointment. He started going through the desk drawers looking for anything important. All he could find was a golden envelope opener. Ah, that's useless, not even real gold. He moved on to the bookshelves, looking to see if there were any hidden safes behind the books. There's always a secret safe in these rooms. He pulled book after book off of the shelves until he found a safe with a keypad. Knew it. The bear man pulled out a small buzzsaw from his bag and started cutting into the safe, not bothering to attempt any combination. After a few minutes, he was able to cut open the safe to reveal stacks of cash. "No gold, but I won't complain." He started to fill up his bag, not leaving behind a single bill. He heard footsteps approaching the room, and he smiled. "You finished cleaning out the downstairs?" He turned around and froze. Instead of his partner, there was a masked man with rabbit ears. Before he had a chance to speak, the rabbit charged at him. The rabbit threw something at the bear man, and when it made contact with his gut, smoke exploded from it. The bear man coughed and waved away some of the smoke. He was then kicked in the side of his head. He was able to maintain his balance, but his vision was hazy, and it was already hard to see with all the smoke. He managed to get to the window and punched a hole in it to clear out the smoke. Some of the smoke was cleared, and he could see the rabbit better. The rabbit was hopping in place in a fighting stance. The bear man lunged at the rabbit and swung his arm at him. The rabbit ducked underneath his attack and punched him in the kidney. The bear man grimaced in pain, and the rabbit took the opportunity to slam something into the bear's gut. Foam covered his stomach in seconds, but it was slowly running off of him. The rabbit then kicked the back of his leg and pushed him to the ground before throwing another foam pellet onto him, sticking him to the ground. The rabbit walked away, leaving the bear man to squirm on the ground. The smoke pellets worked great. Izuku said while standing in the living room. Though I needed to use 2 foam pellets on each of them. I guess I need to change up the formula then, but that's why we're testing them so they're perfect for the future, he heard Mei say through his earpiece. Anyway, good work. We can continue tomorrow when I have more babies for you to use. Izuku just shook his head. Right. But first, I need to make a call. Izuku picked up the phone in the living room and called the police. Hello, what's your emergency? 2 guys broke into my home. Can you please send help? Izuku said, trying to sound like he's in danger. I'll send them over right away. Thank you. Izuku placed the phone down on the coffee table and left before the sound of police sirens filled the neighborhood. Izuku sat up in his bed and stretched his arm. It was the weekend so he didn't have to do any work in the morning. He got out of bed and took a quick shower. After he finished showering, he got dressed and went to the kitchen to get breakfast. Good morning, Izuku, Miss Azumi greeted him when he walked into the kitchen. She was currently working at the stove baking some pies. It was for no special occasion. She would sometimes bake some desserts for no reason, and she would always respond with, "Do I need a reason to bake a random dessert?" whenever someone asked. But no one ever really complained. Morning, Izuku replied and poured himself a bowl of cereal. He walked into the dining room and started eating his breakfast after sitting down. He browsed through his phone, looking at hero news and anything that seemed interesting. All Might defeated another villain. That's nothing new. The wild pussycats find a missing child. That's great news to hear. Endeavor defeats a group of villains, most likely taking out a whole city block with them. Man, there is nothing new today. Izuku kept scrolling through his phone as he ate. Living in a world full of heroes, the news is most likely going to talk about the same topics over and over again. Sure, it's interesting the first time reading through articles, but just like listening to a song on repeat, it gets old fast. I mean, it's a good thing that there are not many articles saying, hero defeated. Villain got away. But they could at least make the titles more interesting. Izuku continued on eating until he saw a title that made him choke on his breakfast. He broke out into a coughing fit, attracting the attention of Miss Azumi. Are you okay? She asked, standing in the doorway. Izuku waved her off while pounding on his chest. Yeah. It just went down the wrong pipe, Izuku said after clearing his airways. Miss Azumi looked him over for a few seconds before going back into the kitchen after seeing that Izuku was fine. Izuku sighed before looking back at his phone. Masked Crusader stops home robbery. Maybe there's another vigilante that stopped a robbery last night? Izuku thought, but when he read through the article, it sounded more and more like him. It even said that the 2 suspects that were arrested had bear and wolf quirks. They even said that the police had to laser cut the 2 out of foam. Mei did say there were already articles about me, but it's weird seeing them for myself, Izuku thought. He quickly read through the rest of the article, nothing too interesting to note, and it ended with the reporter saying something along the lines of telling him to stop what he's doing and that he's breaking the law. Izuku put his phone down and leaned back in his chair and thought things over. It started to finally hit him that his deeds are being noticed. Sure, it felt good that he was being recognized, but it was also bad. Now, pro-heroes will start to go after him, making it harder for him to be a vigilante. Izuku felt like he should quit now before he got into some serious trouble. But then he started to think about the first night he became a vigilante and how he saved a man's life, or when he saved a woman from being raped, and even last night when he stopped those 2 men from robbing that family's house. If it wasn't for him, who knows what would have happened to those people he saved and the criminals he stopped. Izuku knew he couldn't quit. He couldn't do that to the people that the media and the pros ignore. Izuku finished his breakfast and placed his dishes into the sink. I'm going out. Okay, stay safe, Miss Azumi told him. How do you like my new computer? I built it from the spare monitors from Takoba Beach, Mei asked, showing off her computer. It was a bunch of monitors hanging off a wall. Mei moved the mouse around to show that they were all connected to the same device. It's great, but why do you need so many? Izuku asked. It's going to be a major part of your transportation, which is why I asked you here today. She rolled away from her computer and moved to the workbench. She picked up 2 items, one being a long steel pole and the other being a scale. All I need is your weight, and you don't need to strip this time. But I'm going to need you to wear your costume and hold this. Mei handed Izuku the pole, which was surprisingly light. Izuku quickly changed into his costume and stood on the scale. Okay, without the staff, you're about 127 pounds, Mei wrote down the information onto a piece of paper and handed Izuku the staff. And with the staff? 128 pounds. So, why do you need my weight? And what's the point of this staff? Izuku asked after he stepped off the weight. As I said before, it's for your transportation. And the staff is going to be your weapon. Mei said. Izuku twirled the staff in his hands and gripped the center of the staff to get a good feel for it. Keep in mind, it's made of steel, and a strong hit to the head can cause some severe damage, so be careful when you use it. I also didn't have enough time to build a holster for it, but I don't think it will hugely affect your weight, Mei told him, making him feel apprehensive about his new tool. He knew that the staff would be a huge help, but he knew that it would be a huge help for him. Listen, just aim for the arms, legs, or chest, and you're good, Mei said, which made Izuku feel better about the staff, but knew that things could get stressful during a fight. Izuku's phone vibrated, and he saw that he received a text from Fumikage in the group chat. You guys free for a round of mini-golf? Sure. When? Izuku replied. Izuku received a text saying that they'll meet in an hour, and Tsu said that she could make it as well. Izuku quickly changed back into his regular clothes and placed the staff onto the workbench. He moved to leave but stopped when he saw Mei working away at her computer. Hey, me and my friends are gonna go play some mini-golf, and I just wanted to know if you would like to join us? Izuku asked. He saw Mei stop working and thinking over his offer. Nah, Mei replied. I have some work to be done here. And besides, how would you be able to explain how we know each other to your friends? I can think of something. Izuku countered. We don't go to the same school, we don't have the same hobbies, and after knowing you for a few days, I don't think you would randomly befriend someone like me out of nowhere, Mei said as she moved away from her computer. She started pushing Izuku through the exit. Just go out and have fun with your friends, and when you get back, I'll have a brand new baby ready for you. And another thing. After Mei finally pushed Izuku out of the warehouse, she looked him dead in the eye. Last night, you said, intimidate the big bad wolf. It's imitate the big bad wolf. Get it right next time. Mei closed the door in Izuku's face, leaving him dumbfounded. Sorry, intimidate and imitate sounds and look similar. After a quick trip to his house to get his wallet, Izuku arrived at the mini-golf course his friends say they were meeting at. It was hero-themed. Each of the 18 holes is based on a hero that allowed the course to use their likeness. Hey, Izuku! He heard his name called. He saw Tsu waving her arm as she ran up to him. Hey, Tsu! Izuku said. So, this is the place? Seems a little bright for Fumikage, Ribbit, Tsu said when she arrived at the course. It wasn't what she was expecting when Fumikage told them where they were playing. She was expecting something more dark and sinister, not bright and cheerful. You should see this place around Halloween. They stay open late at night and get glow-in-the-dark golf ball and some fog machines, and they hire actors to jump out and scare you. Izuku told her, and she gave him a puzzled look. And how do you know about this, Ribbit? Tsu asked. Me and Fumikage went here for his birthday last year, Izuku said. Tsu couldn't make it to Fumicage's birthday because she and her family had to go to a family reunion. Where is Fumikage anyways? Izuku said out loud. He checked his phone and saw that it was a few minutes past the time Fumikage said they were gonna meet, and Fumikage is usually the first one to arrive. He then saw that he received a new message from Fumikage. Sorry, can't make it. Body's been sore ever since I woke up from my nap. It looks like he can't make it, Izuku said as he was putting his phone away. Why? What happened? Tsu asked. He's just sore. He told me he started working out, so I think that's the reason, Izuku said as he looked over the mini-golf course. Since we're already here, do you want to play a round? Sure, but let's make this more interesting, Tsu said, piquing Izuku's interest. Winner chooses lunch, and the loser pays, Ribbit. Deal. Izuku said, taking little to no time to think it over. I'm thinking burritos. Well, you're gonna have to wait to have burritos because we're having pizza, Tsu said, and she walked into the course. After paying and choosing their colored golf ball and clubs, the duo walked up to the first hole. It was a normal hole with no obstacles to make it a challenge for the player. As long as the player hits the ball with the right amount of strength, it's an easy hole-in-one. There was also a little podium at the start of the hole with information about who the hole is based on. It says that this is Manuel's hole. Makes sense with how normal this is compared to the others, Izuku said and turned to Tsu. So, how are we going to decide on who goes first? Rock, paper, scissors? Tsu suggested, and Izuku agreed. He won and placed his blue ball on the green and lined up his shot. He hit his ball, and it sunk into the hole, causing him to pump his fist in celebration. Just to let you know, I grew up playing mini-golf, Izuku said as Tsu went up for her turn. Tsu just rolled her eyes as she placed down her green ball and lined up her shot. She hit her ball, and it sunk into the hole as well. She turned to Izuku and gave him a little smirk. And I have 2 younger siblings who love to play mini-golf, Tsu said as she moved on to the next hole. You're on, Azui, Izuku said to himself as he followed his friend to the next hole. 16 holes later. It was a competitive back-and-forth game between the two. Whenever one of them seemed to start to build a big lead over the other, they would come back in the later holes. Izuku was leading by 2 strokes, but they were coming up to the 17th hole. It was a 2-platformed hole, with the actual hole on the bottom story, and had 4 paths. The one on the left had 4 holes that were connected to tubes that led to the hole on the bottom. The next path had a slightly steep hill that led to a singular hole. The path next to it had multiple humps and bumps and a singular hole. The final path had a tunnel that led to the green on the bottom. The wild pussycat's hole, each path represents their quirk, Izuku read from the podium. Pick the perfect path to get closer to the hole. So what's the deal with this hole? Tsu asked, looking over each path. Because the path on the right seems to be the easiest, ribbit. That's what they want you to think, but you actually have to think of your choice. Izuku started to point at each path. Mandalay's path seems the easiest, but it would put your ball further away from the hole. Ragdoll's is the second easiest, but you'll have to be lucky with which hole you choose because only one will put you close to the hole. That only leaves Pixie Bob's and Tiger's path. Tsu looked at the 2 remaining paths, the big hill, and the multiple humps and bumps. Tiger's path is the easiest of the 2. The ball won't be close to the hole, but it will place it closer than the other 2 paths would. Now, Pixie Bob's is a challenge. You need to use the right amount of strength to get your ball up the hill, but to also keep it up there, Izuku explained. So it's either playing it safe but taking more strokes or taking a gamble and risk taking more strokes, Tsu said, and Izuku nodded as he set up his shot. Pretty much, Izuku hit his ball down Mandalay's path, and he watched it roll down onto the bottom green. But since I'm winning, I don't need to take any unnecessary risks. Tsu placed her ball down on the green and started thinking about which path to take. She knew she couldn't do Mandalay's because it would take too many strokes, and she couldn't risk taking Pixie Bob's path with her only being behind by 2 strokes and there being 1 more hole left. Ragdoll's path had too many uncertainties, so it only left Tiger's. Tsu aimed her shot and hit it down Tiger's path, which luckily sunk down the hole and rolled onto the bottom green, further ahead than Izuku's ball. They soon hit their ball into the hole, with Tsu finishing with 2 strokes and Izuku with 3 strokes. They moved on to the final hole, the hardest one in the whole course, but yet the most simple. There were no humps, bumps, hills, or walls to block the player's shot, just a simple clear path from the tee area to the hole. But what makes the hole difficult is where the hole is located. It's located on the side of a rotating pedestal, and on top of that pedestal is a statue of All Might in his Golden Age costume. And if it wasn't hard enough, the player had to hit their ball up a ramp and across a narrow bridge over a hole that collects the golf ball. I am here. Played from the speakers to make it sound like it came from the statue. All Might's hole, it's a 1-slide hole, fail to get a hole-in-one add 6 to your score, but if you do get a hole-in-one you win a free game pass for your next game, Izuku read from the podium. Izuku looked at the hole in front of him and started to breathe lightly. He knew he had to hit the ball perfectly straight and at the right time to sink his shot. If he makes his shot, he automatically wins, but if he misses, he gives Tsu a chance to win. Izuku placed his ball down on the green and watched the statue spin as he tried to figure out the perfect time to hit his ball. Izuku took a deep breath and waited. When he thought it was the right time to hit his ball, Izuku hit the ball up the ramp and across the bridge but just slightly missed the hole. Izuku groaned as he watched his ball bounce off the podium and fall down into the hole below. So close, Tsu said as she took her spot on the green. Yeah, but the pressure's on. You need to sink this to win. Izuku said, trying to add more pressure onto his friend. Tsu did the same thing Izuku did and waited for the podium to spin to figure out the perfect time to hit her ball. Tsu hit her ball a half-second later than Izuku did and watched her ball roll up the ramp, across the bridge, and into the hole. Yes! Tsu cheered as fanfare played from the speakers. Congratulations! You just won a free game pass. Plus Ultra. After paying, Izuku walked over to the table that Tsu was waiting at with a large half-pepperoni half-plain pizza. Tsu didn't care which pizzeria they went to, so Izuku chose the closest one to the miniature golf course. Izuku laid the pizza down on the table, and Tsu had a smug grin on her face. Looks great, so glad I chose pizza, ribbit. Tsu said, and Izuku rolled his eyes. You just got lucky, Izuku said as he reached for a slice, but Tsu slapped his hand away. I believe that the winner should get the first slice. Tsu grabbed the slice with the most pepperonis on it as Izuku rubbed the hand that she smacked. There is such a thing as being a gracious winner, you know that? Izuku said and grabbed a plain slice. Oh, and you would, mister, I grew up playing mini-golf, ribbit? Tsu mocked. Fair point, Izuku said. So, Fumicage's working out now? Tsu asked, changing the subject. Yeah, he's really motivated to get into UA, Izuku answered, and Tsu nodded. Maybe I should join him since we're both aiming for UA, Tsu said after finishing her slice. That's a good idea. You might be able to motivate each other. Izuku finished his slice and reached for another. At the same time, Tsu reached for her second slice. Tsu froze when she felt Izuku's hand on top of hers, and Izuku quickly retracted his hand. Sorry, I didn't know you wanted that slice, Izuku managed to say. It's fine, need to go to the bathroom, ribbit. Tsu hastily stood up from the table and rushed to the bathroom, leaving behind a red-faced Izuku. Izuku put his head down and groaned. What was that about? It was just an accident. Izuku looked at the hand he touched Tsu's hand with and sighed. Just when we got over the incident in the hospital, this had to happen. At least Dark Shadow wasn't here to take a picture of it. Izuku and Tsu ate in silence afterward, and the rest of the day went on like normal. It was late at night, and Izuku finished putting on his costume, except for his mask. He was standing around, waiting for Mei to finish whatever she was doing. He saw her set up some cans and a mannequin around the warehouse before moving back to her workbench. What exactly are you doing? Izuku asked. I'm just setting something up to test my new baby. This one is a little too dangerous to test on the fly. Mei moved away from the workbench and walked to Izuku carrying a gun-like object with a grappling hook coming out of the barrel. A grappling gun? Izuku took the gun and looked it over. He started aiming the gun around the warehouse, but he didn't have his finger on the trigger. Yup. But I want to make sure that it works well now before you go out, Mei said as she started setting up cameras. Why don't you try grabbing one of the cans? But how does it work? Izuku asked. Pull the trigger to shoot and release the trigger to retract the rope, Mei told him, and Izuku took aim at a can. And how long is the rope? About 25 meters. Izuku lined up his shot a little more and pulled the trigger. The two watched the rope travel from the gun and towards the can. The hook hit the can, knocking it off of its perch, making Mei sigh. Try not to aim directly at your target, Mei suggested, and Izuku lined up his second shot. He aimed at another can but slightly aimed more towards the left. He shot at the can, but this time, the hook missed its target. After Izuku released the trigger, on the way back, the hook caught the can and brought the can back with it. Great! Now try the mannequin. Izuku aimed at the mannequin and shot at it. The hook latched onto the mannequin and dragged it back to Izuku. Izuku was glad that it worked, but Mei just shook her head. This is why we're testing, Mei said, confusing Izuku. What do you mean? Izuku asked. Mei walked over to the mannequin and removed the hook from the object. She held it up to show Izuku a small hole that pierced through the object. Oh, Izuku said. Yeah, we don't want to accidentally stab someone. Mei dropped the mannequin and walked back to her camera. It just means that I have to work on it a little more. It still works, though. Izuku said to brighten her spirits, but Mei just brushed him off. I'm not upset this stuff happens all the time, and it's not like I'm not letting you use it. You just can't use it on people yet. Though I want to do one more test, Mei pointed at one of the elevated platforms. Try to latch onto the safety rail. Izuku did as he was told and shot the grappling hook at the platform, and it latched onto the safety rail. Now what? Pull the trigger twice, Mei told him, and he did just that, but instead of the hook returning to the gun, the hook pulled the gun and Izuku up to the platform. After reaching the platform, Izuku pulled himself onto it and looked stunned. Yes. It worked perfectly. He heard Mei cheer. What just happened? Izuku said after settling down. You got yourself a brand new baby, that's what. Mei rushed over and put on her headset. Now you're going out to stop some crime. Standing on top of an apartment building was the rabbit looking over the city for anything strange. See anything out of the ordinary yet? He heard Mei through his earpiece. Nothing yet, but I'll keep you updated, Mei, the rabbit said. Don't use my real name, you idiot. What if someone heard you? I don't think anyone is going to be on a rooftop this late at night. The rabbit looked around, and just like he said, there was nobody else on the roof. I don't care. We have to be careful because one slip up from you or me can be a huge problem for both of us. What do you want me to do about it? The rabbit asked. Don't call me by my actual name. Then what do you want me to call you? Silence came from his earpiece. I'll think about it. Izuku heard rummaging from below. He looked down into the alleyway and saw two people standing above something that the rabbit wasn't able to make out. Sorry to cut this short, but something's happening. The rabbit shot his grappling hook at the fire escape across from him and swung from the rooftop. Time slowed down when he got close to the building, and he got his legs ready. When the world started to speed up again, he planted his feet on the wall and started running down it. When he got close enough to the ground, the rabbit jumped off the wall and tackled the first body he saw. What the? The rabbit heard, but he didn't have time to register anything about the man because time slowed down for the rabbit. Not knowing where the attack was coming from, The rabbit flipped out of the way and pulled out his staff in midair. "Who the hell are you?" the man he tackled exclaimed. The rabbit was able to point out that the man seemed to be of average height and was bald. The person he was with was a woman who was shorter than the man and had long lavender hair. "Depends on who's asking?" the rabbit responded. "Us. And if you know what's good for you, you'll walk away," the woman threatened. The rabbit ignored her threat and looked to see what the two were standing over earlier. It was a small child, a girl probably no older than she, had reddish-pink shoulder-length hair and was wearing a yellow t-shirt and a red skirt. But the most noticeable feature of the girl was the scales that were the same color as her hair on both sides of her cheeks. She was rolled up in a ball and was shaking in fear. "Don't ignore us." The man charged at the rabbit with some type of fire quirk coming from his hands. The rabbit simply ducked under his attack and tripped the man with his staff. "Take this, you little sheet." The woman shot lightning from her fingers. The rabbit quickly tossed his staff towards the woman, attracting the electricity as he ran at her. When the rabbit got close to the woman, he jumped in the air and kicked the woman in the back of the head. After the woman hit the ground, the man got back up and did not waste a second. The rabbit charged at him, picking up his staff along the way. He quickly jabbed the man with the end of his staff, and the rabbit assumed there was still an electrical current moving through his staff because the man got shocked after he jabbed him. The rabbit quickly kicked the man in the shin, and he fell to his knees. Time slowed down for the rabbit, and noticing some light flashing behind him, he quickly tossed the man his staff and fell to the ground. The man instinctively caught the staff but quickly regretted it because he was electrocuted by his partner. The woman winced, giving the rabbit enough time to sneak up behind her and kick her into the man, causing both of them to bump heads. Realizing that they were outmatched, the two quickly ran away. "Yeah, and don't come back," the rabbit shouted at the two. He turned his attention to the girl, who started to shake more when she saw him. "Hey, don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you," the rabbit said calmly. He crouched down to not seem intimidating. It didn't work because she started to shake even more. "It's all right, I'm a hero. I won't hurt you," he said, and it seemed to work because she wasn't shaking as much. "Heroes are bright and colorful. You're dark and scary," she managed to say. "I'm different than those heroes. I work in the shadows, so my costume has to be dark, and I'm only scary to bad people," the rabbit told her. "Then what's your name?" she asked. "My name? It's, the rabbit started to dig through his brain for the perfect hero name. It couldn't be something scary because he didn't want to ruin the small amount of trust that he built with the girl, and it also had to be either bunny or rabbit theme because of his costume design. "My name is Jack Rabbit." Jack Rabbit saw the girl smile a little, letting him know that she liked his name. Jack Rabbit wasn't a huge fan of his name. He can hear May snickering in his ear, but if it would make the girl trust him, then he'll live with it for now. "What's your name?" Jack Rabbit asked. "Hayami," she said softly. "That's a nice name." Jack Rabbit extended his hand to pet her head, but she flinched when she saw him reach for her, causing him to worry. "Are you okay? Why are you out so late?" He didn't realize it earlier because of the two people he was fighting, but why was a girl her age out so late? And why were those two adults towering over her when they didn't even look like her parents? "Home scary," Hayami said, causing Jack Rabbit to freeze. Getting a better look at Hayami, he was able to make out some bruises on her arms and neck, making his blood boil. How could anyone do such a cruel thing to someone so young, let alone their own daughter? He was ready to burst into the girl's home and beat the shit out of the person who did this or take Hayami away to a safer place with him, but May stopped him before he could do anything. "I know what you're thinking, and I fully agree with what you want to do, but you can't," May said, causing Jack Rabbit to pause. "What? It's messed up, I know, but it's better that we bring her back to her home than do anything drastic. She has bruises, and she flinched when I tried to pet her." Jack Rabbit didn't like what May was saying. She couldn't see Hayami. She couldn't see her shaking, her bruises, or the fear in her eyes. All he wants to do is take her away so she can live a life where she doesn't get hurt or live a life in fear. "Then what are you going to do then?" May shouted. "Break into her home and beat up whoever harmed her or take her away. Those are crimes, even if you're in the right. But you don't have any evidence to support you. If you do any of those things, it will make yours and her life horrible." Jack Rabbit looked at Hayami again, who had tears in her eyes. It pained him to admit it, but May was right. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't just take matters into his own hands because whatever he did would make the abuser out to be the victim. He also couldn't call the cops or child protective services because if they couldn't find anything to warrant them taking away Hayami, it would make her life worse. "But we can't do nothing," Jack Rabbit pleaded. "I know, that's why I'm gonna start working on something right away." Jack Rabbit could hear May working away at her workbench as she spoke, making him smile a little. What exactly are you working on? A small camera that we can hide on her to record videos that we can send to the police or heroes. Just make sure that you can put it on her the next time you see her. And when do you think you'll finish it? Jack Rabbit asked. If I pull an all-nighter, I think I can get it done by tomorrow night. Jack Rabbit nodded, even though May couldn't see him. I trust that you'll finish it in no time. I'm signing off, and please be smart. Jack Rabbit could hear his earpiece go silent, signaling that May signed off. He turned back to Hayami and crouched down to her level. Every part of his body is telling him that this was a bad idea, but if he wanted to save her, he knew he would have to do it, even if it doesn't feel right. Hey, he said in a whispered voice. Me and my friend are going to help you out, but you're going to need to be brave. I'm going to have to drop you off at your home, though. Hayami started shaking heavily as tears ran down her face, breaking his heart. He reached out to pet her, and once again, she flinched, but this time, he didn't pull his hand away. He lightly rubbed her head, messing up her hair a little, and he could feel her starting to shake less. I know it's scary, but I promise you I'm going to save you, Jack Rabbit promised. Hayami nodded and wiped away some of her tears, though they continued to fall down her face. Jack Rabbit stood up straight and extended his hand for the little girl to hold. He had her lead him to her home, which was on the 3rd floor of the apartment building he was on earlier. The hallway was filthy with multiple stains on the carpet, the walls, and a weird smell that no one could explain. Hayami led him to a room with its numbers falling off. Before Jack Rabbit let her go, he got down to her level again and placed his hands on her shoulders. I'm going to go now, but I want you to promise me that you'll meet me outside around this time tomorrow, okay? She nodded, and he ruffled her hair again. He then walked down to the end of the hallway towards an open window and shot his grappling hook onto the closest roof. He didn't want to wait to watch her go into her house because he knew that if he stayed, he wouldn't have been able to stop himself as screams echoed throughout the hallway. Izuku couldn't pay attention in school. All he could think about was Hayami. He couldn't sleep at night knowing that she was scared to be in her own home. He hated himself for leaving her there, but May was right. If he wanted to save her, he was going to need to get some evidence. He just wished there was a better way to get it. And that's how you pronounce Taumata Wakatangi Hanga Koa Ao Tamatea Turi Pukaka Pikimanga Horonuku Pokai Fenua Kitanatahu, Izuku history teacher said after finishing his lesson. They were learning about New Zealand, and the teacher thought it would be a good idea to talk about a hill that had a long name that was located in the country. His teacher had a whole lesson planned out for the class, but because it took so long for him to pronounce the name, they had about 5 minutes left in class. Since that took longer than I thought, you can start packing your things before the bell rings, his teacher said as he sat down at his desk. When Izuku finished packing his stuff, the bell rang. He left the classroom and met up with Fumikage at the school's entrance. They didn't talk much on their way back to their homes, Izuku thinking too much about Hayami, and Fumikage was still sore from his workouts. I know you don't feel great now, but as time goes on you'll start to feel better, Izuku told his friend as he watched him limp. He wanted, make sure to stretch before every workout and end it with a little yoga. Make sure you also stay hydrated as well. Thanks for the advice. I assume you learned this from gymnastics. Fumikage groaned. Yeah, the first few lessons, my arms and legs were extremely sore, and my stomach ached for weeks, Izuku chuckled. Tsu's mom told me that I should do some yoga after every lesson to help. Okay, and speaking of Tsu, I'm sorry I wasn't able to make it yesterday, Fumikage apologized, but Izuku didn't mind. It's fine, me and Tsu played around and got pizza afterward. She also won a free game pass, so we can go back another time, Izuku said. Dark Shadow emerged from Fumikage, snickering to itself. It sounds like you and Tsu went on a date. Izuku turned beet red, and Fumikage reprimanded his quirk. It wasn't like that. We just played a game of golf as any two friends would. We even had a competition during the game. Izuku shouted, causing Dark Shadow to have a full-on belly laugh. Fumikage managed to suppress Dark Shadow back into him after the Shadow quirk calmed down. I would like to apologize for Dark Shadow's behavior, Fumikage said while shaking his head. It's fine, Izuku said. He took a few deep breaths to regain his composure. Though something did happen afterward. What happened? It only happened for a second, but our hands touched when we reached for the same slice of pizza, and we both froze, Izuku said. Fumikage had a confused look on his face, wondering why his friend was making a big deal over something so small. And? I don't know. Izuku exclaimed. It just got awkward between us and? I don't know. Well, did you hate it when your hands touched? Fumikage asked. Izuku started to think about it. He didn't think anything of it when it happened. He was stunned during the moment. But after talking with his friend and actually thinking about it, he couldn't say he disliked it. Not really. But I don't think Tsu liked it. She rushed to the bathroom shortly after it happened. You should talk to her then. Find out what she thought of it, Fumikage told his friend. You're right. It might even extinguish any awkwardness that'll form from it, Izuku said. They came up to the part of the street where they split up to go to their own homes. They said their goodbyes, and even though he might not know it, Izuku was grateful to his friend for taking his mind off of Hayami. Did you get the camera done? Izuku asked after changing into his costume. After everyone fell asleep, Izuku rushed to the warehouse and got ready. He didn't even acknowledge Mei when he burst through the doors. Almost, Mei was currently placing a small lens into a pin. Done. Mei exclaimed and picked up the pin. It was a small green pin with a rabbit face in the middle. There wasn't anything special about the rabbit face, except for the two black beady eyes. What is it? Izuku asked after getting a good look at the pin. It's the hidden camera. Let me show you how it works. Mei handed Izuku the pin and walked over to her computer. She turned it on and opened an icon. After she clicked on the icon, all of the screens showed a video of Izuku's face. Whoa! I know. It records 24/7, and my computer receives the feedback. Mei exclaimed, proud of the work that she spent all night and day working on. Izuku gripped the pin and placed it in his pocket. He moved to leave, but Mei stopped him. I know you don't like it, but this was the best way to do this, Mei said solemnly. Izuku looked down and sighed. I know, I just wish there was a better way. So do I, but after tonight, she won't ever have to go through this again. Mei said with determination in her voice. Now, get out there, Jack Rabbit. Izuku smirked and put on his mask, and left the warehouse. Jack Rabbit waited in the alleyway for 15 minutes, waiting for Hayami to show up. He knew that she was young and probably didn't have a good concept of time, or maybe he was early. He kept trying to reason with himself that she'll show up soon, but something kept eating at him that something happened. He decided to listen to that feeling and started to look for her. He knew that he couldn't walk through her front door, so he started to look for her apartment window. What was her apartment number? I exited through the window at the end of the hallway and I remember walking past a couple of rooms, but it wasn't one of the first rooms either, so it has to be somewhere in the middle. Jack Rabbit aimed his grappling hook and shot it at one of the fire escapes. He reached the platform and started to look through the window. The first room he looked into was a bright, colorful room with a boy playing a video game. In the next room, he saw a dark bedroom full of toys. Even though it was empty, something told him that it wasn't Hayami's room. Finally, he came across a bedroom with nothing but a single mattress on the floor. It was also filthy with multiple stains on the floor and the wall, with a single flickering light bulb lighting up the room. But what stood out the most was a small girl with reddish-pink hair curled up on the mattress. Jack Rabbit tapped on the window, alerting the girl. When she looked at the window, he was able to identify that she was Hayami. She moved to the window and opened it. Hello, you didn't show up, and I got worried, Jack Rabbit whispered, so he didn't alert anyone else in the apartment. Sorry, I forgot, she said lightly. Jack Rabbit entered through the window and crouched down to her level. Don't worry, I have something that will help you. Jack Rabbit pulled out the pin and moved to put it on her, but when he touched her arm, she winced. Jack Rabbit looked at her worriedly before lifting up her sleeve, seeing fresh bruises. He then looked at her neck and saw more fresh bruises. He gripped his fists and breathed through his nose to calm down. It barely worked, but he knew that he was so close to kicking down her bedroom door and attacking the first person he saw. He placed the pin on her shirt before placing his hands on her shoulders. I promise you will never have to go through this, Jack Rabbit said and pulled her into a warm hug. Hayami flinched first, but when she realized that he wasn't hurting her, she eased into it, embracing the warmth. After reluctantly leaving Hayami's apartment, Jack Rabbit didn't feel like prowling through the night, but Mei wanted him to look for any form of crime. She told him that the night was still young and it would help him get his mind off of Hayami for a while. Jack Rabbit wanted to argue, but Mei threatened him with scrap hunting on Takoba Beach when he got back. Jack Rabbit shut his mouth and started roof jumping. It's not like he hated scrounging for scraps. It actually benefits him with new tools and equipment. He just didn't feel like digging through a dump in the middle of the night. He was jumping from rooftop to rooftop, taking in all the sights and sounds the city has to offer. He couldn't see or hear anything out of the ordinary, which was good. No one was in any danger. He could sit back, relax, and enjoy the stars, which he would have if he could see any. The city is great and all, but the bright lights make it hard for him to look at the stars. Man, nothing is happening tonight, Jack Rabbit huffed. He knows he sounds selfish, wanting to take down a crook, but he was more bored than anything else. Most heroes and vigilantes would consider that a good thing. No lives are in danger and less work for them to deal with, Mei retorted, and Jack Rabbit rolled his eyes. It's not like I'm not grateful or anything. It's just that whenever I put on this costume, I expect to do something. Jack Rabbit exclaimed. He started jumping across rooftops again and looking into alleyways for anything. If you want, I can set up the pitching machine we found the other night, and we can train your Quirk, May suggested. Jack Rabbit didn't feel like training his Quirk that night, maybe another day, but right now, he wants something interesting to happen. No, we can save that for another time, Jack Rabbit answered, and he heard May start to roll around in her chair. Then I'll get the wheelbarrows, he heard May say, and Jack Rabbit sighed. The one thing he tried to avoid doing was what was awaiting him when he got back to the warehouse. He might as well look on the bright side of it, though. He might get a new gadget or an upgrade on one of the gadgets he currently has. I'm making my way back now, Jack Rabbit said. He turned around and started jumping back the way he came. He knew he should have expected nights like this, in a world full of superheroes. Of course, there would be nights where nothing happened. So, did you come up with a name yet? Jack Rabbit asked. Knowing that it would be a long journey back to the warehouse, he decided to do a little small talk. Not yet, but I have 3 names that I like, May said. What are they? Echo, Workshop, and Microscope. Those are some good names, Jack Rabbit said. He noticed something in the corner of his eye at a train station. A train was leaving the station, but what stood out was a huge group of people that his gut was telling him were bad news. I think I'm going to be a little late, Jack Rabbit said, and he departed towards the station. He quickly made it to the platform, but he hid in the shadows to survey the situation before him. There were 6 teens, some appeared to be around his age while the rest looked a little bit older, dressed in black with skull face paint. Only one of them had half his face painted, and he appeared to be the most reluctant one of the group. The only thing that stood out the most about the teen, besides half of his face being painted, was that he had messy purple hair and bags under his eyes. The group looked like they were pressuring the boy to do something, but Jack Rabbit didn't know what it was until he saw an old man cowering in fear and one of the other teens holding up their phone. Come on, Shins, do it. Jack Rabbit heard one of the teens say. The group started pushing him towards the cowering man, and it looked like Shins wanted to throw up. Shins brought up his fists like he was going to throw a punch, and the old man braced himself. Thinking quickly, Jack Rabbit grabbed one of his smoke pellets and hit one of the poles to draw their attention. They all looked over to the shadow that he was hiding in. He knew they couldn't see him, but he could see them. With everyone distracted, Shins took the opportunity to discreetly walk away from the group. With a plan in mind, Jack Rabbit slowly walked out of the shadows and into the light to some mixed reactions. Some were confused with what they were looking at, while the others were trying not to burst out laughing. The hell you supposed to be? One of the group members called out. He was snickering along with the rest of his buddies. Jack Rabbit glanced at the old man, who looked like he had lost all hope when he saw him walk into the light. Jack Rabbit didn't do anything at first. He just stood there waiting for the perfect moment to present itself. When he saw the boy who called out to him walk towards him, he pounced. He flung his smoke pellet at the boy, smoke exploded, and surrounded the area. Not wasting any time, Jack Rabbit jumped into the smoke and pulled out his staff. He found the boy in the smoke and whacked him in the arm, causing him to scream. He then used the end of his staff and jabbed it into the boy in the abdomen. He swept the boy's legs, knocking him to the ground, and trapped him with his foam pellet. The smoke cleared, and the group saw one of their members trapped in some foam, with Jack Rabbit standing over him unharmed. I'm Jack Rabbit. To avenge their fallen comrade, the rest of the group charged at Jack Rabbit. Expecting this, Jack Rabbit slid under their attacks toward the member with the phone. Jack Rabbit popped up in front of the member and used his staff to knock the phone out of the boy's hand. My phone. Not wasting a second, Jack Rabbit used his staff to springboard onto the boy's shoulders and wrapped his legs around him. Using his weight, Jack Rabbit fell backward and flipped the boy to the ground. On the way down, Jack Rabbit slammed one of his foam pellets onto the boy's back, so when he landed, he would be stuck to the ground. To get the upper hand, 2 group members charged at Jack Rabbit as he was getting up from the ground. One of them managed to grab him from behind and held his hands behind his back while the other wore a sinister grin. Now you're gonna pay, he said while cracking his knuckles. He swung at his head, but Jack Rabbit dodged the attack. He took another shot at his head, and he dodged it again. Jack Rabbit could see that the boy was getting frustrated because instead of aiming for his head, he aimed for his stomach. Split second activated, and Jack Rabbit took the opportunity to kick the boy's arm away. The boy was shocked, and Jack Rabbit quickly kicked him in the stomach. He then flipped over the boy holding him, breaking free of his grasp. After he landed, he charged at the boy that was previously holding him, and the boy swung at him. Jack Rabbit ducked underneath their attack, but instead of stopping, he continued running towards the boy he kicked earlier and drop-kicked him into a light pole, knocking him out. Not forgetting about his earlier captor, when Jack Rabbit saw him run at him, he easily kicked him in the face, knocking him out as well. Jack Rabbit saw the last group member standing alone, horrified by what he had witnessed. He saw him shakily reach into his jacket and pull out a gun. Jack Rabbit didn't flinch. He knew that the boy was too scared to use the weapon. If he wasn't, he would have used it earlier, and even if he did use it, he knew that split second would give him enough time to dodge. Too bad Shins didn't know that. NOO. Shins lunged at the gun wielder, but when he hit his arm, the gun went off. Split second activated, and Jack Rabbit could see the bullet flying toward him. Jack Rabbit felt disappointed in Shins because what he did was extremely stupid, though he was also proud of him for trying to stop his comrade from using a gun, showing him that he wasn't bad just in the bad crowd. Before time returned to normal, Jack Rabbit caught the bullet in between his pointer finger and thumb. The two were stunned when they saw Jack Rabbit catch the bullet, but the one holding the gun wasn't stunned for long because Jack Rabbit quickly knocked the gun out of his hand before knocking him out with a kick. Only Jack Rabbit and Shins were left standing. Shins was at a loss for words because he couldn't say anything, only able to stare at the masked rabbit. Maybe he was scared that he was going to be attacked next, which makes sense after seeing what happened to his buddies, but Jack Rabbit didn't do anything. Shins didn't wait around to see if Jack Rabbit would do anything because he quickly ran away from the platform. Jack Rabbit watched as Shins ran away. He didn't try to call out to him or try to pursue him, he just hoped that he didn't see him with another group like the one he was with tonight. He then looked at the old man from earlier who was still cowering away. Every step that Jack Rabbit took, the more the man quivered in fear. "Please don't hurt me," he heard the man beg. Jack Rabbit knew that no matter what he said, he wouldn't sway the man's opinion of him, so he started to leave. "Stay safe," he told the man as he walked back into the shadows. Izuku walked into the warehouse and took off his mask to see Mei smirking with 2 wheelbarrows behind her. "Did you have fun, you adrenaline junkie?" she asked him. "If you consider fighting off a gang of teenagers and almost getting shot fun, then yes, I had a blast," Izuku replied sarcastically. He put his mask down on the workbench and walked over to the computer. "So, anything happened after I left?" Izuku asked. "No, she fell asleep right after you left," Mei said sadly. Izuku gripped his fists, and Mei slowly walked up behind him and put a comforting hand on his shoulder. Damn it. Izuku knew that it was messed up for him to want Hayami to get hurt, but it was necessary for them to save her. "I know you want to save her, I do too, but you can't let this eat at you," Mei told him. Izuku exhaled and released his grip. "I know, I just wish we could help her sooner," Izuku said. "We'll save her, don't worry," Mei patted his back and walked over to the wheelbarrows. "Now come on, let's go fill our wheelbarrows." After a short walk to Takoba Beach, the duo got to work, filling their wheelbarrows. After they first started scrounging for materials on the beach, the number of piles of garbage started to go down. Izuku knows that he and Mei aren't the only people cleaning up the beach. From what Mei told him, the sickly old man and boy were getting rid of all the garbage and not just looking for certain parts, but Izuku likes to think that they were helping in their own way. The duo separated to other sides of the beach to look for materials. Mei told him to look for anything useful, like usual. He didn't mind it, though. He wasn't exactly knowledgeable when it came to technology outside of phones or computers. He came up to a pile full of nightmare fuel, dolls, and mannequins. It was so freaky to see a huge pile of them that if he was further away, he would have assumed that it was a pile of dead bodies. Izuku wanted to walk away, but then he remembered that Mei liked to use mannequins as test dummies, so he filled his wheelbarrow full of them. Realizing that he had no space left, Izuku walked back to where he and Mei split up to wait for her. Knowing that it would take a while for Mei to finish up, Izuku took the time to think about Hayami, more specifically, her injuries. It didn't sit right that she only had bruises on her arms and neck, but nowhere else. Most of the time, abusers would hit their kids in places that can be hidden by clothing, so why did she have bruises on her neck? He knows that abusers would make up stories like, they fell down the stairs, or, they ran into the door, but it still didn't make any sense to him why she had bruises on her neck. "What are you thinking about?" Izuku was brought out of his thoughts when he heard Mei. He saw that she had her wheelbarrow full of wires and other technological stuff that Izuku didn't know how to describe. "Something about Hayami that didn't sit right with me," Izuku told her, and she nodded. "You can tell me on the way back to the warehouse." Mei started wheeling her stuff off the beach, and Izuku followed her. He didn't say anything for the first few seconds. He wanted to make sure that no one could hear them, but also, he wanted to enjoy the silence. "Her bruises," Izuku said. "What about them?" "I was only able to see them on her arms and neck." And? Mei didn't know what her partner was getting at. "It's bad enough that Hayami has bruises. Why does it matter where she has them?" "I couldn't find them anywhere else, not her face or her legs," Izuku said. If it was just her arms, then her abuser can hide it with a long-sleeve shirt. But she was wearing a short-sleeve shirt, making it easy for me to see her bruises. That is weird, May said, and she started to think. Why would an abuser be smart enough to attack someone where they can easily hide the damage they caused, but then don't hide it, making it easy for anyone to see their work? And why doesn't Hayami have any bruises on her legs when it's one of the easiest places to hide bruises, but she has some on her neck? It didn't seem to add up. Maybe I'm overthinking this, or maybe I'm just tired, but it doesn't make sense. Izuku exclaimed. Maybe there's something else going on that we don't know, May said. They made it to the warehouse, and May went straight to the computer after setting down her wheelbarrow next to the workbench. I'll look over the footage to see if something happened while you go home and get some rest, May ordered. Izuku wanted to argue, but he did feel tired after the night he just had. He grabbed his mask and said goodnight to May as he left. The next day felt long and boring. Izuku didn't get home until late, meaning that he didn't get much sleep. It wouldn't have been a problem on most days, but he forgot to do his homework, causing him to skip his afternoon nap in favor of completing his homework. He was lucky that the work he forgot to do was for the classes after lunch. Speaking of classes, almost every one of his teachers held him behind because they thought his mind was somewhere else during their lessons. They weren't wrong, his mind was somewhere else. Throughout the day, he couldn't help but think about Hayami and what she was going through. All he wanted to do was put on his costume, kick down her apartment door, and get her out of there. But he knew he couldn't do that, not yet anyway, not until May got enough evidence from her hidden camera. He's extremely grateful for May's help. If it wasn't for her, who knows how many crimes he would have committed, outside of vigilantism, and how far he would have gotten in his vigilante career without her gadgets. Thankfully, night soon rolled around after a quick nap when Izuku returned home. He made sure to finish his homework this time, and after a good dinner and shower, Izuku was ready to work. He followed the same routine he had on any other night, waiting for everyone to fall asleep, sneak out his bedroom window, and show up at the warehouse. Anything happen last night? Izuku asked after he walked into the warehouse. He saw May working away on her computer, as usual, but this time felt different. She wasn't as energetic as she was on other nights, which made him worry. No, but you might want to come and have a look at this. May waved him over and rolled her chair over to give Izuku space. Izuku walked up to the computer, and May started the video of the day's recording, and what Izuku saw was nothing. It started normal with Hayami waking up and walking out to the kitchen for some breakfast. Standing in the kitchen was what Izuku assumed was Hayami's mother, but you wouldn't know that by looking at her. She had long black hair and brown eyes, but she didn't have any scales or Hayami's reddish-pink hair to show that she was Hayami's mother. The two didn't acknowledge each other. Her mother just slid Hayami a bowl, and she took it back to her room. And it's been like this the whole day. May paused the video and looked at Izuku. She's been in her room the whole day, only ever coming out for food, and when she does, those two never talk to each other. It doesn't make sense. And it's just those two? Yeah. I didn't hear the older woman talk to anyone, just silence. Izuku rubbed his chin. It didn't make sense. How did Hayami get her bruises if this is what she does every day? There has to be something they're missing, but what? Izuku sighed, and he moved away from the computer. I'm gonna go change. Check the live feed if anything has changed. May nodded and switched to the live feed as she heard the bathroom door close. Just as she expected, nothing has changed. Maybe there's something that they're not seeing, like does anyone in her family have an invisibility quirk, or is there a villain secretly living in her walls? It just seemed too far-fetched for either of those things to be true, but they don't have anything to work with. I knew I should have put an infrared mode on the camera, but I needed to get it down quickly. May groaned, but something got her attention. May heard Hayami's bedroom door squeak open, and the woman was looking in with disdain written all over her face. "Let's go," she demanded. May saw the camera start to shake, meaning that Hayami was shaking as well. Please, it hurts," Hayami begged, but her mother didn't care. May saw her walk toward Hayami, forcefully grabbed her arm, and dragged her out of her room. "I said, let's go." Her mother screamed, and she dragged her out of the apartment, down the hallway, to the parking garage, and into a car. "Izuku, something's happening." May screamed, and he burst through the bathroom door with his jacket still unzipped. "What?" "I don't know, but her mother just dragged her to their car," May told him, and he looked furious. He quickly zipped up his jacket, flipped on his hood, and put on his mask. He was about to run through the warehouse doors, but May stopped him. "Wait. You can't go out there." "Why not?" "First, you don't know where they are or going, and second, there might be something else going on." May told him, and he gave her a quizzical look. "What do you mean?" Izuku walked up to the computer and looked at the screen. The screen showed Hayami and her mother driving down a road as Hayami was shaking in the back seat. When her mother first came into her room and told her they were leaving, it frightened Hayami, saying that it hurt. This means that there's something huge going on. Mei explained to him. Yeah, but, Izuku tried to argue, but Mei held her hand up while shaking her head. I know you want to save her, but we need to let this play out, Mei said. Izuku didn't like it, but he listened to his partner. They stood there watching the feed, wondering where they were going. They made multiple turns around the city, even circling back to their apartment building. It's like they're making sure they weren't being followed. It didn't take long for them to drive out of the city and into a suburban neighborhood. Hayami's mother first got out of the car before grabbing her daughter's wrist and dragging her up to the front door. Her mother knocked on the front door and waited. Both Izuku and Mei leaned forward in anticipation when the door opened up to reveal a skinny, balding man. He waved the two into his home and led them down to his basement. What Mei and Izuku saw horrified them. The basement was crowded with multiple adults. Izuku was able to identify the two he fought the night he met Hayami. The adults were forming what appeared to be a circle, a ring, and they were cheering for something Izuku or Mei didn't know until one of the adults moved to give them a clear shot. There were two bloody children fighting in the middle of the human-made circle. Both of them had mutant quirks. One of them, a boy, had purple skin, while the other, a girl, had 3 legs and 3 arms. They didn't see how the fight ended as Hayami was led to a different part of the basement. It was darker here than it was over at the ring, and there was also a cage. The man pushed Hayami into the cage and locked it behind her. They saw Hayami's mother talking with the man, but their voices were drowned out when the cheering became louder than it was before, meaning that someone won. The two walked away from the cage, leaving Hayami alone, but she wasn't alone. When she turned around, Izuku saw there were other children locked in the cage with her, and they all had mutant-type quirks. Wasn't that awesome? Cheers echoed throughout the basement. As that was going on, Izuku and Mei saw 2 adults drag the previous 2 fighters to the cage. One of them pushed the multi-limbed girl, who was bawling her eyes out, into the cage, while the other one carelessly tossed the knocked-out purple-skinned boy in. We'll be taking a quick 15-minute break before the next fight between Hataru Nikko and Hayami Takeo, Hayami opening up as a -300-point favorite. Please take this time to place your bets. Both Izuku and Mei could feel their blood boil from what they both saw and heard. I can't believe they're betting on this like it's some kind of game. Mei said disgustedly. I have to go. Izuku was about to storm out of the warehouse, but Mei quickly grabbed his arm. You're not going to make it in time on foot, and do you even know where you're going? I can't do nothing. Izuku screamed, and Mei nodded understandably. She got up from her chair and led him to her workbench, where there was something hidden underneath a tarp. I wish we had time to test this baby out, but there's no time like the present. Mei grabbed the tarp and revealed a huge drone with big propeller blades. I call it Sora. I don't care what it's called. We need to go. Izuku screamed, causing Mei to flinch, but she started setting everything up. She gave Izuku a HRNSS, which he quickly put on, and Mei hooked the HRNSS to one of the handlebars on the drone. I would like to let you know that this is extremely dangerous. I haven't flown Sora with a passenger yet, but she should be able to hold your weight. Mei walked over to her computer, and Izuku quickly put in his earpiece. Sora has multiple cameras on her so I can see what's happening from here. Good luck, Jack Rabbit. Izuku nodded and walked out of the warehouse. He stood there for a few seconds when he realized he had no idea how to work the drone. So do I say something or push some THINNNNNGGGGGG? Sora started up and flung him into the air. Jack Rabbit has been flying for a few minutes, and after the initial shock, he started to enjoy himself. The ride hasn't been exactly smooth. Mei was having a hard time flying the drone straight, though he should take the blame for that. Mei did tell him that she hasn't flown it with a passenger yet. You did test this out, though, right? Jack Rabbit asked, realizing that he should have asked earlier before he was in the air. Yeah. I made sure it could hold up to 150 pounds, the same as your grapple gun. Mei told him, which made him feel better. He switched his attention back to the mission at hand. He could see the house coming up, and he needed to prepare for what was about to happen. He was going to be in an enclosed space with a lot of people, meaning that he couldn't go in guns blazing. He also needs to remember that there are a bunch of scared and also injured children, so he needs to be careful. I'm coming up to the house now. What's the situation in the basement? Oh no, they're taking Hayami and her opponent out of the cage. You need to hurry up and think of a way to get in when you land. Jack Rabbit unhooked from his HRNSS and landed in front of the house. He needs to think fast before any more children get hurt. He first circled around the house for any open windows, none, and no chimney, too. He then tried to open both the front and back doors, but they were both locked. He couldn't pick the locks because he didn't have any lock-picking equipment, and he didn't know how to lock-pick a door. He sighed when he was left with no more options but one, even though he didn't want to do it. Before you do anything, I'm letting you know, after you get into that house I'm giving you 5 minutes to do your thing and get out before I call the police and send them the video evidence. May told him. Got it. Jack Rabbit drew out his staff and walked up to one of the windows. He took a few quick breaths because he knew that once he started, he had to commit. After one last breath, Jack Rabbit pulled his staff back and swung it at the window. There was a huge crack, but it didn't break. Acting quickly, Jack Rabbit swung his staff at the window again, breaking it and quickly vaulting himself into the house. Jack Rabbit didn't have time to wait as he heard some footsteps coming up the basement steps. He quickly rushed over to the basement door, and when it opened, he came face to face with the balding man from before. Not wasting a single second, Jack Rabbit kicked him in the gut, causing the man to fall back down the basement stairs. He followed him down, and about halfway down the steps, he saw the bald man from a few nights ago. "You!" the man exclaimed. Jack Rabbit jumped down from the remaining steps and onto the man's chest and stomped him to the ground. Jack Rabbit quickly looked up to survey the scene. The adults looked at him with mixed emotions of shock and confusion, but he wasn't worried about that. What he was worried about was what was happening inside the circle. What he saw was Hayami strangling another kid, who had a firefly mutation. But she wasn't using her hands. She was using a long snake tail that had reddish-pink scales that replaced her legs. That's why she didn't have any bruises on her legs. Jack Rabbit stated in his mind. Hayami didn't stop strangling the kid, even with all the noise that was happening around her. It's like she shut off everything around her and was only paying attention to what was in front of her. Jack Rabbit could see the other kid was about to faint because their face started to turn blue, and their eyes started to roll back into their head. Jack Rabbit rushed to the circle, but a bunch of adults got in his way. Jack Rabbit groaned because he knew he didn't have time to take them all out, so he quickly threw 2 of his foam pellets at them and used his staff to pole vault over them. He soon made it to the circle and quickly unwrapped Hayami's tail from the kid's throat. The kid started gasping for air as they crawled back over to the cage. He heard Hayami crying behind him, and he quickly swallowed her into a hug. I didn't want to do it, but she made me. She cried into his jacket, and he rubbed her hair, trying his best to soothe her. He was sickened that she had to go through this. He didn't know how long, but what he did know was that it would be all over tonight. The sound of police sirens rang through the air, making Jack Rabbit jump. He thought he still had more time, but that didn't matter because he needed to escape now. Hey, Hayami, listen, I have to go now, he told her, but she gripped him tighter. No. Don't go. She screamed at him. Jack Rabbit wanted to stay, but he couldn't unless he wanted to be arrested along with the scum in the basement. You'll be fine, some nice people are gonna come and they're going to take you away to a better place. The sirens were getting louder and Hayami didn't loosen her grip on him. Hoping that he won't regret this later, Jack Rabbit gently pried Hayami off of him and ran up the steps. I thought you said 5 minutes. Jack Rabbit screamed into his earpiece. I guess someone heard you break the window and called the police. May screamed back at him. Jack Rabbit groaned when he heard the sirens getting louder and saw the flashing red and blue lights. It's too dangerous to go through the front. Sara is waiting in the backyard. Hurry. Jack Rabbit followed May's orders and saw the drone hovering in the backyard. He quickly put on the HRNSS, and Sora flew him away from the house. As they were flying away, Jack Rabbit noticed that Hayami's mother's car was missing. You did good, May told him, but he didn't feel good. He didn't like how he left Hayami alone or the fact that her mother got away. He asked her to fly him home because he wanted to lie in his bed as soon as possible. What are you going to do with the recordings? Izuku asked to pass the time. I'm going to cut it down from when they arrive at the house up to the part where they put her into the cage and then send it to the police. Don't worry about them tracking it back to me, I'm using a VPN, May said, and Izuku thought of something. Did you record everything happening outside on the drone? Yes. Sara is always recording, May said with pride. Could you look back through the drone's feed to see if you could find Hayami's mom leaving the house? Izuku asked. I could. Why? Her car wasn't there when I left, and I just wanted to know if you picked that up, and if you could add it to the video, Izuku asked. He didn't know if he was asking for too much, but he wanted to make sure that Hayami's mother was found by either the police, pro heroes, or him. He heard May typing on her computer and her clicking on her mouse. I can do that. He soon landed behind the orphanage and unhooked himself from his HRNSS. He waved goodbye to the drone and climbed up into his room. He quickly changed out of his costume and into his sleepwear. Izuku hid his costume and got into his bed. Not even 5 minutes had passed when he heard his bedroom door open. Izuku saw Miss Azumi standing in his doorway, looking worried. Are you awake? Izuku slowly sat up and rubbed his eyes to pretend he was tired. He nodded, and Miss Azumi smiled a little. Good. I'm going to need your help. She led him to the front door and had him wait there as she went outside. Miss Azumi left him in the dark about what she needed help with, but he trusted her. Izuku looked out the window and saw a vehicle drive up to the orphanage, which made his heart drop. Why are the police here? Miss Azumi doesn't know that I'm a vigilante, right? And even if she did, she wouldn't rat me out, right? Izuku took a few deep breaths and started to think things over. Miss Azumi wouldn't rat him out to the police if she knew that he was a vigilante. She's too nice to do that. Also, she wouldn't have come to wake him up if it wasn't important. Izuku looked out the window again and saw her talking to the police officer, but that wasn't what caught his eye. Standing behind the officer was a little girl no older than 5, with reddish-pink shoulder-length hair and scales of the same color on both of her cheeks. Izuku woke up later than usual. Miss Azumi said that she'll handle his morning routine while he sleeps because she would need him for something else. This brought him to the problem that would be facing him when he left his room. When he saw Hayami being dropped off at his orphanage, he didn't have to worry about her revealing his secret identity because she only knew Jack Rabbit, not Izuku Midoriya. What worried him was when he saw her she looked heartbroken and he knew he was the cause of that. Someone who you trust would just push you aside in your biggest moment of need. Anyone would have been heartbroken by that, especially at her age and what she went through. He wishes he could go back and do it differently, but he panicked, and it was the only thing he could think of if he wanted to escape. When he asked Miss Azumi what happened, she wouldn't tell him. Maybe she didn't know what happened, she didn't want to tell him, or it's because Hayami was with them when he asked, but it didn't matter, he knew what happened. It still sickened him when he thought about what those adults were doing to those kids and how they were betting on it. Part of him wishes that he had more time to teach them all a lesson, but another part of him was glad that he didn't because he was a little scared about what he would do to them. Izuku shook his head. He couldn't spend time dwelling on the past. Right now, he had to worry about what was in front of him. Miss Azumi had already cleared out the orphanage. It helped that it was a school day, only leaving him, her, and Hayami. She didn't want to overwhelm the little girl with a bunch of kids running around and 2 other caretakers who wouldn't do their jobs extremely well. It's not the first time that Miss Azumi asked him for help when a new kid shows up at their orphanage, but it's the first time she had him skip school. He can't pretend that it wasn't serious, he knows that, he saw what happened. All he hopes for is that he can help her and make her happy again. Jack Rabbit managed to save her from her living hell. Now it's up to Izuku Midoriya to put back the pieces that were broken. He met up with Miss Azumi in the kitchen, and like every morning, she was making breakfast, pancakes to be exact. She left him a note with one simple task: wake up Hayami. It was simple on paper, but he didn't know how it would play out. Sure, he managed to touch her as Jack Rabbit, but he was able to gain her trust because he saved her from those 2 adults. How can she trust someone she just met after going through a traumatic experience? He didn't know, but he had to try. Izuku walked to the girls' room, and on the way there, he heard something that made him worry. It was the sound of rustling sheets. It's a noise that he was used to hearing every morning that let him know that the kids were getting out of bed, but this was different. The sheets sounded more panicky, like someone was moving around a lot in their bed. Izuku quickened his pace and reached the room in no time. He was about to enter the room when he heard a faint voice through the door. No! No! Get away from me! Not needing to hear anymore, Izuku barged into the room, finding it empty of all life with the exception of him and Hayami. He should have known that no one broke into the orphanage, but he was still worried because Hayami was tossing and turning in her bed. Izuku walked up next to her and lightly shook her shoulders to wake her up. Hey, wake up! You're having a nightmare, Izuku said softly. Hayami's eyes shot wide open and sat straight up. She was breathing heavily and shaking profusely. Whatever she was dreaming about scared her really badly. Don't worry, you're okay, Izuku said, trying to soothe her. He tried to place his hand on her shoulder, but she started to shake even more. Don't touch me! She cried, and Izuku flinched. He should have known that she would have reacted like that. She did the first time. He hated that he couldn't comfort her, but these were the first steps of her trusting him. I'm not going to hurt you. I just came up to get you for breakfast. I bet you're hungry, Izuku told her. He heard her stomach growl, and he chuckled a little. Follow me, I'll lead you to the kitchen. Hayami looked apprehensive at first, but her hunger got the best of her. She slowly got out of bed, and Izuku noticed that she still had on the pin he gave her a couple of nights ago. He'll have to talk to Mei about it later. He didn't want any videos of him without his costume on to be sent to the police by accident. Just as Izuku promised, he led Hayami to the kitchen, and as Izuku expected, Miss Azumi had a plate full of pancakes ready. She gave them a warm smile and handed Hayami her breakfast. "Here you go, honey, a plate of warm blueberry pancakes," Miss Azumi said and pointed towards the dining room table. "Why don't you go sit down and I'll have Izuku bring out your drink." Izuku watched her sit down at the table. She stared and picked at her breakfast as if it were foreign to her. She then took her first bite, which warmed Izuku's heart as he watched her devour her breakfast. He soon turned back to Miss Azumi to pay attention to more pressing matters. What does she know about Hayami? So, what happened? Why is she here? Izuku asked bluntly, which startled Miss Azumi a little. He already knew what happened, but he wanted to know if she knew what happened and how much the police told her. The police didn't go into too much detail on what happened. "Only telling me that something serious happened and that she'll be staying in our care," she answered, causing Izuku to sigh in relief. He didn't know why he was worried. He didn't think the police saw him, and it's not like they'll tell Miss Azumi about some vigilante they saw. But he was glad that Miss Azumi didn't know too much about what happened because it gave him a basis of what he can and cannot say. "What's the plan for today then?" Izuku asked. "We're gonna go shopping. The police said that they were gonna send us her clothes today, but I thought it would be a good idea to get her some new clothes as well, like a fresh start," Miss Azumi told him. She poured a glass of chocolate milk and handed it to Izuku. She then ushered him out of the kitchen and towards Hayami. "We'll leave after Hayami's done with her breakfast and when I'm done cleaning everything up." Izuku placed the glass in front of Hayami, and she graciously took it. Izuku saw that she had already finished half of her breakfast, and Izuku smiled when he saw that she was a lot happier than she was this morning. Naomasa groaned as he looked at his computer. 8 years have passed, and there are still no leads on the whereabouts of Hisashi Midoriya. It's like he vanished off the face of the earth. Most people would presume him dead after all these years, but not Naomasa. Something didn't sit right with him about how Hisashi Midoriya disappeared. Only a video of him leaving his home and nothing else. Naomasa knew that Hisashi had help. He checked the traffic cameras 100 times, even had forensics and a few computer experts look over the footage, and they all told him that the cameras weren't tampered with. They can't even find his car, for heaven's sake. The only solace that he had in this whole situation is that Hisashi isn't going after his son Izuku. Time and time again, they find cases where a parent tries to kill their child after killing their spouse. It's a horrible thing, and even after they place the child into the care of a relative or an orphanage, the parent still tries to kill them, some even succeeding. It's a horrible thing, and he hopes he doesn't have to get a case like that ever again. Speaking of orphanages, Naomasa thought back to what happened last night. They get a call about a masked man breaking into a house, and when they arrived there was no masked man, but a bunch of adults trapped in foam and a lot of crying kids trapped in a cage. Some were even hurt and were in need of medical attention. It was a horrible sight to walk in on. They brought the adults into custody while they decided on what they should do with the children. Some of the kids had relatives who were willing to take them in while the rest were left without a home for the time being. They decided it would be for the best to separate them into different orphanages, only keeping the siblings together so as to not bring up any bad memories. He knew it was for the best. But thinking back on the masked man, how did he know what was going on in the house? Not only that, it's not the first time a bunch of people were trapped in foam and witnesses spotted a masked man at the scene. They had a new vigilante out on the streets, and Naomasa groaned. He knew that they meant well at heart, but they also caused major problems by messing up crime scenes, death to both the attacker and the victim, and giving him a massive headache. Though, he was grateful for the masked man's help in uncovering last night's crime. Human trafficking? Maybe, but all of those kids had bruises, and some of their injuries were fresh. Naomasa started to brainstorm about what they were dealing with. It wasn't uncommon for human trafficking victims to have bruises or scars, but to have injuries so fresh didn't make sense. The types of injuries that some of those kids had confused him too. One kid had a broken jaw and a few broken teeth, another had their eye swollen shut and some bruised ribs, but one kid's injury confused him the most. The other two had injuries directed around the face, while this kid had an injury close to the face, but it wasn't like the others. They had a ruptured esophagus with markings around the neck that showed signs that it was caused by a quirk. Naomasa looked back towards his computer and saw that he had a new email. He didn't recognize the account, so he assumed that it was spam. He tried to delete it, but his computer wouldn't let him. He started spam clicking the trash icon and even restarted his computer, but the email was still there. Deciding that he had no other options left, Naomasa chose to bite the bullet and click on the email. Might as well see how good my antivirus software is, Naomasa said to himself, and he read over the email. You might want to check this out. Signed, Echo. Naomasa clicked on the video that was attached to the email. It started off with the POV in the back seat of a car before it showed a woman getting out of the car, followed by the camera. Naomasa sat up in his seat when he saw that it was the same house they rescued those kids from. The video continued on, and he saw something that made his blood boil, 2 bloodied kids fighting in the middle of a crowd as the adults were cheering them on. Naomasa couldn't believe that adults were cheering like they were in a professional fight. It's disgusting that none of them were stepping in to break it up. He was glad that they have most of those guys in custody, and he was going to find even greater joy when they are all sentenced. He continued to watch the video and got even angrier after they put the camera into the cage and overheard one of the adults announce that they were all betting on these fights. He couldn't wait for their hearings to come. The video cut to an overhead view of the house, and he could hear the police sirens getting closer. He saw multiple people run out of the house, including the woman from earlier, get in their cars and drive off before the police arrived. The video ended, and Naomasa sat back in his seat and thought over what he saw. First, he was glad that they have video evidence showing not only the crime taking place but also some clear shots of some of the suspects that got away. Second, he was angry that anyone, let alone adults, would put children through that type of abuse. Third, he wanted to know how this Echo person was able to get this footage. From how the footage was shot, he could easily tell that the camera was on one of the children, a hidden camera most likely. Seeing how they also managed to get the camera onto the kid means that they met up with them before they were taken to the house and that the woman didn't put it on the kid or else she wouldn't have run. So it only leaves one possibility: Echo is the masked vigilante. It made sense. How else would they have known which house to break into? But he can't get ahead of himself right now. First, he has to deal with the adults they have in custody and hunt down the remaining suspects that got away. Izuku and Hayami were sitting on the couch watching All Might and Friends on the TV. Izuku was surprised to see that the show was still on the air after all these years, but seeing the All Might was still the #1 hero, it made sense that TV networks would want to leech off his success for as long as possible. Hayami was wearing some of her new clothes, a pink shirt, and denim shorts. She still had on the pin that he or Jack Rabbit gave her, which warmed his heart to know that she still trusted him a little. Clothes shopping was easy, well for him anyway. Hayami wasn't picky about what she wanted to wear, which annoyed Miss Azumi a little. She would always tell the little girl that she could wear anything that she wanted, but Hayami would always choose the first thing that either he or Miss Azumi picked out. Miss Azumi was currently out picking up the other children, leaving only him and Hayami alone. Miss Azumi told him that the police would arrive later to drop off Hayami's stuff. The two sat in silence as they watched the TV, which was fine. It's not like Izuku knew what to say to the girl. Besides, she seems to be more interested in the bright colors on the screen than anything he could have said to her. The doorbell rang, followed by a knock on the door, which Izuku assumed was the police officer dropping off Hayami's stuff. Izuku opened the door and saw his friend Fumikage holding papers instead of the police. "Hey, I came by to drop off your homework," Fumikage said and handed his friend the work. "Thank you. Would you like to come in for a drink or something?" Izuku asked. "Sure, I'm feeling a bit parched," Fumikage answered. Izuku led his friend to the kitchen and poured him a cup of water, which his friend graciously took. "So, why did you miss school?" Fumikage asked. "Miss Azumi wanted me to help her with a new kid that was dropped off here last night," Izuku answered. Fumikage knew that Izuku helped out with taking care of the new kids. He and Tsuyu even helped out when Izuku asked them, and the kids really liked Dark Shadow. But this is the first time that Izuku missed school to help out Miss Azumi, meaning that this was serious. Fumikage decided that it was for the best not to push his friend for any answers about the new kid. "So, is the homework on anything new or is it just Revi dash?" Izuku tried to change the subject but he was interrupted by a loud-pitched scream. The two boys looked around to find where the scream was coming from when Izuku spotted Hayami standing in the doorway. "What's wrong?" Izuku tried his best to comfort her without touching her, but it wasn't working. Hayami was bawling her eyes out and shaking like she was in an earthquake. Izuku was at a loss on what he could do. "Don't worry, I got this," Dark Shadow said as he emerged from Fumikage. He got close to the little girl and tried to be as friendly-looking as possible, but he was scaring her even more. "Hi, there," Dark Shadow said. Hayami cried even more, worrying the Quirk and two boys. Dark Shadow started to move around like he was dancing. It's okay. I'm just a silly shadow." Hayami cried even more and ran away from them, making all three of them feel bad. "Look at what you did, Dark Shadow." Fumikage reprimanded his Quirk, and Dark Shadow sadly put his head down and went back into his host's body. "I'm sorry for what Dark Shadow did." "It's fine, but I think it would be a good idea for you to leave," Izuku said. He wasn't being mean or anything, but Hayami screamed before Dark Shadow came out, which means she was also scared of Fumikage. The two boys said their goodbyes, with Izuku promising to talk to him later. After Fumikage left, Izuku started looking for the little girl. He first checked the living room, but she wasn't there. He then checked the girl's room, where he heard sniffling coming from under Hayami's covers. He slowly pulled back the covers to find Hayami with red eyes and puffy cheeks. "It's okay, he's gone now," Izuku told her, but it didn't stop her from shaking. "He's scary." "I know they look scary, but they're my friends and I know they wouldn't hurt anyone," Izuku said, but it didn't work. She buried her face into her pillow and pulled the covers over herself once again. "But they're mutants, and mutants are nothing but evil. That's what Mama always said." Izuku was taken aback by this. Her mother told her nothing but hate-filled messages and even called her own daughter evil because of something she couldn't control. Izuku wanted nothing more than to hunt down that evil woman, but he couldn't, not until he made Hayami feel better. Izuku had an idea and quickly left for his room. He started digging through his closet for something he hasn't seen in years but knew he still had. He found it and quickly pulled it out. It was the stuffed rabbit that Miss Azumi bought him the day after he was dropped off at the orphanage. It really got him through some tough times and helped him relax whenever he thought about his mother. Now that he's too old and doesn't need it anymore, he knows that there's someone who needs it now more than ever. Quickly moving back to the girl's room, Izuku pulled back Hayami's covers. "I have a gift for you." Izuku handed Hayami the stuffed rabbit and watched her eyes grow wide. "I want you to have my old stuffed rabbit. It helped me get through some tough times, and I believe it can help you as well. Whenever you're feeling sad or scared, just hold on to it tightly, and you'll be okay." Hayami squeezed the rabbit tightly, and Izuku smiled. He could see that she started to calm down, and it made him feel better that she wasn't scared anymore. Hayami yawned. "You tired?" Hayami nodded to his question, and Izuku quickly put her covers back over her and turned out the lights. "All right, you can take a nap. I'll be downstairs if you need anything. And if you're not up by dinner I'll come get you." Izuku went down to the living room, turned off the TV, and started working on his homework to pass the time. He didn't have to worry about Hayami, which gave him the chance to only pay attention to his work. Most of it was review while some of it was new, but it wasn't complicated, and he was able to finish it in 20 minutes. The caretakers came back with the children shortly after Izuku finished his work. Not wasting any time, Izuku pulled Miss Azumi to the side to tell her what Hayami told him. "I think we need to be careful with Hayami around the other kids with mutant quirks," Izuku told her, and she gave him a puzzled look. "What do you mean? And why only the kids with mutant quirks?" "Fumikage came over to drop off my homework, and I invited him in for a cup of water. When Hayami saw him, she screamed, and it only got worse after Dark Shadow tried to calm her down." "Well, they do appear frightening to kids her age. Remember when the kids first met him and Dark Shadow?" Miss Azumi retorted, and Izuku couldn't deny it. He remembers when he asked his friend to help him take care of the children. First impressions weren't that great, and it took a few minutes just to calm them all down. It got better when they saw that neither Fumikage nor Dark Shadow was going to hurt them, but this is different. I told her that they weren't going to hurt her after they left, but she didn't believe me. She told me that her mother told her that mutants are evil. Miss Azumi gasped when she heard what Izuku said. "That's horrible." "I know. I think she has a fear of people with mutant quirks, and that's why I think we should be careful when Hayami is around other kids with mutant quirks." "Where is she now?" Miss Azumi asked. "She's in her bed taking a nap," Izuku answered. "But what are we going to do?" "I think we shouldn't overwhelm her with meeting the other kids. Start off slow until she gets comfortable with everyone," Miss Azumi proposed, and Izuku had an idea. "I can call Tsu and have her siblings meet Hayami. They might even become friends." Izuku exclaimed, and Miss Azumi liked that idea. "Good idea. Tsu's sister is around her age, and it's a good idea for her to be around kids her age." Izuku nodded and the two parted ways. All that's left for him to do now is to call Tsu and fix what he's done. It's late at night and everyone was asleep. Izuku finished putting on his costume, but he wasn't going out tonight. He had to fix something that he broke, and he was going to do that tonight. Quietly, he crept out of his room, trying his best not to wake anyone. He had to be careful. Even though everyone was asleep, anyone could wake up at any time. He knew that it was dangerous, but he had to do this. He slowly made his way to the girl's room, trying his best not to make any noise. He slowly opened the door and scanned the room. He spotted Hayami snuggling with a stuffed rabbit. He made his way over to her and gently shook her awake. "Huh?" Hayami's eyes fluttered open before quickly growing wide. Jack Rabbit could see her mouth moving, so he quickly covered it with his hand. He brought a finger to his mouth to signal her to be quiet before signaling her to follow him. She followed him out of the room, and when they were in the hallway, Jack Rabbit swallowed her into a hug. "I'm sorry for leaving you. I had no other options." Please forgive me. Jack Rabbit begged, and he could hear Hayami cry, and he felt his shoulder getting wet. Why did you leave me? Aren't you a hero? Jack Rabbit froze. He didn't know whether or not to tell her that he was a vigilante, but she was already heartbroken enough. He owed it to her. I'm not like other heroes. I can't stay around when the police show up or else I'll be arrested, Jack Rabbit told her. But only bad guys get arrested. You aren't a bad guy. To the law I am, but to people like you, I'm a hero, Jack Rabbit said, and he could see the confusion written on her face. So what are you? I'm Jack Rabbit, and I'm a vigilante. Izuku and Hayami were waiting in a park for Tsu and her siblings to arrive. Izuku called her so she could help Hayami be comfortable around other people with mutant quirks. To say that Izuku was worried would be an understatement. He was terrified of how this could go down. He was thinking about all possible negative outcomes since they left home. He wasn't worried about Hayami being scared of Tsu or her siblings. He could handle that, and she even brought her stuffed rabbit with her. He was more worried about what she would do to Tsu's siblings. The last time she was taken to meet up with another kid with a mutant quirk, it ended with her strangling them and her having to stay with him. But he has faith that he could prevent anything like that from happening. Izuku looked at his phone to check the time and sighed. Tsu texted him earlier that they'll meet up with them around 12:30. It was 12, I guess they're running a little late, Izuku said quietly to himself. He turned to Hayami, who was shaking a little while clutching her rabbit. When he told her that they'll be meeting some of his friends, she was scared that it was Fumikage and Dark Shadow, but he promised that it wasn't them. Though her worries didn't go away when he said they had mutant quirks. Why don't we go play on the playground, Izuku said and led the girl to the playground, which was filled with all types of assortments for any kid to enjoy. There were swings, slides, a sandbox, a rock climbing wall, and monkey bars. Everything was crowded except for the monkey bars, and not wanting to overwhelm the little girl, Izuku led her over to the monkey bars. What's this? Hayami asked when she looked at the metal bars. They're monkey bars. You climb on them, Izuku told her, but she didn't seem to understand. Why? Because they're fun. They don't look fun, Hayami said, and Izuku sighed. They are, Izuku said. And he grabbed onto one of the bars. He noticed that his feet still touched the ground, so he lifted them up and started climbing across the bars. Consider them a test of strength. Not everyone can climb on the monkey bars. Izuku climbed back across and landed in front of Hayami. See, easy, Izuku said, but Hayami still looked a little apprehensive about the bars. Here, let me help you. Izuku picked her up by her waist, and she flinched, but he didn't let go. If he wanted her to be comfortable with him showing her physical affection outside of his costume, then he needs to do it now. Don't worry, I won't let you fall. Now try grabbing that first bar. Hayami did what Izuku told her, and he cheered her on. She started to climb across with Izuku holding her the whole way. They soon made it to the end, and Izuku placed her on the ground. You did it, Hayami. That was awesome. Izuku praised her and gave her some head pats. Izuku felt his heart melt when he saw stars in her eyes and a huge smile on her face. Now they're getting somewhere. Zuzu. Izuku felt someone latch on to the back of his leg. It was a girl around Hayami's age with green hair tied into pigtails and big eyes. She was wearing a green shirt and white shorts. Hey, Satsuki. Izuku greeted the young girl. He then saw two people chasing after the little girl. One was his friend Tsu, and the other was a boy who was younger than Tsu but older than Satsuki. He had black hair that covered his right eye and a permanent blush on his cheeks. He was wearing a black shirt and khaki shorts. Hey Tsu. Sammy Dare. Hey, Izuku. So why did you want to meet up? Tsu asked. I thought it would be a good idea for my new friend here to be dash. Izuku turned around, expecting to see Hayami behind him, but she was nowhere to be seen. Hayami? Hayami. Hayami. Izuku called out for the missing girl. He scanned the playground, trying to find her, but she was nowhere to be seen. He was extremely worried, thinking something horrible happened to her. He was about to call the police when he spotted her head poke out from behind the tree. Izuku sighed with relief and excused himself. He quickly made his way over to Hayami, but when he got close, he saw that Hayami was clutching her rabbit tightly and shaking like she was in a snowstorm. Hey, what's wrong? Izuku said calmly and quickly kneeled down to her level, not to overwhelm her any more than she already is. Scary. Who? Izuku asked, and Hayami pointed at Tsu and her siblings. He should have known that Hayami would have been scared of his friend, especially after Satsuki latched onto his leg out of nowhere. Don't worry, they're my friends that I told you about. I wanted you to meet them, especially Tsu's younger sister Satsuki, Izuku told her, causing Hayami to shake even more and cry a little. Do I have to fight her? Hayami forced out her voice breaking. What? No, no, you're not going to fight her or anyone else, Izuku said, but it didn't calm her down. He sighed and extended his hand. I promise you they're not here to fight you. They're here to be your friend, so let's go over and meet them. Hayami peeked out from behind the tree to look at the frog family. They looked nice, but a lot of kids around her age looked nice, and they always hurt her. She then looked at Izuku and his nice, comforting smile. Her mother never smiled at her like that, not since her dad left. She looked at Izuku's hand, inviting her to meet new people. Her mother forced her to meet new people, people she didn't like, and people who forced her to hurt others. But Izuku wasn't her mother. He didn't get upset with her when she ran away, and he didn't take her to a dark basement, but to a bright and colorful park. He wasn't mean like her mother. Hayami hesitantly grabbed Izuku's hand, and Izuku gave her a bright smile. He led her away from the tree and towards the Azuis. The closer they got, Hayami held her stuffed rabbit tighter. As I was saying earlier, this is Hayami, Izuku introduced the young girl who was hiding behind his legs. Tsu kneeled down to the girl and gave her a smile. Hello, it's nice to meet you. My name's Tsu, and these are my younger brother and sister, Samidare and Satsuki, Tsu said, and both of her siblings waved at the girl. Hayami meekly waved back, but she didn't move from her spot behind Izuku's legs. Realizing that Hayami wasn't gonna come out, Izuku moved the group over to the monkey bars. Satsuki immediately started climbing on the bars, while Samidare went and sat underneath a tree, saying that he's too old for childish things. I swear he spends too much time around Fumikage, Ribbit, Tsu muttered, and Izuku laughed. Just give him some time. He'll join us later, Izuku said. He felt Hayami bump his leg, who was still hiding behind him. Don't you want to play with Satsuki? Hayami hesitantly shook her head, and Izuku shook his head. He picked up the young girl and carried her over to the bars, which caused her to clutch onto her rabbit tightly. Don't worry, no one's going to hurt you, they're here to be your friend, Izuku said and placed her in front of the bars. Hayami didn't move an inch, so Izuku lightly pushed her closer to the bars. As he was pushing her, Satsuki was waving her arms around to gain the attention of the two teens. Tsu, Zuzu look, Ribbit. Satsuki used her legs to hang upside down on the monkey bars. Izuku and Tsu were impressed, but they were a little worried for the young girl's safety. That's cool, Satsuki, but be careful so you don't fall and hit your head, Ribbit. Tsu said, and Satsuki nodded, taking extra caution to not fall on the ground. Hayami was amazed by what the girl was able to do. Someone who was a little taller than her and the same age as her could do something so amazing made her want to try it out for herself. Hayami climbed up the ladder, grabbed onto one of the bars, and tried to hang upside down. Be careful, Izuku told the girl when he realized what she was trying to do. The young girl paid little attention to what the teen told her and continued to try and hang upside down, but no matter how much she tried, she couldn't do it. She sighed and was about to give up when she heard the other girl laughing. You're funny, Satsuki said before moving herself upright. If you want to know how to hang upside down, then do what I do, Ribbit. Satsuki slowly showed Hayami how she hung upside down. Hayami paid close attention to what the frog girl was showing her. After Satsuki finished her presentation, Hayami did exactly what Satsuki showed her. It did take her a few tries to get it right, but she finally managed to hang upside down. Izuku smiled when he saw the two girls laughing, happy that Hayami was opening up to others a little bit. He applauded the young girl for achieving something that she set out to do. He knew that today wouldn't help Hayami get over her fear of mutant quirks, but it was a few steps in the right direction. The laughter soon died down between the girls as they got off the monkey bars. Hey Hayami, do you want to go on the slide? Satsuki asked, and Hayami nodded as the two girls ran over to the slide. Have fun, you two. Me and Izuku will be sitting on the bench over there, Ribbit. Tsu called out. The two girls waved in response as both teens walked to the bench. They watched as both girls were laughing as they were going down the slide, and Izuku felt even happier. You seem happy, Tsu said after she noticed how happy her friend was. I'm just glad to see her spending time with others after what happened yesterday, Izuku said. What happened yesterday, Ribbit? Tsu asked, and after mulling it over, Izuku thought it would be okay to tell his friend. Fumikage and Dark Shadow accidentally scared her after he came over to drop off my homework, Izuku said, which Tsu understood because Satsuki was terrified when she first saw those two. She ran and hid under her covers, telling me that everyone who had a mutant quirk was evil. Tsu gasped at what her friend told her. Sure, there are a lot of evil people out there with mutant quirks, but there are a lot of heroes with mutant quirks as well. She knew that Hayami didn't mean what she said. No child has those types of beliefs unless their parents teach them that. I told Miss Azumi what happened, and she thought it would be a good idea to separate Hayami from the other kids. Then I had the idea of her meeting you guys so she could see that people with mutant quirks aren't so bad, Izuku finished. Tsu was happy that her friend wanted her help, but there was something she didn't understand. Why didn't you try having her hang out with the other kids at the orphanage, Ribbit? Tsu asked. I didn't want to overwhelm her, and the other kids tend to be a little wild around new kids. Besides, Izuku bashfully rubbed the back of his head. You're nice, you're caring, especially to your siblings, and you're pretty. Tsu blushed from what her friend told her. She didn't know that he thought so much of her, and did he just call her pretty? She felt her heart speed up, and her face got even redder. She didn't know what to say or how to react. All she could do was shut down. Izuku also felt embarrassed, but he was also a little annoyed. This is the third time something like this happened, and he hated it. But he has a chance to fix it. He told Fumikage that he would talk to her, so there's no better time than the present. Hey, what's going on here? Izuku said bluntly, and Tsu gave him a puzzled look. This is the third time something like this has happened, and every time, we both freeze. Yeah, I know what you mean, Ribbit. Tsu agreed to what her friend was saying, and Izuku sighed. Is there something wrong with us? I don't know, but, Tsu paused, contemplating whether or not to tell her friend how she was feeling. But what? Izuku asked. Whenever something like that happens, my face heats up, and my heart beats faster, she revealed, and Izuku was shocked. He couldn't believe that his friend had the same feelings that he did. He thought that he was weird for having those feelings, but hearing that his friend felt the same way he was happy. But he couldn't tell her that, for all he knew, she hates having those emotions. And, do you hate it? Tsu was silent, bringing a finger to her chin to show that she was thinking about it. A few seconds passed, and the longer she was quiet, the more dread Izuku felt. Due to her quirk, Izuku couldn't read her, and he couldn't get a good understanding of what emotions she was going through. I don't hate them, Tsu said, and Izuku felt all of his dread leave his body at the same time. I feel the same, I feel the same way when that stuff happens, Izuku admitted, and Tsu smiled. They then slouched on the bench due to the stress being lifted off their shoulders. So, what do we do now? Tsu asked, and Izuku sighed as he dragged a hand down his face. I guess we go out somewhere? Izuku unknowingly said. Like a date, Ribbit? Tsu asked, and Izuku's face turned bright red. And not like a D-date. I mean why you and me could do as something T together, just the T2 of us. Izuku's panic rambling was interrupted by Tsu's chuckling. It's fine. How about we meet up at Flippy's around 5, just the two of us, Ribbit, Tsu proposed, and Izuku just nodded, not being able to find the strength to respond. For the next hour, Izuku and Tsu watched Hayami and Satsuki play on the playground, with Samidare eventually joining the two young girls. They soon left the park, promising the children that they'll play again another day, while the two teens started to think about the date they'll be having later. Izuku walked into the warehouse to find Mei typing on her computer, like always. Hey, I just came to drop off the earpiece and costume. I also wanted to ask some questions, Izuku called out. Mei turned around and eyed Izuku from head to toe. Ooh, where are you going dressed all fancy like? Applebee's? Mei asked, and Izuku blushed. He wasn't anything too fancy, just jeans and a green button-up shirt. I'm just going to Flippy's with a friend, Izuku said, and Mei smirked while arching an eyebrow. And is this friend a girl? All Izuku did was blush in response, telling Mei all she needed to know. So it's a date? No, it's not a date. We're just going out for some dinner, that's all. Izuku answered, but Mei wasn't having any of it. So are you going to pick her up? Did you buy her anything? Will you hold hands? We're just getting dinner, Izuku said, and Mei just pouted before going back to her computer. Well boo, anyway, what did you want to ask? Mei said. I just wanted to know if the camera in the pin I gave Hayami is still on? And if you could turn it off? Izuku asked. Mei quickly pulled up the video footage to show Hayami watching TV. Mei soon turned off the camera and turned back to Izuku. Why did you want me to turn it off? She's staying at my orphanage, and I don't want you to accidentally send the police any videos of me without my costume on, that's all, Izuku told her, and she nodded. It would be pretty bad if Izuku ended up in the video evidence without his costume on. He'll instantly become the #1 suspect. So, what were you working on before I got here? Izuku changed the subject, and Mei instantly brought up another live video, but this one was a sky view of the city. I'm flying Sora around the city trying to find Hayami's mother, knowing that you would want to find her right away, Mei answered, and Izuku was glad that she was doing this. She was right that he was gonna hunt her down, and this just saved him the hassle of running from rooftop to rooftop looking for the woman. And did you find anything? Izuku asked, and Mei shook her head. Izuku sighed. It was to be expected that she wouldn't be able to find her in 2 days. Izuku moved away from the computer and placed his earpiece on the workbench when he remembered that there was one more thing he wanted to ask her. "Oh yeah, could I have your number?" Mei turned and looked at him with a fake shocked expression. "You want my number? Oh, what will your date think, having another girl's number saved to your phone?" Mei said, and Izuku groaned. 1. It's not a date, and 2. I just thought it would be easier to contact each other if we had each other's numbers, he told her, and Mei just laughed as she put her number into his phone. I know, besides I can text to see if you're going out patrolling so I don't have to wait up for you." Mei finished putting her number and gave Izuku his phone back. She then hurriedly rushed Izuku out of the warehouse. "Now go on, have fun. And don't do anything I wouldn't do. Aren't you a few months older than me? Doesn't matter. Bye." Mei sang and slammed the warehouse door in his face. Izuku slowly walked down the sidewalk towards Flippy's. It was a few minutes before 5, so he wasn't in any kind of hurry. He was kinda glad that he was early. It gave him time to think about what he was walking into. No matter how much he tried to deny it, it was obvious he was going on a date with Tsu. He hated that he was nervous. He had no reason to be. This was Tsu, someone that he's known since he was 7. Why was he nervous? He tried to play it off as two friends hanging out, nothing too special, something he's done countless times before. But this time felt different. Maybe it was because they knew how they felt about each other and their little interactions, which was probably the reason. Izuku slapped his cheeks to clear his head. Again, why was he nervous? He's meeting up with Tsu, someone that he's known since he was 7. Someone who has helped him around the orphanage, and he helped her babysit her siblings. They took the same gymnastics class and even been to each other's birthday parties for as long as they've known each other. But his nerves keep getting to him. Maybe the reason why he's nervous is that he's known her for so long. If things don't turn out great, how would it affect their friendship? He doesn't want things to get awkward between them, and he doesn't want their friendship to end. But he can't stand her up. Their friendship would end instantly. He sighed. Why does this have to be so difficult? Izuku arrived at Flippy's 10 minutes before 5, and he decided to wait outside for Tsu. The thoughts from earlier started to bubble up again. He took a few deep breaths and even started to pace a little to calm down, but did nothing to help ease his nerves. He was about to call up Tsu and cancel their date, but he froze when he saw her. She was wearing a white spring dress with a green flower pattern. She smiled when she saw him. "Hey, Izuku." Tsu greeted him when she got close. Izuku didn't respond. He was speechless, all of his nerves leaving him when he saw her. He's seen her in dresses before, but this was different. Tsu blushed with embarrassment from Izuku's gaze, and it didn't help that he hasn't said anything since she got here. "So, should we go in, Ribbit?" Tsu asked, and Izuku broke out of his trance enough to nod. The two walked in and were led to their table. The two sat in awkward silence, and Izuku still hadn't said anything. Tsu started to feel self-conscious, thinking that she shouldn't have worn the dress and that this whole thing was a bad idea. "You look nice," Izuku blurted out, and Tsu blushed, but she managed to crack a smile at her friend's compliment. "Thanks, you look nice as well," she received an awkward chuckle from the boy. They soon went back to their awkward silence. Izuku didn't understand why he couldn't talk to her as he had done countless times before. It's his friend Tsu, for crying out loud. Why is it that being on a date with her makes everything different? What exactly are we doing? This isn't us. Izuku exclaimed, and Tsu nodded in agreement. "I know. We've known each other for 7 years. Why is this different, Ribbit?" "Right. We don't need to try so hard. This is like a normal day for us. We don't need to be awkward." After their outburst, things seemed to have gotten less awkward between the two. They treated it like it was any other time they hung out. Even though a voice in the back of their minds kept telling them they were on a date, they never let it get to them. They didn't even care when their hands accidentally brushed against each other. After dinner was over, Izuku walked with Tsu to the train station. Tsu wanted to protest, but Izuku didn't care. He wanted to spend a little more time with her. They soon made it to the station, and they waited on the platform for Tsu's train to arrive. "I had fun tonight," Tsu said, and Izuku nodded in agreement. "So did I. We should do this again sometime. I still have that free game pass, Ribbit," Tsu teased, and Izuku gave her a cocky smile. "You're on. I want to get my revenge from last time." The train arrived shortly after. The two said their goodbyes, but right before Tsu got on the train, she hugged Izuku, freezing him in place. Izuku didn't move. Even after the train left, he was frozen in shock from what just happened. After a few more seconds, Izuku managed to crack a huge smile as he walked away from the station. If you saw him walking down the street, you would see him smiling like a fool, but he didn't care. After tonight, he believed he was the happiest man alive and that nothing could bring him down. He was making his way back home when he felt his phone vibrate. It was a message from Mei. Get your butt back here. I found her. She was panicking, she didn't know what to do. How could things go wrong so quickly? She made sure she was careful like she did any other night. So how come she was wanted by the police? It didn't make sense. She knew she wasn't being followed yet. Somehow, they managed to find their underground fight ring. What's worse is that it was some hero who found it, which means she's one of the most wanted criminals in the country. You can escape from the cops and no one would bat an eye, but if you escape from a hero, you're instantly put on a list. She doesn't know if she was lucky that she managed to escape that night. She couldn't go back home. That's always the first place they look. She also couldn't keep her car. Her license plate alone would sell her out. She was grateful that Tacoba Beach still had a lot of garbage to dump her car in. All she had left were the clothes on her back and whatever money she didn't bet on that brat. Just thinking about her made her blood boil. It's all her fault too. If she had just been born normal, then she wouldn't be in this mess, and her husband would still be with her. She swears that when she finds that brat, she'll put her through so much suffering that death would be considered merciful. But she couldn't do that until she found a place to lay low. She considered the abandoned warehouse close to Tacoba Beach, but there was a pink-haired girl who frequently walked in and out of the building. She also knew that she couldn't stay close to the beach because when someone found her car, the beach would be the first place they looked. She also couldn't be seen in public for obvious reasons, so all that was left for her were the alleyways. It wasn't ideal, but she had no other options. It wasn't the most glamorous start, but one day she'll make it back to where she was before that monster was born. She was getting ready for bed if you called cardboard, newspapers, and trash bags a bed. She hated how the garbage smelled and how the pain in her stomach caused by hunger was keeping her up, but she'll have to push through. She thought about her plans and how she'll try to meet up with the others who were with her that night. Surely some of them got away and haven't been caught, right? Smoke surrounded her, blinding her from everything around her. She heard footsteps getting closer, and she panicked. She started to wildly swing her arms wildly and use her quirk to spit venom at whoever was around her. But it was all useless because she couldn't see. She backed herself into a wall to make sure no one would attack her from behind. But that was a mistake because she felt foam expand across her body, trapping her to the wall. The footsteps slowly walked towards her, and a figure emerged from the smoke. It was the hero from the other night. "What do you want from me?" Jack Rabbit didn't respond. He just looked at her with dead, emotionless eyes. She tried to break free from her captivity, but try as she might, she wasn't breaking free. What made it worse was that Jack Rabbit didn't say anything, just stared at her with a deadpan expression. "Why?" Jack Rabbit spoke. She just looked at him, confused by the question. "Huh? Why did you force those children to fight?" Jack Rabbit raised his voice a little, not wanting to draw outside attention. "Why?" she repeated. She then started to chuckle a little before breaking out into a full-on belly laugh. "It's all that they're good for. Those creatures aren't even human, so why not make them fight for our entertainment and to make a couple of bucks in the process?" Jack Rabbit didn't react. He didn't want to give her the satisfaction. He taped her mouth shut and walked into the smoke to never be seen again. Not long after Jack Rabbit left, the sounds of sirens blasted in the air. Naomasa leaned back in his chair and sighed. It felt like he's been in the interrogation room for over a year when, in reality, he's been in there for a few hours. He looked at the vigilante across from him, who was still spewing nonsense. Sure, some of the stuff he said was important to know, but it felt like he learned a lot yet nothing at the same time. So, anyway, after that Naomasa held a hand up to silence the vigilante. "Please, stop talking. I just want to know. Are you stalling? Is there anyone coming to break you out?" Naomasa asked. He didn't need to ask the boy to tell him the truth because of his quirk, and also the boy hasn't lied to him yet, but a part of him hoped that the boy would lie to him. At least then something interesting would happen. "No. Truth." Naomasa groaned and slammed his head on the table. In moments like these, he considers his quirk to be a curse. Sometimes, he considers ignorance better. At least then he'll be surprised by many more things. Secret Santa around the office would be a lot more interesting if he didn't know who his Santa was. "Can you just skip ahead? I want to get back home before the sun rises," Naomasa pleaded. "Fine," Izuku said, and Naomasa felt like they were finally getting somewhere. "But let me tell a few more stories before I do." Naomasa screamed in his head, but he let the boy have his wish. "Don't worry, they'll be quick, and it will feel like one chapter in a story." A few months passed since he stopped Hayami's mother, and not much has happened. He remembered May complaining about him not laying one good punch across the woman's face. If he was being honest, he wanted to, but a part of his brain, but mostly, his heart was telling him not to. At the moment, he wanted to ignore them, but the more he listened to them, the more he realized she wasn't worth it, not his anger or his time and energy. He knows he's a vigilante and that the rules, both written and unwritten, didn't apply to him, but it didn't feel right to hit her. He already trapped her, and with the evidence May sent to the police she wasn't going to see the light of day anytime soon. Are you sure you want to do this? We could let the heroes handle this, Echo said through his earpiece. He was currently perched on a roof that was opposing a bank. The day prior, after stopping a mugging, he overheard that a group of people was going to rob the bank. Nah, by the time they get here, the robbers would have gotten away with a large sum of money, Jack Rabbit responded. They already scoped out the building after they learned of the plan, and they found a way for him to easily sneak in without anyone noticing. It'll be a simple in and out mission. But what about your friend's party? She asked. Fumikage was having a party for his 15th birthday, and he was kinda exaggerating when he said it was a party. It was just going to be him and Sue attending, and the plan was to sleep over and watch horror movies the next day before he and Sue had to go home and take their siblings out for trick-or-treating. He likes to start his parties late. Besides, we already planned for me to head over to his house after this, Jack Rabbit said. He hid a bag close to his friend's house that had everything he needed from a change of clothes to a sleeping bag. Fumicage's gift was in it, too. Okay, but if nothing happens in the next 30 minutes, I'm calling it a night, Echo said, and Jack Rabbit agreed. Even though his friend does like to start his parties late, it would look suspicious if he showed up late. 20 minutes passed, and nothing happened. He passed the time by talking with Echo and people watching. He was gonna call it a night when he saw a van pull up in the alleyway beside the bank, and 3 people came out. They were all dressed in black and had ski masks to hide their faces. Looks like they did show up after all, Echo said. Jack Rabbit heard the camera zoom into a close-up of one of the robbers. She saw that he was carrying an assault rifle. They're armed too. Now why would they need weapons if they're robbing the place after closing time? Jack Rabbit pondered. Most likely as a precaution for any security or if any heroes show up. I say you should wait until they break into the bank before you sneak over. We don't want to draw their attention when you're in the air, Echo suggested, and he agreed. It took a while for them to unlock the side entrance to the bank, but they managed to get it open after a few attempts. Jack Rabbit waited until he saw all 3 robbers walk into the bank and a few more seconds to make sure none came back out. He quickly hooked himself to Sora, and Echo flew him over to the bank's roof. He unhooked himself and ran straight to the air vent. He took out the screwdriver he brought and used it to open up the vent. He hooked the hook on his grapple gun on the duct and quickly but also cautiously descended down the air duct. When he reached the bottom, he recalled the hook and slowly crawled across the air ducts to not alert anyone of his presence. He used the vents to see if he could spot any of the robbers, but no luck so far. He finally came across a vent that gave him a good layout of what was happening below him. He spotted 2 of the robbers in the lobby, letting him know that the 3rd guy was in the vaults. One of the robbers was looking out the window to make sure no cops or heroes were on their way, while the other guy was pointing his gun at some tied-up hostages, which he assumed were the security. He looked around the room for anything that could give him a better vantage point when he spotted a chandelier. He crawled to get closer to the chandelier and came across the vent that was closest to it. He pulled open the vent and stuck his head through it to see that it was still a little far from him. With no other option, he held onto the vent and let his body hang in the air for a few seconds before swinging his feet back and forth. He did this for a few seconds before using his forward momentum and launching himself onto the chandelier. He made some noise when he landed, drawing the attention of the 2 robbers. He quickly hid before they could spot him and waited until they lost interest. Now, with a better vantage point, Jack Rabbit looked around the bank and tried to form a plan. What's going on in there? He heard Echo ask. There are 2 armed guys in here with the 3rd one. Most likely in the vault and 3 tied-up security guards. One of them is aiming his gun at the hostages while the other one is on lookout, Jack Rabbit relayed to his partner, keeping his voice low so only she could hear it. Do you have a plan? I want to get the gunman away from the hostages, but I also don't want him to accidentally kill one of them when I do it, Jack Rabbit answered. He jumped off the chandelier and onto the 2nd floor, quickly hiding behind a giant potted plant. You should find a way to get him away from the hostages. Maybe try a distraction of some kind, she suggested. He already thought of trying a distraction, but he was drawing a blank. He didn't want to attack head-on and have the gunman kill the guards. He then had a great idea after staring at the lookout man for a while. He quietly moved from his hiding spot, and Army crawled towards the stairs. He kept his body low when moving down the stairs to not only remain out of sight but also to make the least amount of noise. When he reached the bottom step, he swiftly removed his grapple gun from his belt and aimed it at the lookout guy's legs. He waited until the gunman's attention was on the hostages before firing. The hook wrapped around the lookout's legs, and Jack Rabbit recalled the hook, causing the lookout to face plant into the ground. The hostage gunman looked at his partner to see him get dragged away. When the gunman got close to him, Jack Rabbit quickly disarmed him and hit him across the head with the butt of the rifle. With his opponent stunned, Jack Rabbit slammed a foam pellet on him, trapping him where he lies. Jack Rabbit saw the other gunman was on high alert, but he was also away from the hostages. He quickly moved, hugging the wall to remain unseen when the gunman started walking toward his trapped partner. "Who did this? Where are you?" Jack Rabbit heard the gunman shout. The good news is that he got him away from the hostages. The bad news is that he didn't plan this far ahead. The gunman probably alerted his other partner when he shouted, so he had to figure out how to defeat him before he was outnumbered. He looked around before he laid his eyes on the vent, giving him another idea. He shot his grappling hook at the vent and ascended halfway up the room. He took out a party snapper and threw it on the ground. The gunman turned toward the noise and slowly approached it. Jack Rabbit waited until the gunman was directly underneath before recalling his hook and dropping onto the gunman. His feet landed directly on the gunman's head and stomped his head into the ground. Jack Rabbit checked the man for a pulse and sighed with relief when he felt his heartbeat. Jack Rabbit trapped the man in foam before moving to the hostages tied in the room. "Who are you? You look too young to be a hero," one of the security guards said. "Don't worry about it," Jack Rabbit told them. He started to untie them when the world around him slowed down. Knowing what this meant, he tackled the security guards to the ground as bullets flew over their heads. He quickly drew out his staff and turned to the gunman who had 2 duffel bags full of money. Not wasting time, Jack Rabbit charged at the last gunman, and with the help of Split Second, he was able to deflect every bullet shot his way. He made it to the third gunman and swung his staff at the man. The gunman used his weapon to defend himself from the attack. While the gunman was defending himself from his attack, Jack Rabbit grabbed the gunman's weapon and tried to point it toward the gunman. The gunman tried to fight off his advances, but Jack Rabbit kept pushing. The gunman managed to push Jack Rabbit off of him, but before he could aim his gun at him, Jack Rabbit smacked the gun out of his hand and jabbed his staff into the man's stomach. Jack Rabbit then kicked the man's face, knocking him to the ground. Just like the others, Jack Rabbit trapped the man with a foam pellet. "That was amazing," Jack Rabbit heard a security guard say. Jack Rabbit freed them from their bindings and started getting ready to leave. "Don't you want to stay and talk to the press?" one of the security guards asked. Jack Rabbit just shook his head. "Sorry, I have somewhere to be," he said and left the same way he came in. After screwing the vent back on, Jack Rabbit slouched against the duct and exhaled. "That was stressful," he said while heavily breathing. He saw Sora hovering overhead, and he gave her a little wave. "At least your friend's party will help you relax," Echo said, and he laughed. He got up and hooked himself onto Sora and flew to his friend's house. Time skip. Izuku slouched on the couch after having a big dinner. It was Christmas Day, he was wearing a green Santa outfit, and they were having a party, and by party, he meant Tsu's and Fumicage's families came over to have dinner. He watched the other kids play with the toys they got that morning. Since there were a lot of kids, the caretakers, mainly Miss Azumi, decided that each kid would only get one present, so each kid had something to open that morning. Miss Azumi wanted to get him something, but he turned her down, telling her to save the money to get the children something nice. "Why aren't you wearing your hat?" Izuku smiled when he saw Tsu. She was wearing a Santa dress and a Santa hat. "We didn't get Fumicage to wear the reindeer antlers just for you to not wear your hat, Ribbit." Izuku rolled his eyes and put his Santa hat on. "I only had it off for a few seconds, don't worry." He and Tsu are still dating if you could call it that. They mostly do what they've always done when they hang out, like go to restaurants, play mini golf, and walk in the park. You wouldn't even know they were dating unless you asked them because they don't do things normal couples do like hand-holding. The only thing that was different from their dates from a normal hangout is that Fumicage isn't with them. When they told Fumicage they were dating, he didn't believe them at first. A part of him still doesn't believe it, but he was happy for them. He was supportive and always tried to help their relationship in any way he could. Sometimes, when they hung out, he would always try to give them some alone time, but they would always reject the offer and tell him that he didn't have to do that. One time, he bought them movie tickets for a date, but Izuku thinks that it was Dark Shadow who bought them. "Do you think he's having a good time?" Tsu asked. She looked off in the distance to see the children climbing all over Fumicage, who was wearing a red Santa outfit, while Dark Shadow was distracting some of them by juggling. "Even though he tries to hide it, he always lets his true feelings slip," Izuku said. Even though Fumicage looked uncomfortable, Izuku saw in his friend's eyes that he was having fun. Tsu sighed before resting her head on Izuku's shoulder, causing him to flinch a little. "I guess you're right, Ribbit," Tsu said before she started rummaging a hand around her dress before pulling out a small package wrapped in frog-themed wrapping paper. "Do you want to exchange gifts now?" Sure, just let me get your gift, Izuku said and went to his room. As he did that, Tsu went to take Fumikage away from the children and over to the couch. They decided to do a secret Santa at the start of the month. Izuku shortly returned with a box wrapped in wrapping paper decorated with pictures of candy canes. You guys ready? Yup, Fumikage said while lightly waving his present, which was wrapped in black wrapping paper with pictures of ghosts wearing Santa hats. Izuku gave his gift to Tsu, Tsu gave hers to Fumikage, and Fumikage gave his to Izuku. The three friends opened up their gifts and pulled out necklaces with different charms, a frog, a raven, and a rabbit. Great minds think alike, huh, Izuku said while admiring his necklace. It appears so, Fumikage said. Tsu studied the frog charm and noticed a small hinge on it. She opened it up and saw the picture of the first time she and her friends went to Flippy's. You got a locket as well? Fumikage said in a slightly surprised voice. I gave a locket to Izuku, even used the same picture too. I did the same with your gift. Tsu told Fumikage. The three friends laughed at the sheer coincidence that they got each other the same present. I guess great minds do think alike. Merry Christmas, guys, Izuku said and brought his two friends into a hug. A month passed, and it was the day that every junior high school student was either excited for or dreaded, entrance exam day. Not every school held its entrance exam today, choosing to wait until after one school had theirs, UA. They wanted the students who chose to apply to UA to pay attention to the hulking task in front of them and not worry about anything else. The only schools that hold their entrance exams on this day are for the students who didn't apply to UA, as rare as it is. Izuku, Tsu, and Fumikage were walking down the street toward their testing sites. Izuku chose to walk his friends to UA to try and calm their nerves about the upcoming test. He knew his friends were stressing this day the moment they applied. Don't worry, guys. I've seen how hard you guys have worked for this. You're ready. Izuku told them, though their nerves didn't waver. Easy for you to say, you didn't apply to a school with a 0.2 acceptance rate, Tsu shot back. Izuku chose to apply to the lesser-known high school in Mizutofu. He chose it because he knew they were gonna ace their exams. I don't know, I think something is against us today, Fumikage said. Don't talk or think like that. You guys will pass and go on to be some of the greatest heroes of all time. Izuku exclaimed, and he tugged at the locket around his neck. And if you ever doubt yourself, remember that you are not alone. Tsu and Fumikage looked at their lockets, too. They looked at the picture inside and smiled, knowing that no matter how far apart they were together. Fumikage and Tsu stood before the towering building in front of them, just saying their goodbyes to Izuku. After what Izuku said, they were feeling better about the exam until they saw UA and remembered the daunting task in front of them. They only had a 0.2% chance of being accepted into the school and watching the other test takers around them. It felt like they had less than that. The two grasped their lockets and remembered Izuku's words. I was feeling confident yesterday, but now I want to catch up with Izuku and apply to Mizutofu High, Fumikage joked to cut the ice. It didn't work because he started to second-guess himself and thought joining Izuku was a good idea. No one said this was going to be easy. We just have to take everything in stride, Tsu said to motivate them. Fumikage would feel motivated, but he was still doubting himself. He was relying more on the practical exam than on the written portion. He wasn't as smart as his two green-haired friends, but he also wasn't an idiot by any means. He just struggled with a few subjects. He knew that if he and Tsu failed, she would have a better chance at getting into general studies than he would. I still think you should have let me study the answers and have me relay the answers to you, Fumikage heard Dark Shadow say in his head. That's cheating, and you were always restless when it was time to study, Fumikage retorted. He would be lying if he said that he didn't try to use Dark Shadow to feed him answers. The problem was that Dark Shadow never wanted to study, and whenever he got his sentient Quirk to study, he never remembered the answers. He got annoyed that Dark Shadow wouldn't study. He decided that having Dark Shadow tell him the answers was cheating. It's not cheating if you're using your resources, Dark Shadow sang, and Fumikage groaned. What good is a resource if it knows just as much as I do, Fumikage said, and Dark Shadow didn't have a sarcastic remark. Dark Shadow is also another problem he has with tests. He could never get his Quirk to settle down when he was taking tests. He was able to hold him back from emerging from his body and distracting everyone, but he couldn't stop him from distracting him. Sometimes, he considers having a sentient Quirk a curse. Fumikage shook his head. He'll worry about the written tests when the time comes. He moved on to studying the other testers walking to the school because this is technically a competition. He saw people with mutation quirks like tentacles, tails, and different color skin. Others didn't have mutation quirks but had other physical features that stood out like spiky hair, rosy cheeks, or just extremely hairy. They all looked powerful, but a majority of them appeared to be nice, especially the pink-skinned girl who ran around introducing themselves to anything that had a pulse. He then caught sight of someone stomping towards the school with a permanent scowl on his face and glared at anyone who even glanced at him. Fumikage nudged his friend and pointed at the angry Pomeranian. Tsu grimaced when she saw the boy. Izuku did say he would apply to UA, ribbit, Tsu said, remembering what her friend told them months ago. Yeah, Fumikage frowned. He also remembered almost unleashing Dark Shadow onto the boy for attacking his friend. If it wasn't for Izuku, Fumikage doesn't think he would be standing before UA today. He led Tsu toward the school, but they also made sure they stayed out of Bakugo's sight to make sure a fight wouldn't break out. Come on, our greatest trial awaits us. The two friends walked through the halls lined with pictures of UA alumni. The more prominent pictures were of the current top heroes that graduated from UA, as if the school was showing them what could happen if they got accepted and managed to graduate. It worked because any doubt that they were feeling slowly diminished and was replaced by hope. The duo came up to an employee who looked over their exam ticket before telling them which classroom they'll be taking the written test in. They were both placed in separate classrooms, and they promised each other to meet up at the auditorium afterward. Fumikage made it to his assigned classroom, Class 1C. He quickly studied the other test takers in the room. He could easily tell some stayed up late studying, especially the boy with messy purple hair. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. While others appeared well rested, either confident they'll ace the test or they were just like him and prepared more for the practical exam. There was one student who he couldn't get a good read on. It wasn't because they had a stoic expression on their face, but it was because they were invisible. The only visible thing was the sailor uniform they were wearing, letting him know they were a girl. Before she could catch him staring, Fumikage moved to the last open seat, which just so happened to be behind the invisible girl. Fumikage silently breathed to calm his quickly beating heart. Since the test evaluator wasn't there yet, some of the students were doing some last-minute studying while others were silently praying. He considered doing the same thing until he felt someone poke his arm. It was the invisible girl. Hey, I'm kinda panicking right now. Is it okay if I talk with you for a little bit? She asked, and Fumikage silently sighed in relief. For a second, he thought she was gonna call him a pervert for checking her out earlier. He nodded, and even though he couldn't see her expression, he could tell that she was grateful. Thank you. I didn't realize how stressful this exam would be until I got here. If I'm being honest, I'm not exactly the smartest or strongest person here, she revealed, and Fumikage could relate to her about not being the smartest in the room. I was planning on showing out during the practical exam, but since my quirk isn't the flashiest or the strongest, my chances of even making it into general studies are low. Don't say stuff like that. You can't assume that you'll fail before you even reach the starting line, Fumikage told her and himself to an extent. Even though his friend's words did help a little, hearing someone say, "Don't give up," even if it came from himself, helped put his nerves at ease. "Thanks, I needed that," she told him. The test evaluator soon came into the room carrying the test papers. They slammed the papers on the table in the front before writing the rules on the whiteboard. "All right, I want to go over a few rules before we start," the evaluator said with a stern voice. "You will have 2 hours to complete the test. No bathroom breaks while the test is still out. I will give you a few minutes to go after I finish reading the rules. All cell phones and other electronic devices need to be placed on the evaluator's desk. You will get them back after everyone finishes the test. No talking while the test is out. Failure to follow any of these rules, points will be deducted from your final grade for the whole exam." Fumikage raised his eyebrows in shock. He didn't expect UA to be so strict with their rules, but it made sense. If someone can't follow simple rules, then how could anyone trust them to follow simple laws? "And one more thing," the evaluator said and slammed their hands on their table. Everyone felt tense as the evaluator stared them down. "If you are either caught or suspected of cheating, you will automatically fail the entire exam and will be removed from school grounds. Maybe it was a good idea that you don't have me feed you answers," Dark Shadow awkwardly chuckled in his head. After the evaluator finished reading off the rules, everyone placed their phones and other electronic devices on the evaluator's desk, and some went to the bathroom. Fumikage returned to his desk and started to breathe slowly to calm his nerves. "Dark Shadow, can you promise me not to distract me or do anything that can get us removed from UA?" Fumikage pleaded with his quirk. He didn't care if his quirk distracted him during any other test or quiz for the rest of his life, just as long as they didn't do anything to ruin his dream. "Don't worry, it's not just your dream to become a hero," Dark Shadow told him, and Fumikage felt a lot better about his chances. Fumikage felt horrible after he left the classroom. As confident as he felt before he started the test, he didn't like his chances after reading the first question. The whole test was mostly filled with math, science, and literature questions with little to no questions about heroism. He should have assumed this because it didn't matter how many people tried to deny it. UA was still a high school. The saving grace throughout the whole test was that Dark Shadow kept its promise. He met up with Tsu before the test evaluators filed into the auditorium. She told him how easy the test was as they waited in their seats. He just smiled and nodded in response because he didn't want to tell her that it almost took him the whole 2 hours to finish the test. Soon, the lights dimmed, and a spotlight shined on the stage. A man dressed in black with long spiked blonde hair took center stage. He was also wearing sunglasses and had a speaker around his neck. He is known as the voice hero, Present Mike. Hello, hero hopefuls. Can I get a Present Mike was met with silence. He quickly cleared his throat before moving on. Not the talkative bunch, I see. Well, that's fine, I'll skip ahead and get to what you've been waiting for. Are you RRRRRREADDDDYYYY? Still, no one made a sound, and Fumikage could see that the hero was both annoyed and disappointed. It was amplified when he could see Present Mike quietly mumbling to himself. As your application said, all of you will be conducting 10-minute mock battles in wicked urban settings. The screen behind Present Mike changed to show different sections marked from A to G. After I drop the mic here, you'll head to your specified battle center. Sound good? He still didn't get a response because everyone was checking their exam ticket. Fumikage saw that he was going to Battle Center C while Tsu was going to Battle Center E. Guess we're going to separate places, Ribbit, Tsu said disappointedly. And I was looking forward to working with you. Maybe that's why they separate everyone into different groups. To prevent classmates and friends from teaming up, Fumikage tried to reason. Even though it would have been nice to work with his friend, he was kinda glad to be separated from her. He wanted to see how far he and Dark Shadow had come. The screen behind Present Mike changed again to show one of the mock cities and the silhouettes of 3 robots. Let's move on to what you'll be facing. There are 3 types of foe villains in every battle center. You'll earn points based on their level of difficulty. Your goal is to gain a lot of points by defeating these foe villains. But, make sure to keep things clean and heroic. Attacking other examinees is a UA no-no and will result in instant disqualification, and you will be removed from the premises. Excuse me, sir, I have a question, a tall, spectacled boy shot out of his seat with his hand raised. Hit me. On the form, it says there are 4 types of villains. Not 3. With all due respect, if this is an error on official UA materials, it is shameful. We are exemplary students. We expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this won't do, the boy stated, and Fumikage could hear Dark Shadow groan. I don't think anyone cares. Thanks for calling in with your request. Examinee the 4th villain type is worth 0 points. There's one in every battle center. Treat them as an obstacle that you should avoid, Present Mike answered. It's not that it can't be beaten, but there's no point in trying anyway. I recommend you all ignore it and focus on the ones worth anything. Thank you very much. Please continue, the boy said with a bow. If you think about it, this is kinda like a video game but in real life. You have the enemies that give you points while there are traps that try to mess up your score, Dark Shadow said while recalling all the times his host and Izuku would play video games. That's all I got for you today, but before I go I'll leave you with this. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. You ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra. Just like before, silence. Good luck. The lights dimmed, and Present Mike stomped off the stage, mumbling something like, "These kids have no energy." The lights turned on, and the test evaluators started filing everyone out of the auditorium. Everyone, please go to the locker rooms and change into your fitness gear. After you change, you will be guided to your assigned bus that will take you to your battle center, the evaluators instructed them. I guess I'll see you when the exam is over. Good luck, Tsu said, and Fumikage nodded. Same to you. After changing and a long bus ride, they finally made it to their assigned battle center. Fumikage decided to wear black sweatpants and a black zip-up hoodie to help strengthen Dark Shadow. He stared in awe at the giant wall before him. He looked to his left and then his right, and he couldn't see the ending. It appears that UA doesn't cut corners, Dark Shadow joked in his head, and Fumikage had to agree with his quirk. If the school was willing to spend this much on entrance exams, then who knows how much they spent on their actual students. Let's not worry ourselves with how much money UA burns annually. We should worry about who's going to be in there with us. It is a competition after all, Dark Shadow pointed out. Fumikage looked at the other students who surrounded him. He noticed that everyone in his Test room was there with a few new faces as well. They separated everyone to prevent people from working together, but they grouped together the people who took the test in the same room? Isn't that a bit counterproductive? We spent 2 hours silently taking a test with only a few minutes, in the beginning, to talk. I don't think that's enough time to build trust with someone, especially with a test like this, Fumikage countered, and he could feel Dark Shadow agreed with him. Fumikage started to do some stretches to loosen up his body so as to not cramp up during or after the exam. While he was stretching, his mind kept racing back to the test and thinking that it would cost him his final score. Hey, stop thinking like that. You're not an idiot. You were never once in the bottom half of your class grades in junior high. You don't have to worry about the written test anymore, worry about the test in front of you. Dark Shadow told him. Fumikage wanted to argue, but Dark Shadow wouldn't let him. If you're that worried about the test, then let me help you get a high enough score that UA will beg you to enroll in their school. Fumikage started to feel motivated after his Quirk's words of encouragement. If he gets enough points on the practical exam, then the written test becomes irrelevant. If he and Dark Shadow work as one, then he'll have a great chance of making it in. Go! The word echoed throughout the air, and the door on the giant wall opened. No one moved, surprised by the sudden cry. What are you waiting for? There are no countdowns in real life. Get moving. Not needing to be told twice, everyone booked it through the giant doors and into the faux city. Fumikage broke off from the pack after getting a good distance into the battle center. He wanted to make sure there would be robots left for him and not piles of scrap. Speaking of robots, he came up to 3 robots that he easily identified as 2-pointers. Dark Shadow. Fumikage cried out, and the Shadow Quirk lunged at the robots and easily sliced through them like a hot knife through butter. Dark Shadow gave him a thumbs up before moving to find more robots. He spotted 4 1-pointer robots surrounding a 3-pointer. Not needing any orders, Dark Shadow lunged at the robots and defeated the 1-pointers easily. The 3-pointer was more of a challenge, with it shooting annoying rubber bullets, but after Dark Shadow removed the robot's weapon, it was easy to beat. As this was happening, neither Fumikage nor Dark Shadow noticed the 3-pointer coming behind them. Watch out! Dark Shadow called out when he noticed the robot. Fumikage moved his arms to guard himself and withstand the robot's attack until Dark Shadow destroyed it. But, before the robot even launched a single attack, it collapsed to the ground. Consider this me paying you back for earlier. The two heard a voice yell out, but they couldn't find anyone around them. Not wanting to waste time looking for the person who saved him, the boy and his Quirk moved on to find more robots. And find more robots they did. Running through the faux city, the two were able to defeat 10 1-pointers, 6 2-pointers, and 4 3-pointers. They managed to even save some of the other test takers in the process. Fumikage was currently leaning against one of the buildings catching his breath. Even though Dark Shadow is doing all the fighting, overly using his Quirk drains a lot of his energy. He didn't know how much time was left in the test, but he knew that it was coming to an end soon. We have 47 points. If we destroy one more 3-pointer, then I think we'll have enough to get in, Fumikage said after adding up all his points. He was still heavily panting and trying his best not to fall over. Are you feeling okay? Dark Shadow asked in his head, concerned for his well-being. I'll feel great when we get the acceptance letter. Fumikage pushed off the building, but when he did, he felt the ground shake. He then heard a loud boom and saw a cloud of dust shoot up in the air. He quickly spotted what caused the commotion. It was a giant robot that towered over the tallest skyscraper in the city. THEZEROPOINTER! Fumikage and Dark Shadow exclaimed. The 0-pointer slowly rolled up the street they were in. Knowing that it was pointless to even try to fight the giant machine, Fumikage started to run away to find easier robots to defeat. Help! Fumikage stopped dead in his tracks and looked back at the robot. He didn't see anyone, but something in his gut told him someone was in the robot's path. He surveyed the scene for anything unusual when he spotted some Ruble move unnaturally. Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow rocketed toward the Ruble and threw the rocks away to find no one. Dark Shadow was confused until they felt someone brush against their arm. Without a second thought, Dark Shadow scooped up the invisible form and placed them into Fumicage's arms. With the person in his arms, Fumikage started to run. He kept running, looking for safety, and never looking back. He felt the ground rumble, letting him know the robot was right on their tail, but he never wavered. He kept his head forward, worrying about what was in front of him and not the hulking robot behind him. He started to feel his legs give out underneath him, but he couldn't let it bother him. He knew that if he kept moving forward, they would find safety. He saw someone signal him to follow them into an alleyway and not be in a position to argue. He ran to the person. But, as Fumikage ran to the alleyway, he felt his legs quit on him. He hit the ground hard, but he made sure to hold on to the invisible person. He saw the 0-pointer almost on them, and he didn't know if he had enough energy to use Dark Shadow. Come on, I got this. Dark Shadow argued. It's too big for you to destroy, and I don't have enough energy for you to even make a dent in it. Fumikage countered. Then do. You have enough for me to get you two out of here or at least shield you. Fumikage didn't answer. He might have enough energy for Dark Shadow to shield them, but he didn't know how powerful it would be or how long it would hold. The robot blocked out the sun and covered them in darkness. Dark Shadow. Before he could even give his order, Fumikage felt someone drag him into the alleyway. It was the boy with the messy purple hair from the test room. You okay? He asked, and Fumikage nodded. Yeah, just tired, Fumikage answered and sat against the wall. He soon remembered that there was someone in his arms. Oh, I'm sorry. It's fine, they said in a feminine voice. Fumikage recognized them as the girl who talked to him in the test room, while the purple-haired boy was surprised because he didn't know Fumikage was carrying someone. Though, I'm kinda embarrassed. Why is that? Because I'm naked, she said the last part softly. It took Fumikage a few seconds to process what she said until he became extremely flustered when he realized he was carrying a naked girl for the past few minutes. Fumicage's brain became a jumbled mess while he heard Dark Shadow laughing at him. It's the only way for my quirk to be extremely effective. Fumikage absent-mindedly took off his hoodie and handed it to the girl. She graciously took it and quickly covered herself up. They sat in awkward silence, the girl not knowing what to say, and Fumikage trying to piece his brain back together. They stayed like that for a few minutes until they heard a siren go off. Time's up! With the test over, Fumikage quickly got up and headed over to where he saw a group of test takers. He quickly joined the group and saw a medical team treating everyone's injuries. Since he was just tired and only had a few cuts, Fumikage chose to wait by the entrance. Do you think 47 is enough to get in? Dark Shadow asked after calming down from their laughing fit. I don't know. We just have to hope and pray that good fortune comes our way, Fumikage answered. He wished that he had more points, but he doesn't regret saving that girl. Yeah, I bet you loved holding her in your arms, Dark Shadow teased. Shut it.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.